Hello world, how you all going out there? Eran from Australia here. I hope you're having a fantastic day. It is 10:32 p.m. on a Saturday night here, and welcome to the very first Fights On live stream event. I have my fingers crossed that nothing's going to break tech-wise, because this is the first time I've done one of these, but great to see you all here. We've got all of our guests are starting to line up and come in already. So for those of you who have never been on one of these before, pretty well all you have to do is just sit around and watch and listen. Every now and then I'll throw in a few questions for you to comment in Facebook, but it's not something I'll be looking at too much. I'll be mostly focused on talking to the guests. So yeah, let's say hello. Anyone want to? Let's see if we can see what's going on Facebook. Chat away, guys. Say hi. I can't really see much here, and if I turn everything on, it goes crazy. So,
hey, Eran, it's Bio.
Hey, Bio, how are you, buddy?
Got you loud and clear, Lima Charlie. Nice job getting us set up. So you've launched the event. Now it's up to all of us to make it a winner.
Absolutely. Good to see you got your green screen up and going, mate.
You got it.
You're not going to lift it up and show it everyone this time?
Negative. I thought about inverting it for the crowd in Australia and New Zealand, but I figure you guys have seen that enough.
Yeah.
So.
No, we've been there, done that. So, okay, guys. So I'm just going to throw up a few. I've got some PDF slides. I'm just going to walk you through just a few basics to get things going. So just bear with me while I sort out Zoom and make sure that I don't break anything. So, okay, let's have a look. Which one? We want this one. So, Bio, can you see that screen? I can't hear him. So I'm going to guess that's a yes.
Okay, I can see it. Yes, I can see it on Zoom. And just here's an interesting note. There's at least a 15-second delay between Zoom and what goes on Facebook.
Of course.
So if you ask anybody, they're going to have to be guessing ahead. But yeah, it's looking good. It looks good.
Thanks for reminding me. I forgot about that. So, okay. So I'm just going to use this to sort of move things along. So first things first, obviously welcome. I think you all know what the event is about. It is the 50th year of the celebration of the first flight of the magnificent Tomcat. 21 December 1970 was the very first flight. And come 21 December 2020, it will be the 50th year that the plane has been around, but this is the 50th year. So yeah. So let's go to the next slide. So obviously we know what we're doing here. So first things first, I just want to do a quick shout out to our major sponsor, which is Heatblur Simulations. These guys, if you don't know who these guys are, you need to check them out. They make the F-14 Tomcat module for DCS. So if any of you have not been involved in air combat flight sims and wish you could fly a Tomcat, there's pretty well your only option these days, unless you happen to be friends with someone in the Iranian Air Force. So go check that out. We've got multiple copies of their flight sim to give away today, which is awesome. And if you enjoyed that music we had when we started with those two clips, that music all came from the Defender of the Fleet album recorded by Meteor for Heatblur. So when they launched the Tomcat to the market, they also had Meteor produce that amazing music. And there's a whole album. You can listen to it for free. And if you want, you can buy a real version. It's up to you, but I encourage you to check it out because it's fantastic music. And I'm not just saying that. So we've got prizes. I feel like I should be offering steak knives here, but anyway, 23 prizes, nearly $1,500 worth of value. So we've got a signed paperback copy of Topgun Days by Baranek, who's you've already seen him speaking briefly. Paco Chierici, our other co-host, is providing a signed hardback copy of Lions of the Sky. There'll be another signed paperback copy of the 4 Topgun Days from Dave. And then Paco's got a whole pile of digital giveaways. So 2 Kindle copies of his Lions of the Sky novel, 2 Audible copies. So that's Amazon's audio book formats just come out. If I remember correctly, I think the guy who did the recording was the son of a fairly famous movie star, but I'll check in with Paco on that one when we get to speak to him. Paco also has 2 signed DVDs of the Speed and Angels documentary, which was awesome. If you haven't seen it, you need to check it out. We'll talk about that with him later on. Dave's got 2 signed 8.5 by 11 F14 photos. And if you don't know Dave already, he has some awesome photography for the Tomcat. He's certainly one of the top players in that space. And so he's going to sign a couple of photos and send them out to you. And last but not least, 12 licenses of the DCS F14 Tomcat simulator from Heatblur Simulations. 1 per person, obviously. Now, I've already had somebody tell me, look, hey, I've already got it. If I win it, give it to somebody else. That's very generous of them. So if that does happen and you want to donate that to someone else, just let us know when we contact you, and we will choose another person to hand it to. And you know what? I want to start this program today by giving a huge shout out to these guys, because without them, we wouldn't be here. So if you don't know much about the Tomcat history, Grumman was the company that made the plane. And this awesome little photo taken by Erik Hildebrandt, who's one of our guests today, which he's a fantastic photographer. These guys did it. They're the ones who made one of the most amazing planes that's ever flown off a carrier in the world, not just in the US. And a big shout out to them. Speaking of that, I also want to give a shout out to this gentleman. So this is Ray. Ray used to work for Grumman for many years. And I got chatting to his son originally because he contacted me and said, hey, how come nobody from Grumman's been invited on the event? And I said, well, one reason only, I didn't know anyone from Grumman. So apologies to that. But he started telling me a bit about his dad. And I want to read this out to you because this guy sounds like he's done some amazing stuff. So he was there, witnessed the Tomcat #1 when it crashed. He was at the crash site. He flew in the back seat of #3, the third Tomcat once, buzzed a Russian fishing trawler, in quotes, i.e. electronic eavesdropping ship, in a Tomcat. Flight tested it for carrying bombs at Pax River. He's got a ton of photos from his days at Grumman. Unfortunately, due to the COVID quarantine situation, Chris wasn't able to get that to us, which was a shame. What else do we say? Received a flight in Tomcat #3 after winning a Project Sterling award. The highlights of his flight, we were going from 0 to 17,000 feet on takeoff, going Mach 1, going through the flight test profile on the flight, buzzing a Russian ship, as I said, and buzzing the tower upon return to Calverton. And the pilot for that flight was Don Crazy Horse Evans, and now here's an interesting fact. Don actually flew with Francis Gary Powers, the dude who was in the U-2 that got shot down over Russia many years ago. Ray's also worked at Pax River Naval Air Station on flight testing for the Bombcat in the early 90s. And he's also worked on, this guy has done a lot. He's worked on the X-29 project as well as on the E2A6 and EA6 project. So wowzers. So to Ray and all of your fellow Grumman current and former employees, a big shout out to you, ladies and gentlemen. Without you, as I said, we wouldn't be here. So thank you very much. Second shout out, Lauren Lozzie Tilsley. So a lot of you may not know Lauren, but Paco and I do, because we were on a DCS live stream event with her. So Lauren's the only person I know, I've got to give her this award for being able to refuel a DCS Tomcat upside down from a tanker. And she even sent me a video of her doing that in a Harrier, which is pretty crazy. And we were inverted and communicating picture for there. So shout out to you, Lauren. And of course, the 13th of May was actually Top Gun Day. That was the day that Top Gun was released back in 1986. Now, interestingly enough, it was only released in New York originally, and they didn't actually release it US-wide until the 16th of May, i.e. today. So we could probably officially say this is Top Gun Day, as it were. The number of cliched lines that have come out of that movie, whether you're in the fighter business or you just happen to be a fan of the movie, is just endless and entertaining. I think I've heard a couple of people tell me from ex-Navy pilots that if you use some of the lines, you have to put a buck in the coin jar or something like that. So happy birthday to Top Gun. And Top Gun 2 Maverick, it was supposed to be out in June, but obviously with the COVID virus situation, it is not coming yet. I believe it's been delayed until maybe November. I suppose there is a slight chance that we may see it available as a launch on live streaming services of some description. That would be a pretty cool thing, but I think everyone on this show is hanging out for that movie. Unfortunately, it's not going to have too many. It's going to have some Tomcats in it, but it's not. They're not going to be the main star, I believe. So, Mr. Maverick will be flying a Hornet or a Rhino. Sorry. So, some of you have probably already seen the clips for it. It looks pretty amazing. We've got a reaction video on the fightson.net website, also with Paco talking through that. So, and just a little happy birthday. So, Ricardo Matos from Portugal. He and I had a bit of a chat on email. So happy birthday, Ricardo. You chose a good day to have a birthday, mate. So that is the basics. That's the getting things started. And so now what I want to do is I want to open up the conversation to the ladies and gentlemen from Heatblur Simulations. As I've already mentioned, Heatblur are the people that make the DCS Tomcat. And they come on board to tell us a bit about how the product was made. One of the things that really stuck in for me in talking to, so it's mostly been Alex that I've been chatting to, who some people in the DCS community know him as Iron Mike, but the comment he made was that they've had a lot of people from the Tomcat community help them develop the product. And he said that in most cases, when they first start using it, he said they get a very emotional reaction because they feel like they're really back there. So, so Alex and your team, hello, and come on in and turn your mics off. Turn your mics on. And if you've got cameras, turn them on, and let's say hello. And we've got half an hour to have a chat to you about the development of the Tomcat from you guys. And hello to Mr. Nicholas Dackard, who is the main man at Heatblur, I believe.
That's correct. I don't have a fancy background, I'm sorry, and you guys can actually barely see me. I had not planned to be on video today, so I'm going to have to set the stage a little bit.
That's good. Nice to finally see you.
Nice to see you guys as well.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Who else we've got? Andreas there. Hello, Andreas.
So I guess I can go through. So we've got Andreas, who is one of our art people doing a lot of artwork. We've got Krzysztof. Of course, everybody's welcome to introduce themselves. I guess I go through Krzysztof, who does a lot of our systems engineering and programming, and Bert, who's done most of the radar and weapons and systems engineering as well. And we've got Alex, Iron Mike, who does our community outreach and support, and is currently building our missions as well. So,
hey guys,
pretty sizable chunk of our team.
Yeah. Hey there, everyone. Welcome. Good to have you on.
Eran, before you go any further, I'm going to let you run this interview, of course. But yep. I've emailed and messaged with several of these people before over the past few years, but I've never met them. So it's nice to see these guys, and I'll be watching the interview. So this is great for me too. Nice to meet you guys.
Hi, Bio. It's great to meet you finally. We're a huge fan of yours, all of us.
Thank you, guys. Your module is amazing. So, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So, Nicholas, maybe just start at the beginning. How did this all start for you guys? And what was the process you went through to create the program or the module? What's the correct word? Module? Is that what you guys use?
I don't know. Simulation module.
Simulation module.
I guess it doesn't matter too much. So I guess, we released the MiG-21 in, I believe it was late 2014. And we didn't quite know, we had some idea of what we wanted to do next. The Viggen was one of those aircraft, and we had a few other US airframes on the table as well. But, the Tomcat sort of came up, and I'm the sort of person who's young enough to have grown up on Top Gun as a 7 and 8 year old, and seen it probably about 300 times or something, worn out the VHS tape. So
oh, now you're showing your age, talking about VHS.
So it's the kind of aircraft that is a big favorite. So it kind of became a natural choice. Of course, it was very daunting because, especially in comparison to all these other aircraft that we might have wanted to do, it was much more complex and two-person cockpit. and a lot of technological challenges. But we sort of decided, let's do it. Let's even build an AI RIO, and let's just try and make this the most authentic F-14 simulation that's essentially ever been built. And I think we came into it at a very good time, at an apex kind of a simulation technology where we could sort of take a very modern platform such as DCS and a great team of developers that I have here with me and sort of put the two together and you know, really create the quintessential Tomcat experience, and hopefully weave in as much SME feedback and experience as possible to make sure that every tiny detail is as close as we can possibly get. So that was like our kind of like baseline target or baseline assumption for the project as a whole. And then it was just, you know, a crazy roller coaster journey for 4 years to recreate every nut and bolt of the aircraft. And it's been a great journey, and you know, it's great to have Baranek here with us because his book was part of that journey in the very beginning as well, and
awesome.
Getting inspired by reading Topgun Days, and again, then we had great SMEs with us for a long time. Yeah, I gotta call you out, Bio. I was sitting on a Caribbean beach when we started the F-14 project, reading Topgun Days.
I still remember that email. I still have that.
Yeah, yeah, it was wonderful.
Okay.
So that's, I think that's a fairly good summary of how things started and how we approach things.
So you guys, you started 4 years ago, is that correct?
So it would have been late 2014. I guess you could say that we sort of kicked things off, but I guess real development started in 2015 at some point, and we launched in March of 2019. So it was a good solid 4 years of development work.
Yeah, and I think you said already, so you guys have already developed, was it the MiG-21, was that right?
Yeah, we had launched the MiG-21 at that point, and we were working on the Viggen in parallel, which we launched in 2017.
Yeah, okay. And so you're essentially a coding or development team, I guess that's probably the correct term.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have, you would find us to be most similar to perhaps something like a game development studio.
Right.
So think, yeah, just your typical maybe game development studio, but with more staff who are more engineeringly inclined towards engineering and physics. Yeah. So we've got, you know, our lead FM engineer, Daniel, who's also built Jester AI, is a PhD in physics. And we've got Christoph here, who is he's a PhD in mechatronics, and Christoph here is actually a PhD in physics. So, and Bert van Leeuwen Bert here is a master engineer in electronics, I think, or electrical engineering. So we kind of like blend the typical game development studio with the more engineering side of things to make sure that we can actually execute all the richness and detail in the simulation.
Yeah. So, I mean, where in God's, excuse my French, where do you start with a project like this? I mean, it's massive. I think about, you know, when Grumman decided they were going to build a plane with swing wings and could carry Phoenix missiles, obviously they had to come up with the physical, but you guys have had to essentially duplicate everything in that plane, but in a virtual format. So what was the starting point? And I know you guys had SMEs involved, or subject matter experts. Perhaps you can tell us about them and how they got involved and how they sort of drove the process.
I guess I'll let Bert and Christoph go deeper into how they maybe approached recreating all the great things they did. For me, so I was mainly responsible for building the Tomcat artwork, the virtual artwork of it, but also kind of capturing the feel of the aircraft. And Dave, again, Dave's book was a big part of that, but also I think we came into the project with a lot of knowledge and passion about the Tomcat, and then that's it. And I guess it was kind of like natural to sort of just do a deep dive and start learning more and then plan out the project and just start kind of building the virtual version of it. Perhaps not entirely unlike you would building the real thing, just you know, starting with building the airframe and getting the major parts in place and so on.
Getting somewhat familiar with the NATO's manuals, I'm guessing. amongst other
Yes,
things.
I think Bert and Christoph can yeah,
So,
they're tired of those, I think.
well, as long as you guys don't end up getting arrested by that guy who was trying to import some manual out of the US into Russia. So,
Fingers crossed.
yeah. So, Bert and Christoph, what can you guys tell me about the process, since Nick said you were sort of involved in that side of it?
Yeah, I mean, I would say in a nutshell, to kind of summarize the whole thing, it involved a lot of reading, like thousands of pages of reading, essentially, as well as then consulting SMEs on points that weren't included in the manual and so on. But essentially, I mean, we're quite a small team, and so each of us is responsible for several systems in the aircraft. You know, so I mean, I did, for instance, all the weapons, the radar, the displays like the HUD, the VDI, the DDD, the TID, and so on. So I mean, each of these things takes a lot of work just to first understand what they do, you know, before you even get to starting to code the thing. So it's essentially a lot of research which you then need to kind of distill into a simulation to try and duplicate what the real system did as closely as possible within the bounds of what you can do within the DCS framework and so on.
Yeah. And so how much, like for those of you who don't know, DCS is probably the premier air combat flight sim product out on the market. And so companies like Heatblur build specific planes that plug into the system. So when it came to the Tomcat, did you have to quote unquote reinvent the wheel? Like, for example, I know Jester AI had never been done before. So what did you guys have to do over and above what DCS already had in place as a framework for you to build on? That's either a terrible question or nothing else.
No, I think it's very dependent on who you would ask. So I think for some of the things that we did, it was very much using what was there. And again, for some things like Jester, it was definitely creating something that I don't think has been done to perhaps that level. I'm not sure of a flight sim that actually has an AI crew member that's simulated to that extent. I might be wrong.
I'm not familiar with one myself, so.
Yeah. So it was definitely kind of, and you know, that brought with it quite a bit of risk into the project as well, because we went into it with the expectation that we can actually do this, but there was never any kind of blueprint for, you know, can we actually do this? And likewise for the multi-crew aspect, right? Putting two people over the network into the cockpit and making sure that everything works smoothly and things are synchronized appropriately. There was a lot of risk involved in those kinds of things. So I would say that the things that we did have to go above and beyond what the platform currently offers were risky for us, and they kept us up at night sometimes. But overall, we had the DCS platform is very powerful, and we had a good time, I think, focusing on implementation rather than wrangling with the platform itself.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think a way is also the question of not only what you do on top of DCS, but what you actually do with the things in DCS. Because in fact, we did bring many novums to DCS, like such a detailed multi-crew experience, or for example, the wing vortices, wake turbulence, jet wash, which we modeled in the module. Or for example, if you ask Christoph, it's a very nice example. If he lays you out how our RWR is different with the RWR, for example, that is existence in many DCS modules, or in more basic modules like Flaming Cliffs 3 and so on. So it's also always a question of how do you manage the resources at hand, which in this case is DCS, and what do you try to do out of them. And I think that also speaks then for DCS to show what a powerful tool it can be to create these things, as you say, on top of it, but actually from within it.
Yeah. And for those of you, once again, who aren't familiar with like some of the things the guys have said, probably might be doing that for you. Bottom line with the module, you can not only essentially duplicate the experience of flying on a Tomcat, but you can have a friend fly the RIO seat in the back. So you can do the bio or the goose thing, whichever you want, to the Maverick in the front, or if you want to be the RIO in the back and the mates in the front, you can do that. So I don't think there's anything else that I'm familiar with in DCS yet that it does that, or I expect we'll see a few more things like that in time. So So talk to me about the SMEs. I think that's a topic I'm really interested to know a lot more about, because that goes directly to people that have worked with and flown in the Tomcat before. So who's the right one to ask those questions of?
I think, I guess all of us have had contact with our SMEs. I guess, Alex, you've had perhaps most lately. I guess depending on this, I guess we just need to be careful, because I can't entirely remember who's kind of a public SME for us and who isn't. So make sure.
I can though. So I'll maybe touch on the subject a bit if Nick allows us. The SMEs, basically, we have one main SME for piloting who does not want to be named, but let's just call him our main SME. He invested hundreds, if not over 1,000 hours into flying the actual Tomcat. And the one thing that is noteworthy, and that goes for all of our SMEs, is the sheer dedication they brought to the project, which is not normal within SMEs. You know, normally you give your project to an SME and he will take a look at it, he will fly a little bit with it, but then he will give you his feedback, and mostly the thing is then over and you try to take the best out of it. But with these SMEs, it is that basically they attach themselves to the project and they are still with us. They are still constantly commenting on changes, still bringing in feedback and how to do the flight model even a little bit more precise in this particular region, and so on. And this kind of dedication, of course, also comes from that attraction the Tomcat has. I think that is something which we were lucky to do in this sense as well, because maybe other aircraft do not spark such a great interest in preserving history or bringing in that detailed kind of feedback. And another thing which is very noteworthy with our SMEs is that all of these people have an incredible memory about the very detailed regimes of the flight model, of the systems, of everything, without which we could never have it done to such an extreme level of realism, because the NATOPS manual and so on do not always tell you what you need to know, and sometimes they contradict themselves and so on. So it was absolutely essential input from the SMEs that basically let us bring the Tomcat to the state where it is today.
For sure. I mean, like, I've got a couple of videos I wouldn't mind playing if you guys don't mind giving me a couple of minutes just to rev them up, just to show people what can be done with DCS and with the Heatblur module. So do you guys mind giving me a minute while I just set that up to play?
Sure.
Okay, just hang on a minute. I got so many files here, there, and everywhere. It's ridiculous. You can't believe how much work was involved setting this thing up. Okay, where are we? Here we go. So I want to play this one, I think. Right. So I'm just going to share the screen to you guys so that people can see this. And hopefully the audio works as well. Now this clip, you can see this on YouTube. Just check out Heatblur's YouTube channel. This clip is on there. So I'm just going to start playing it and enjoy.
I think we lost him. Where the hell is he? Man, we should back off. I don't like this. Come on, I don't like this.
Now, if that video didn't send shivers up and down your spine like it does to me every time I watch it, you are not a true Tomcat fan. That was friggin' awesome. Love it, guys. Was that made by Adrian, that video?
It is, and the concept came when I found that piece of music that runs in the background, and we sort of went, so we had a few trailers before that point, but we realized we needed like a really Hollywood kind of trailer with silly, you know, kind of stuff probably no crew would ever say to each other. And we went, that piece of music, and let's put that like into something that you maybe see.
I know we said that. Hooter, didn't we say that?
Yeah. Oh, okay. So we accidentally made it perfectly realistic. So yeah, that was the concept behind the trailer, and Adrian did a great job in putting it together. And it's probably the one that took us the most time. I think we went through something like 15 revisions of it, things that didn't really fit in the cut and were just weird. But it worked out, I think. So.
Look, it's still probably my favorite Tomcat video. The only thing that was missing was show some of that pilot shit, Maverick, or something like that.
At least we've got it in the thing itself. So
yeah.
Well, he said, "What are you effing doing?"
No, that was awesome. I love that clip. I watch it on a semi-regular basis, which is pretty sad, but there you go. So nice one. So guys,
the fun fact about that video, by the way, many people don't know, it's some of the scenes in the video are actually flown by a real life F5 instructor pilot, similar like Paco.
So that would be Adrian's friend, is that right? The guy who helped with the Speed and Angels video for me?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So I'll see if I can show you guys that video later. Adrian's the guy that Heatblur uses to make his videos, and he makes some amazing stuff. It looks so real. It's ridiculous. So okay, guys. So talk us through what's next. You know, I mean, you've got the Tomcat out. People love it. It's certainly very popular out there. What's next on the radar, at least as far as the Tomcat goes, but also what else is Heatblur working on that you can tell us about?
So I guess it's a bit of a minefield for us, but we try and be a little bit careful with announcing new products these days.
That's par for course with DCS. We know that.
But we so I guess specifically on the F14, we are working on a bunch of stuff. Of course, just improvements to the B model are coming in. We're doing things like making gestures to be able to operate the lantern. We're working on an overhauled set of sounds for the engines. There's a few different areas, you know, the upgraded engine instruments that came in with the B, and these kinds of things need to go into the module and be added. Additionally, of course, the A model is the big item on the agenda. So we're working on a very accurate simulation of the TF30 Pratt & Whitney TF30 engines, and hopefully we'll have created a very accurate representation of them. And SME feedback is very critical for us here, so we can actually nail the response of those engines and how they would behave in odd situations, and make sure that it's just perfectly realistic. So I think those are the big items. We've got the Forrestal class as well of carriers that we are going to be adding to the simulation platform, so you can actually fly off a much smaller aircraft carrier than the ones that are currently in DCS. And I think, I guess those are the big items. Of course, we're adding the A6 as well, at least as an AI variant for now, to sort of fill out the 80s air wing, if you will.
And of course, the supercarrier is due out very soon, and I believe the Tomcat is ready to roll with it straight away. Is that correct, or are you still catching up on that one?
Yes, it is. It should be just fine. There are a few things that will be improved before it launches still, and a few things that will happen after as well, for sure. So it'll be a bit of a process to make sure that it's perfectly integrated. And we're working with Eagle on that, so everybody's very motivated to get it working as well as it possibly can.
Sure. So look, we've only got about 5 minutes left, guys, and I haven't spoken to all of your people. Does anyone else have anything they want to say? Apologies for not getting to you all. Anyone got an interesting story they want to share with us, perhaps? Deathly silence.
I didn't have a chance to talk yet, so
all yours,
I can,
Christoph.
Yes. So just to add some few bits from me to the things that guys already said, is like one thing coming with the update to the F14 with the F14A is the ALR45, so the new RWR, so radar warning receiver for the aircraft, and it will change a lot of things for the people who are used to the ALR67 and other much more modern devices. And also to the comment to the process of research of everything and the simulation is that you start from the natives usually, but natives only says you how the things is supposed to be working when it works. But what happens when it doesn't? And how it really works is like in the real aircraft, you have nature, which just makes everything moving. But here you actually have to simulate everything. You have to simulate the physics. You have to understand what is behind the processes that are going on in the electronics, but also in the physics, in the airflow, everything around. So it's basically that you not only read the actual manual, but you have to understand everything that is involved in the way how the device is working. And then the documentation is usually not enough. So you have to rely on your experience, on some general knowledge, some like physical knowledge. So like is my area of expertise, so physics, and also get SME reports, feedback, what happened if the things didn't work or how often things didn't work. Watch some videos. So for example, with Lantern, I just had to watch almost all footage that is available on YouTube to just understand how the device operated, because, well, honestly, much of the documents is still classified or not accessible. So you just need to reverse engineer what is available in the public domain and understand, use your experience to understand and imagine how the device really worked and what the things did. And that's how you go through this whole process, and that's how you create the aircraft, and you do your best to just make it as great as possible and as accurate as possible. So that's the process. That's at least how it worked for me. And for me, it was a great journey and a huge experience, adventure when doing this thing, because I mean, I joined the team as probably the last of the team members, but really had a great time developing and a lot of fun developing the F14. So that's my addition to this stream. Thanks for inviting us.
Yeah, no worries. Awesome. Thanks, Christoph. I mean, for those of you watching who haven't maybe either heard of DCS Heatblur or haven't played any sort of serious simulators, you want to understand the thing about DCS is it is, and there's often a lot of war fights that go on in the community, but it is a real simulator. It's not, they don't like calling it a game. I'm sure Nicholas and Mike know what I'm talking about there, but it literally, you start in the plane, you've literally got to know which switches to flick and which dials to turn the damn plane on, let alone fly out there and kill anyone in it. It's that amazing. So don't go and buy it if you think it's going to be a walk in the park, like a simple little flight sim that you might play on your phone when you got 10 minutes to kill. It's a real study level product, but that's, I think, one of its real powers or its real strengths. So I noticed that
maybe a small anecdote if you like, Eran.
Sure, you've got about 2 minutes, mate.
I'll be quick. So we were testing, and that's something I also want to say, because the Tomcat is also something we want to give back to the Tomcat community. I mean, all of the Tomcat pilots, RIOs, maintainers, Grumman, all of them have been just huge sources of inspiration for us, not only in terms of this product, but I think throughout our lives. I mean, we all grew up in the Top Gun generation. And so I want to suggest to all of your guests, of course, try it out, because I think it will take you down the memory lane. And I had this experience when we took up one of our SMEs, actually F14D pilot, up for the first time, and he flew as a RIO in my backseat. And first of all, that surreal experience of having a real Tomcat pilot fly with you, Mr. Sim Nobody, you know, around. And we had really good fun. And we ran out of fuel 30 miles from the boat because none of us took care about the fuel. We had so much fun. So we really tried to attempt to glide in. One of the things you can do in the Tomcat, unlike in the Hornet, where everything dies when your engine dies. But so we glided in, and there was another F4 Vietnam veteran present at that time, and another pilot SME we have who's a Reno P51 air racing world record holder. And they stood behind the shoulder of that SME who was sitting in my backseat, and suddenly they all started screaming. They started, "Oh, you suck, you will not land, your gear is not down, your hook is not down, watch it, eject, we're gonna burn." And in the end, we trapped that 3-wire, and the screams started happening and everything, you know. I mean, it was really that kind of nice emotional experience. And that's, you know, Bio and Paco and Hooter and all of you guys who are coming, you know, try it out, walk down memory lane a bit with it. We did it also for you, and as a thank you to what you contributed as an inspiration to all our lives. So thank you again to all the SMEs and all the Tomcat personnel, pilots, RIOs, maintainers who made this big part of our history in aviation that we also love so dearly. So thanks for that, and thanks for inviting us.
Yeah, my pleasure, Alex, and thanks for coming on. And same to the rest of you guys, Nicholas, Christoph, hey Paco, how you going up there? Bert, Andreas, thank you all for coming on, and really appreciate you guys showing up, not just to talk about the Tomcat, but what's even better is that the guys have contributed free copies of the Tomcat for people, which you can win as prizes throughout the day, which is awesome. And for those of you who don't win a prize, go check it out. You can download DCS for free. It comes with a couple of starter planes, and grab a copy of the Tomcat and have a play with it. I think you'll be amazed. And if you happen to have VR goggles, oh my God, and I don't, unfortunately, but everyone I've talked to says it's just mind-bogglingly amazing. So I think that is, we are on bang on time, God forbid. So thank you very much to everyone from Heatblur. I appreciate you coming on. If you have any questions for the guys in Facebook, guys, just pop a question, you know, if you've got a question for them. Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put a post up and it'll just say questions for Heatblur. If you want to just answer questions, if you want to ask questions, well, I'm sure one or more of them will be available who will be able to help you answer those questions. So thank you very much, and I will catch you guys later. And I think it's time for, hey, Bio.
Just waving bye to the Heatblur, guys. See you guys.
See ya, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So welcome, Paco. How are you, my friend?
Good. How you doing, Eran?
I'm good. You made it back home finally.
I did. Yeah, got here last night.
Awesome. Awesome. So give me a minute. What I'm going to do is just quickly throw up a little slide deck for people. So those of you who don't know who Paco is, I'm just going to give you the 30-second introduction, and then he's got about 15 minutes to tell us about himself, and we'll go from there. So that one there. Zoom is not really user-friendly when it comes to doing all the multiple screens and all this stuff. But anyway, so can everyone see that? Can you see that, Paco?
I can, yeah. Looks familiar.
Yeah, yeah. So for those of you who don't know, Paco is a former, now correct me if I'm wrong, A6, is that correct?
Yep, started out in A6.
Yep, A6 pilot who got lucky and transferred over to Tomcats. And then after he finished flying Tomcats for the Navy, he went into the airline industry, but got a little bit addicted to flying high-speed pointy-nose jets, and got invited back to, or got an opportunity to go back and fly for VFC-13, which is an adversary squadron. Are they based in, is it Fallon?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah. So they fly the beautiful little F5E Tiger 2s and the two-seater Fs, and I think you've got the Ns. So for 10 years, Paco was a dogfighting instructor, which to me sounds, if you like air combat anything, that's got to be probably the best job on the planet. And I'm sure he'll tell you all about that. And in between doing all that, he also just found time to sneak in a little, I got to keep calling it a movie, a documentary, not a movie, but he made a documentary, which a lot of you probably know, Speed and Angels, which is, I had somebody post on Facebook earlier saying something like, this is better than Top Gun. And I said that before. I think, with Top Gun, I only want to watch the flying. Get rid of Maverick and the love interest and that. Just show me the planes. And Speed and Angels was awesome planes, awesome flying, and awesome people in it. So, and we get to meet all of them later on today, which is fantastic. And so that's just a little quick photo from the Speed and Angels set when they were doing some filming. And you're now an author. You're a published author, Lions of the Sky, which is an awesome book. I've finished reading it, so we'll talk a bit more about that later on. And last thing I want to do, I just had to comment on this, Paco. Two things. Number one, that picture on the bottom right, that's you with your dad. You just sent that to me. So obviously I had a bit of a personal connection there for you.
Yeah, I was just visiting my parents yesterday, actually, and I just happened to see that photo on their bookshelf. So I just copied it and sent it over to you. Yeah.
And did I don't know if I sent this to you or not, but I certainly thought it. I nearly replied and said, "Hey, nice thick head of non-grey hair there." Like you both have now.
I appreciate that.
I only say that because I've got the same problem. So yeah. So all right, look, we will. Let me just stop sharing and we'll go to the camera. So. Look, we've only got 15 minutes, unfortunately, but you're going to be with us for the rest of the day. You and Bio are both co-hosting the show with me, so I'm sure we'll get a chance to learn a lot more about your background. But, maybe tell us a little bit about, how did you decide you wanted to fly planes, and, where did that end up taking, how did that end up taking you to the Navy?
Yeah, sure. So I joined the Navy ROTC when I was just out of high school, so I could pay for university. And it's a scholarship program. If you qualify, they pay for your school and then you pay them back by joining the Navy for at least 4 years, or probably 5 these days. If you go to flight school, they tack on an extra 3 or 4 years, depending on their demand for pilots at the time. I had no military in my background, definitely no aviation. I'd never flown in a small airplane. I'd never controlled an airplane. I mean, other than, a childhood passion for building models, there was nothing in my background that would have indicated that I would have been in this career. But while I was in the Navy ROTC at university, the summer between my sophomore and junior year, second and third year, I got an opportunity to go fly in the backseat of an F-14. And that 1.5 hours basically changed my life. It was the most thrilling, incredible thing I'd ever done. And I was in love with the plane. I was in love with the community. It was out of Miramar. I got to go to the Miramar O Club that night on a Wednesday night, which is the big night, or at least it used to be back in the day. And the whole thing was fantastic to me. It was the year before Top Gun came out, and I didn't know it until the movie came out. But the guy that took me flying, Bozo Lloyd, was the guy who was the I was going to ask you who it was, and I suspected it might be Bozo. So. Yeah, it was Bozo. And I didn't know. I just, it was just a guy that he took flying. I was the first flight he had after taking a month off after finishing Top Gun. Wow. And so it was great. I mean, the whole thing was fantastic. It was like, a hit of the most intense drugs you could ever imagine. And I was addicted for life. I was going to say, it's like the crack cocaine of your life, and you're still addicted to it and you love it still. Yep. So that was it. That was my introductory moment to aviation, really. Small aviation, naval aviation, and from that point on, I really dedicated it in the ROTC community, or even the Naval Academy. You don't know what your postgraduate profession is going to be until about March of your last year, when you apply, and then you're ranked against everybody else that wants to go do that. With my luck, it was just after Top Gun came out, and there was 100 million people on planet Earth that wanted to go fly F-14s in the Navy. So I was fortunate enough to be one of the people that got accepted. Made my way through flight school, got jets after, initial, and then did well enough after the A4 to get assigned a really cool carrier airplane, the A6, not the plane that I had dreamt of flying, but still a great airplane. And I had a fantastic time flying it. And then you mentioned earlier, just by pure circumstance, my A6 squadron got decommissioned and we all had to go somewhere else. And I put in a package to go fly F-14s, probably about that thick, got endorsements from my CAG and all the COs, and I was accepted into the program, and that was it. That was a realization of a lifetime dream, really, or a dream since I was 19.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting you say that, because I've been watching Speed and Angels a lot for this event, just to sort of go and like.
Oh, I'm wearing the Speed Angels shirt. Sorry.
Good man. I've got the Top Gun shirt that I went out and bought, so that's close.
Well, this is the real Top Gun. You've got
the real one. Yeah, absolutely. And I said this to Peyton yesterday. I said, look, Speed and Angels is way better than Top Gun, because you had none of the BS and you had all of the planes, and the two main characters were freaking awesome people to see, to hear and speak to. So talk to us about the Tomcat. How many years did you fly it? And I'm really curious, what models did you fly, and what were your thoughts on it in general? You know, what were the pros and cons, all of that kind of stuff?
So I came to the Tomcat out of the A6 again, both Grumman products. Internally, very similar hydraulics and electrical systems and stuff like that. So a lot of the intellectual grunt work was already done for me. I showed up with a baseline knowledge. I also had, I don't know, a couple hundred carrier traps, a bunch of them at night. So a lot of the mystique of being a naval aviator, a fleet naval aviator, was gone for me, which was great. And I just showed up. I mean, there was still a fair amount of stress, but it was that high level stress was gone. I knew I could do it. I knew I could land on the boat and all that kind of stuff. I showed up to the Tomcat, you know, having flown it as a passenger many years earlier, and having I was an LSO, the landing signals officer on the ship, and I you know, you wave everybody, so I waved the Tomcats, and I knew a bunch of the guys in the squadrons, and you know, it's just a plane that for me was very evocative emotionally. I loved the way it looked. I remember my first deployment was on the Ranger in a fairly small aircraft carrier. It was one of my favorite Tomcat memories. You go up as the last couple planes were launching, the LSOs would go out to the platform and start getting everything ready. And I remember standing on the last ladder before going up. There was a Tomcat launching off a Cat 4 on the Ranger, which is not that far. And I was on the starboard ladder, and there was a little puddle of water, like it's, you know, it's an old metal ladder, and there's just a little bit of water in there. And the F-14A went to blower before launching, you know, and there's like 30 feet of just enormous flames. It was a nighttime launch, you know, hitting the jet blast deflector and going up, and everything's rumbling. You know, you hear it in your head, you feel it in your body, in your gut. You know, the viscera is like actually vibrating, and the water in that puddle was hopping. I mean, it was just like popping up and down from just the sheer force and power of that plane. And I was like, man, I've got to fly that airplane. That's got to happen. You know, and I got that opportunity, and I went to fly it. And the differences in flying between the F-14 and the A6 were stark. I mean, it was much bigger airplane, big engines, and it was much sleeker. You know, the A6, if anybody is familiar with it, is kind of like it's like a flying club, like a war club, and it just forces its way through the air with that big radome in front. It's got a lot of drag.
It probably won't win too many awards for good looks. That's not compared to the Tomcat.
No, but you know, there are people that think it's a gorgeous airplane. It is. It's beautiful in its perfection of its functionality. You know, it was designed exactly for what it was supposed to do perfectly.
Yeah. I'm sorry, can I just interrupt? A quick question before I forget. Or two things. Number one, we're supposed to finish in 3 minutes with you, but I'm just going to take your 10-minute question session, and we'll use that as well. So for questions for you, we'll stick them in Facebook, and we can get to them later on. Okay. But my question was, you already were a qualified pilot in the A6. So how old were you when you got to fly the A6? And then how old were you when you finally got to go to the Tomcat? Like, what was the gap there?
Yeah. Let's see. I think I started the A6 when I was like 23 to 26, and then I was in the Tomcat from 26 to 30.
Right. Okay. Cool. So, all right. Keep going. Sorry.
Yeah. No. So I mean, it was just it was a different feeling. You know, the A6 was meant to fly low. It was super stable. It would fly at 100 feet and 480 knots all day long. The Tomcat obviously had afterburners. It was really slick, supersonic, of course. In the RAG, we flew them without tanks or rails, so it was a different airplane. I didn't realize that till I got to the fleet, but it was, just remarkable, slick, fast, maneuverable airplane that I was thrilled to fly. I flew mostly the A, and then I flew in the RAG as a student. I think I got 5 or 6 B flights. The B by far was my favorite airplane. Same airplane as the A with a few minor upgrades, but those engines, man, the GE F-110s were just unbelievable, unbelievable. So, and then when I went on deployment, I flew the A on the Lincoln and the Kitty Hawk.
Okay. Did you ever actually go to war in the Tomcat?
I mean, I went to, like most of my contemporaries, I went and deployed to the Persian Gulf during Operation Southern Watch. Technically a war zone, but I didn't shoot or drop bombs in anger.
Yep.
But you know, we were patrolling every day, and you know, doing the things you do out in a combat zone without actually being in combat.
For sure.
I got green ink, which is it's a little bit embarrassing because most of the guys that get green ink are actually in combat. I got it for flying patrols over Iraq. And by the way, green ink is the ink in your logbook that you get for combat time.
Look on the bright side. Nobody shot a SAM or an air-to-air missile at you and killed you. So, you know,
of course.
I think it kind of worked out well.
Yeah,
so,
no, it's fine.
Yeah. So you never got to fly the D model?
I never flew the D, no.
No, okay. Was it not available before you left the Navy?
It was, I just wasn't in one of those squadrons.
Okay.
So the various squadrons had specific models. So the Black Lions at the time had A's. A year after I left them, they all got D's, or they got D's. The F-13 got D's. And, you know, it was a great airplane. They loved it. But you know, that's just the way it worked out for me.
And look, obviously you love the plane, and so do, I think everyone in here does. What didn't you like about it?
Even in, you know, when I was flying it, the A was starting to get old. So, you know, the Hornet was kind of the big kid on the, not big, it was the new kid on the block with a lot of great, you know, sophisticated for the 90s and early aughts avionics. You know, certainly now things have even evolved beyond that significantly. So it was, you know, it was a much more basic airplane than a lot of the stuff that was out there. But, you know, through the tactics that we used, training, proficiency, I mean, at the time we were still the best in the world. You know, the MiG-29 was one of the other ones. The SU-27 was just coming up. They were, you know, forces to be reckoned with, but, you know, with our tactics and training and the weapons, certainly the Phoenix, we feared no one. Today that would be different. You know, there's the Raptors and the F-35 and, you know, the more upgraded models of the SU-27 that are out there. You know, there's a lot of more sophisticated Eurofighters, Typhoons. There's more sophisticated airplanes that exist in the last 20 years than, you know, the A that I was flying. So it would be a different challenge.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully if they kept flying the damn thing, and was it Senator Cheney? Is that his term? If he didn't decide to stick his nose into things and mess it up, you could be flying that could have been flying the F-14 F or something like that with, you know, fly by a wire and U-boot, this, that. Now the only thing it probably never would have was stealth with that big body of it.
No stealth. No.
So,
no.
And I think the other thing is, you know, and I've heard this, to be honest, I heard this mostly discussed around the DCS community, but a lot of people like yourself have said much the same. It's not always the pilot. So not always the plane, it's the pilot. How good are they to determine who ends up winning at least some kind of air-to-air engagement?
Yeah, I think within generations that's true. But, you know, I mean, you couldn't put a P-51 up against a,
no,
you know,
no.
Right? I mean, there are definitely technological limitations. And the F-14, certainly the A, had reached the end of its technological limitations. So maybe if it was a guns only fight, you know, then then you could level the playing field, but that's just not the way air warfare is fought anymore. So within the limitations of a generation, I agree with you, but once you start moving up. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you will want to take on a Raptor or a F-35 for better or for worse. So you mentioned a couple of the carriers. What was your favorite carrier you served on and why? So my favorite carrier was the Ranger, and it's the oldest one I served on. a lot of it had to do, so the culture of a ship is really determined by the commanding officer of that ship and the crew and the way. So for people that don't know, the aircraft carrier is basically like an empty void. It's like an apartment building. And then it's populated by the air wing. And in fact, they call the air wing a tenant command. So the air wing comes on board with 9 squadrons, a couple fighter squadrons, jamming squadron, E2s, the helicopter squadron. They're all comprise the air wing, and they show up as the tenants of that carrier. And then there's sort of this creative tension between the commanding officer of the aircraft carrier and the commanding officer of the air wing, who are both captains, and they have to work together to make it all work properly. So the Ranger was an amazing ship. It was old, but it was clean, and the food was great. All these little things that you don't think about. We had crap air conditioning, but somehow we got past that. And one of the things I loved about it is that the dirty shirt wardroom, which is where the aviators eat, it's kind of like a cafeteria, had very small tables. And it's a small thing, but it made a big difference. So you'd have 4 people and you'd just eat with whoever happened to be in line with you. So I would eat with different squadrons. And that was my first experience being in an air wing and deploying. You could set your watch by the first catapult. If it was supposed to launch at 1300, boom, you'd look at your watch, and literally at 1300, the first plane was going off the catapult. That's how precise that ship ran. And then I got to my next ship was the Lincoln, big, relatively new, nuclear, great air conditioning. But it was still, it wasn't run quite as well. The launches might be a little bit late. There was more of a tension between the ship and the air wing that was not productive. It was just sort of a tension that just was an underlying nuisance. And then the wardroom had these giant tables, and the squadrons would sort of claim a table. And even if you were by yourself, the tradition was you just sit at your squadron table, and your friends would be at the other table. It was just a slightly different social dynamic. So I love the Ranger. It was a great ship. It was a great deployment, and I had a great time on it. My last ship was the Kitty Hawk. I did a rim pack on that, so just a few months, but I got a number of traps, maybe almost 100 of them on the Kitty Hawk, because we were flying a lot. And that was great. It was kind of the end of the Kitty Hawk's life. It was a little dirtier, a little more run down. It's not as nice as being on a nuclear powered aircraft carrier, for sure.
I think I read somewhere that one of the benefits of being on a nuke carrier was plenty of water for showers. Is that right?
They gave us so much crap for that. One of the little cultural things is that the showers on an aircraft carrier, I think all Navy ships have little spring-loaded buttons. So you pick up the shower nozzle and you push the button, supposedly rinse yourself down, put the head away, soap up, rinse yourself off. But everybody would take these big clamps and put them on the shower and just put it up. It was called having a Hollywood shower. Oh, thanks, Biz.
Hello, Hillary.
Hello.
Nice. Very nice, Paco. Man.
Introduce the wife. For those of you who've seen Speed and Angels, Hillary is the one that makes I always smile at her comment about you coming home and telling her, hey, you had a fantastic day. And she says, that's nice, dear. Well, my computer broke down and I had this. So.
Exactly. Yeah, that's actually in the Last of the Dogfighters. That's in the little 10-minute clip.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. Cool. That was one of the funny ones.
Yeah.
Okay. So, look, we're going to have to come back to this another time, but one last question for you. So an important part of your life in flying was flying as a bandit or an adversary, depending on which term you prefer, for VFC-13, where you flew the F5s. Anything interesting you could tell us about flying against the hotshot guys in their Tomcats? Did they turn up thinking they were shit hot and you just knew what to do?
I loved flying the F5 against the Tomcat, because one of the things that happens to Tomcat pilots is they get used to fighting each other. Like this giant tennis court of an airplane that they're used to. That's what they gauge their eyeballs to, and you can almost never lose sight of a Tomcat when you're in a fight. But if you're fighting something tiny like an F5 and you just blink the wrong way, or allow him to disappear, man, you are toast in an F-14. And it happened, you know, it happened to those guys. They fought, even the D guys, they had this phenomenal airplane with huge engines. And if they lost sight, you know, you'd hit the merge and do something unexpected and they would lose you. And they would call it, they'd say lost sight. And you're like, continue, that's the call. I've got you, you don't have me. Yeah. And that's kind of like the most dreaded radio comm a Tomcat pilot could ever hear after hitting the merge and losing sight with an F5. Continues like, oh shit, I don't know where that guy is, but he's about to gun me. Yeah. So it was a lot of fun to fly. You know, on paper, the F-14, even the A should be able to out muscle the F5 in every category. But you know, we were able to. We did it so much. We were super proficient in BFM and dogfighting that we were able to hold our own and teach them some lessons. Probably the most important one was not to lose sight.
Yep, for sure. So, all right, Paco, we have 1 minute left, so I'm going to say thank you very much. You're going to stick around. I'm going to talk to Bio in a sec. I've got a quick video to play for people, and we'll get you back later on to talk to who have we got you lined up to talk to? Well, all the way down there when Erik Hildebrandt comes on. Oh, by the way, did you like the little slideshow? I don't know if you saw the slideshow videos with Erik's photos.
I haven't seen him yet. I've been on the road for the last week.
So, beautiful photos, amazing. So great to talk to you. I will we'll be in touch soon. So if you want to just flick your camera off for me and your mic, and I will start the screen up, and I've got a little video for you guys to watch. If you just bear with me a minute.
Cheers. See you, bye.
Okay.
See you, Paco. Nice job. Good setting it up.
Alrighty, so I'm just going to share screens and let's hope that everything works. And we'll be back in about 3 minutes and 45 seconds, guys. Hang tight.
I was inspired to write Lines of the Sky by my experiences flying in the Navy, all the insane characters and personalities that I came across, really colorful, wonderful people, the inherent adventure and excitement of the community and the job, and flying fighters off of aircraft carriers, and specifically you know, the sort of rising conflict in the South China Sea that, you know, I'm not going to say I anticipated. It's been brewing for probably 2 decades now, but I just saw it as a really natural conclusion for the dramatic aerial combat that happens at the end. I was fortunate enough to have the Secretary of the Navy, former Secretary of the Navy, Ray Mabus, read my book. We were introduced through a friend, and I asked if he could read the book and if he'd like to endorse it, and he did so. And it was hugely complimentary to me to have somebody who represented the Navy at the highest level not only read the book but enjoy it and endorse it for the dust cover. So that is a huge accomplishment, I think. My first ride in the Tomcat and the F-14 was actually as a college student between my sophomore and junior years in college. I was part of a program that got to experience a variety of different options for postgraduate work in the Navy, and I got to go out to Miramar as like a 19-year-old kid on a Wednesday, get in the backseat of an F-14. And I found out later that my pilot was the chief technical pilot and coordinator for the movie Top Gun. And I was his first flight after having filmed Top Gun. So it was a long time ago, but it was a great experience. And that night I got to go to the famed Miramar Oak Club and, you know, celebrate my first flight on F-14 and probably one of the most colorful and lively bar environments in the world at the time. So it was awesome. The hooks were set. I was done. I was ready to sign up for life. The most common feedback for me on the book, or at least the most memorable, comes from people that are surprised that they enjoyed a military thriller so much because it's not their normal genre. And that was really the goal, to write a book that was not only thrilling and exciting and dealt with the world that I lived in, but is relatable to people that don't have any background in the military or aviation in general. So that's the best feedback I could get, and I've gotten quite a bit of that. I hope Lions in the Sky sounds interesting and intriguing to you, and you decide to pick it up. If you do, go to your local Amazon. It's available in hardback, paperback, Kindle, and audiobook as well. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everybody. It is 11:44 p.m. here in Perth, Western Australia. So some of us are going to have to work through the night. So Dave Baranek, welcome. Great to see you. How are you?
Thanks, Eran. It's great to be here after all the planning that we've done. It's nice to kick this off, and that you've done. Nice to kick this off.
Well, I'm inspired by your Top Gun planning expertise, Dave. It's definitely given me a bit there. So look, what I'm going to do, just quickly do the obligatory slide deck for you. So just a couple of scenes. If you just want to hang on a sec, I'll do that, and then I'll come back and we'll chat some more. And if I can get Zoom to work, why? There we go. Right. So for those of you who don't know, Dave Baranek, or call sign Bio, former US Navy RIO. So he was the guy in the back seat. The pilot at the front was just the bus driver. He did all the real work at the back, driving the Org-9 radar system and managing the missiles and the communications and a whole pile of other stuff, which I'm sure he'll tell us a little bit about. Dave's also was involved in the real Top Gun movie. So he, if you see those black deadly looking MiG-28, so if you ever see a two-seater, there's probably a 50-50 chance you were in the back seat of one of those. Is that right, Dave?
Maybe not that high, but there's a chance. How about that?
Yeah, fair enough. But perhaps more actively, he also got requested to go down to Paramount Studios and help with the dialogue from the movie. And then, so for those of you who've actually read Dave's awesome book, Topgun Days, which I have a copy of, he talks a lot about that. So the other thing he's very well known for is photography. So he was a bit of a fan of photography and became good at it over the years, which is interesting because we've got three great photographers on today. It might be a call as to who's the best, but anyway, so Dave's got some amazing photos out there of his time in the Tomcat. That was an early version of a selfie before we had smartphones and all of that kind of stuff there with him there. And then there's two of his books. So Topgun Days came out first, followed by Before Topgun Days. And he is working, almost finished. Well, I believe the writing's pretty well finished, but we're just waiting to publish the new one, which is Tomcat RIO. Is that right?
Affirmative. It
Awesome.
is ready to go to press. It's just that the publishing industry's been affected by the virus, and as soon as they start up, they're going to start printing my books out.
Yeah. There's been a lot of people affected by that, unfortunately. So, so welcome, Dave. So, wow, tell what's the 60-second version about who you are and where you were from. So, before you get into the Navy.
Okay, I grew up in Jacksonville, Florida, which is a Navy town, but my family didn't have any Navy connections back then. And like Paco, I heard Paco say he built model airplanes when he was a kid. I built model airplanes. I used to just look at them and dream about them. And I wanted to fly F-8 Crusaders, but that was what inspired me. So I went into Navy ROTC at Georgia Tech with the aim of flying in Navy fighters. And I had flipped a coin basically to go Air Force or Navy, and I selected Navy. And it turned out well for me because my eyesight went bad. I couldn't be a pilot. And so I was very happy to aim to set my goal to be an F-14 RIO. And that's how it all turned out.
Yeah. And was there, I was talking to HeyJoe yesterday, and he was saying that, and I don't know if you had the same experience, he said that the fact that he ended up having to go down the RIO path probably actually made it a bit easier for him to get a job there because there was a little bit less competition. Would you agree with that, or was your experience different?
I would not say that.
No?
No, I mean, there was, and that's, I mean, it's a lot based on timing. But two, no, we had guys that wanted to go to certain platforms. They weren't selected. When I came through, they put some guys into platforms they didn't want to go to. So no, it was still competitive. You had to have high grades and good reputation, etc. So interesting. Yeah. It's funny to hear you say that.
He didn't say it was easy. As you said, it was a little slightly less competition.
Okay.
Yep. He'll probably say, that's not what I said. You're lying to him. So when did you first get to go in a Tomcat? When did you first get to go and see a Tomcat and get a flight in one?
Well, I'm jealous of Paco. He got a ride when he was in college. The only ride that I got before I went to Pensacola was I got a TA4 ride in Texas during a midshipman cruise. So then the first time I got into a Tomcat was when I was in the F-14 rag in Miramar in September of 1980. Sounds like a long time ago, but I can still remember the details. In fact, I can still remember that as we were starting up the plane, the AUG-9, I did not have the symbology on the scope. And my pilot goes, did you push all the buttons? And I go, oh, nope, I forgot to push the button. So I just had to push all these symbology buttons. And I mean, you know, it was my very first flight and I never made that mistake again. So
yeah. And so for those who don't know much about the back seat role, can you explain what the RIO does as opposed, I mean, I think we're probably all pretty familiar with what a pilot does. What in a Tomcat in particular, what does a RIO do?
Yeah, I'll give you the short version. The RIO is responsible for operating the radar because when the F-14 was made, they could not automate a lot of radar functions. And they also gave the radar a lot of capability for in case it had to go on this high-end mission of defending a carrier from a regimental raid by Soviet bombers and jammers. And it was Soviet at the time. And so it was a very complicated mission, would have been very demanding. So they wanted a guy in the back to focus on the radar. So he has no flight controls, something that some people find hard to believe, but the F-14 did not have flight controls in the back cockpit. And then also by what the Navy did was it did a nice job of managing the resources available. And so the RIO was responsible for navigation and communication and also initiated checklists. In addition, whenever there were NATOPS tests, written NATOPS tests on the ground and other qualifications, RIOs and pilots had to have the same knowledge. And some of the questions were about the backseat. A lot of them, though, were about the aircraft. And so if there was an aircraft emergency, the RIO was expected to stay fully involved and help the airplane survive. Even though a lot of the things were things for the pilot to do, the RIO was there to back him up on the checklist.
Yeah, a second brain to support, I guess.
Yeah. And you know, when you talk to Hornet guys and I guess F-16 guys and stuff, usually their wingman comes over if there's an emergency, if they can talk on the radio and stuff. So that, you know, they try to get backup anyway. Well, on the F-14, the backup was right there in the cockpit with you. Yeah, for sure. And so for those who don't know much about it, the AUG-9 was the most amazing, big, powerful radar of its time. Obviously, it's pretty outdated nowadays. But the other thing that was really important about the Tomcat, which still probably differentiates it from just about any other plane, was the Phoenix missiles. The big stick, I guess you could call them. Yeah, that's true. It, you know, they did launch against targets out to 100 miles, and they could launch against 6 targets and all that. And so, yeah, it was very impressive, especially considering when it was developed and fielded. Yeah.
I mean, they certainly didn't have that kind of functionality in the F4s, for example, with the Sparrow missiles. So yeah.
Similar capability didn't come along until the AMRAAM was fielded in, in the 90s. I believe is when the AMRAAM entered service. AMRAAM is a very good missile, but it came along 15 years after the Phoenix, more than that.
I read somewhere, I don't know if this is true or not, that the AMRAAM, some of the technology of it came out of the Phoenix. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. And do you know also whether the AMRAAM was ever actually used or tested on the Tomcat at all?
I'm fairly sure there's a photo of Tomcat carrying the AMRAAM, but I don't think there was much effort made to go down that path. So,
yeah.
HeyJoe can answer a question like that.
Okay, cool. All right. So one of the things I wanted to ask you about was one of your exciting experiences when you had to leave the plane in a hurry in your very early days. Can you share that with us?
Oh yeah, that was that was in December 19th, 1981. It was in the middle of the Indian Ocean. We were landing on the aircraft carrier, and the arresting cable, there's 4 cables, you can catch any one of them. We happened to catch the number 4 wire, and it wasn't set for the correct weight of our airplane. So we caught the cable, it slowed us down briefly, and then all the machinery just blew up, and the cable just paid out freely, and our plane went over the end of the angle at about 50 miles an hour. So my brain was in hyperspeed, as if you've ever been in a car accident or something, your brain goes to super speed. I had a lot of thoughts, but just pulling that handle was just, do I have to pull this handle? So my pilot, as we were getting to the edge of the angle, he goes, eject, eject. And I pulled the handle, we came flying out as the plane went over the side. And, my parachute came open just before I hit the water. The pilot skipped across the water. It was a very close thing, but we both survived, and it turned out to be a great adventure. Now, I was also very fortunate that I had no lingering effects from health. I had no trepidation about getting back in the plane or anything. I just did it, worked out well, and it's like, let's get going again.
Yeah, I guess at the end of the day, if you have to use the ejection seat, you want it to work. End of story, really.
Yeah, well, if it doesn't, you won't know.
For sure. So a big part of your career, and obviously your book, was your time at Top Gun. So and one of the things I found really fascinating about that is your discussions about how seriously they take the whole process, both in training. So when you're a student there, you're expected to perform to a high level, but also when you came back a little bit later, how as an instructor, you also had to do really step up your game, as it were. So can you talk us a bit through that?
That was something that I was not philosophical about at the time. Hey Joe, you joined us. Hi there. I wasn't philosophical about being a Top Gun instructor at the time, but I've thought about it since then. And when you're a new instructor, there's no question about this is the level of performance, and it's very high level of performance in terms of giving a lecture, planning a flight, leading a flight, etc. But the thing that I realized and that I was impressed about is that the guys that set up Top Gun, they were Vietnam combat pilots, and they were Navy fighter pilots. They didn't have to set up these very high standards, but they did. And what it does is contributes to a level of professionalism, maybe credibility, probably safety through a good execution and things like that. So yeah, it was quite an experience, and I do spend some time describing it in my book, Topgun Days.
Yeah, for sure.
And I still have my some Top Gun beer glasses.
How you drinking? Paco, he's got in before you're drinking booze.
No Equis.
Fair enough. So have you, now I know since you left the Navy, you one of the questions I asked you, I think when I first met you, was, did you ever get around to going and getting a pilot's license and learning to fly? And I think said that was
never did.
Never did. Yeah.
I flew the F5F when I was an instructor at Top Gun because it had controls in the back, and at first I was terrible because I had not been trained to fly. but through pilots giving me a little tips, I got a little bit better. I could finally fly formation pretty well, etc. And I mean, I enjoyed the hell out of that, flying an F5. But I never did get a private pilot's license, even though I know a lot of RIOs who have gotten their pilot's license.
And you know, at the end of the day, the Top Gun movie experience, what was that like for you? Because I mean, that's obviously a big part of your book, but you know, that's such an iconic movie.
The Top Gun movie, I mean, in my book, Top Gun Days, half of it is about being in my F-14 squadron. And then a quarter of it, or more than that, is about being a Top Gun instructor for real. And so the Top Gun movie is just a couple of chapters. I mean, it's not a book about making a movie. It's a book about being a Tomcat guy and being a Top Gun instructor. Yeah. So the movie was a, it was a sideshow. It was fun, but we were, and as evidence of that, man, I took pictures, as you commented on, but I did not even take pictures of me with the actors, and we met them once in a while and stuff like that. It's like, look, we're Top Gun instructors. We're busy doing our job. That's our focus. This movie is a sideshow. We, step into it and step out. It was fun, but it wasn't my life.
Yeah, sure. I believe it was very effective for Navy recruitment, though.
Sure. Who saw that? I didn't. That was a nice outcome.
Yeah, for sure. So, what are you doing these days?
I'm a defense contractor.
Mm-hmm.
Just staff job.
Yep.
And writing.
Yeah, and so the third book, it's completed. Is that right?
Oh yeah, third book is completed. It's ready to go to press, and they were going to start printing, and then they shut down. The publisher shut down for the virus, so it's it's on standby, ready to go. Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, Dave, we've got a few minutes to spare. I'm going to see if we can get some questions for you. Okay. So if you just bear with me a second, and I'm just going to post something in Facebook. So those of you listening,
while you're doing that, I'll tell a quick story. And one is that one of the things that I learned once I got to the fleet was how to be a lot more capable RIO. And I did that by getting comments from more experienced pilots, by listening to more experienced RIOs and hearing them do well, and then just trying to up my game. And so there's a lot more to being a RIO and to being a fighter pilot, as Paco indicated. There's a lot more than just, zooming around the sky and having fun. Although it's undeniable, it's fun and rewarding. There's a lot to be said for professionalism and good execution. So go over to you.
Okay, so we're just waiting to see if we get a few questions. Hopefully nothing breaks here. Actually, what I wanted to ask you, I nearly forgot about it. So I know you participated in I guess a test drive. No, I don't know if a test drive, but you took a flight with some DCS guys in the Tomcat. You also did that event with the DCS New Zealand Australia guys, which was great. What was your overall impression of the product itself?
The product is amazing. I mean, it's just like climbing back into the cockpit. And in fact, I don't know if people are aware of this, but when they look at the cockpit bits in DCS and they see paint chipped off and things like that, that's what an F-14 cockpit looked like, because it had been out in the fleet. Guys had been taking parts out to repair them, putting them back. They knock off paint. Very realistic experience. In fact, the gent that I flew with here, Martin Pring, he let me use his VR goggles, and so that made it even more realistic.
Yeah.
And then also when I'm flying with these guys, like especially the Australians and New Zealand's, but also with Martin and his buddies, you have these involuntary reactions. The plane turns and you feel yourself leaning, or stuff like that. And yeah, so it's very realistic.
Yeah, great. So I've got a few questions for you. So Scott Wayne has asked, do you always fly with the same pilot in the squadron or on the squadron?
Oh, that's a very good question. And before I answer that, I will say one thing. We had our names painted on the side of the jet, but that really had nothing to do with who was flying the jet. They, you know, everybody had their name painted, but maintenance would assign airplanes based on what's available. So in my experience across 3 F-14 squadrons, I flew with the same pilot about, you know, 80 to 90% of the time. And that was good both ways. The reason it was good is because you and the pilot could establish standardized procedures. You know, you didn't irritate each other because you found out what to do and what not to do. And then when you flew with a different guy, you always learn things. You know, a new pilot would say, well, bio, my RIOs do this, and I like it. And I'd go, okay, that's a good idea. And so, you know, there's a cross pollination. So, yeah.
And that was Jaws, I assume, was it?
Well, I flew, you know, for many years. I had different, they changed pilots about every 6 months.
Right. Okay. So let's see, what have we got?
I flew with Hooter for a while.
Oh, did you?
Hooter
Awesome.
and I flew together for about 6 months or something when we were in VF2.
Ah, cool. Hooter will have to tell us some interesting stories about that. So,
no,
okay,
couple plenty of stories without asking him about bio stories.
Okay, so couple of quick questions for you. Favorite 3 military aircraft and why?
Oh, that's going to be the F8 Crusader, just because I like it. The look, the power, the maneuverability, and the combat reputation. Then the Grumman F-11 Tiger, because it's just a sweet looking airplane. And then the F-106 Delta Dart.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Delta Dart in particular. It's a good looking plane. So, yeah. Somebody asked here, Catherine Elizabeth Ward asks, how did you get your call sign?
Oh. My call sign is based on my last name, Baranek. And when I was going through the RAG, they asked us, what do you want your call sign to be? And so a lot of guys, you know, they wanted to be Killer or Tiger or Shark or something like that. Well, I thought I'd be clever. And this was in 1980. So the $6 Million Man, the Bionic Man, had recently been on TV. So I go, Baranek, Bionic. So I show up to my fleet squadron and you know, we checked in and they said, what's your call sign? And so we said Bionic, or I said Bionic. Well, this pilot that I flew with, John Boy, he goes, you know, I can't call you Bionic because Eran, I was, you know, 22 years old, I guess. I was very skinny. It just didn't work. So he shortened it to Bio and that stuck. Yeah. Now I've heard about some units and other groups that have very formal call sign naming ceremonies. We didn't do that in any Navy squadron I was in. Okay. The call signs kind of emerged.
Fair enough.
But I was only in 4 squadrons, so I don't know what the whole world is like.
Yeah. Well, I've certainly read some different stories on that one, but I guess, as you say, it depends what squadron you're in and how they do things. So favorite carrier you served on and why?
Oh, that's tough to say. I like the Constellation. Constellation was my first carrier, and it was the one I ejected from. And the video of my ejection is on my website, topgunbio.com. The Constellation seemed like an operating carrier. Then the next carrier I was on was Ranger. And at first we were only on, we were in a new air wing. We were different from the previous air wing. So we had a hard time adjusting to Ranger. And then I came back to Ranger as part of their regular air wing. And Ranger was very, very operational. So I gained a new respect for Ranger. Then the third carrier I deployed on, like Paco said, was a nuclear carrier, Nimitz. Very comfortable. So, you know, that was nice too.
Yeah. And in terms of the Tomcat, which models did you get to fly in?
I flew almost all of my hops in the A. I got a few flights in the B when I was in the RAG because as a RIO, they wanted me to train on the AUG-9, and so that was in the B. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. Cool. And which plane, last question for you, which plane that was flying during your career that you didn't get to fly would you most wish you had got to fly in? Okay, I don't know.
I probably should have reworded that a little bit cleaner, but hopefully you get the gist of what I'm asking you there.
I was happy flying F-14s, you know. I mean, I guess I would have liked to fly an F-14D with full up everything, digital flight controls and everything else. that would have been a ass-kicking machine. But you know, I like flying. I like flying F-14s and F-5s. I mean, I loved flying the F-5. I heard Paco talking about the F-5 some too. And as a RIO, I noticed. I mean, as a RIO, I could compare the F-14 at low level with the F-5 at low level because I was low in both of them. And the F-5 with lower wing loading, it was smoother at low altitude. It didn't have anywhere near the, you know, the brute power that the F-14 had, but the F-5 was just a sweet airplane. So
cool. All right, well, let's see if there's any more. Morty Andy says, hi, Bio, long time no see. Can you remember when we flew versus each other, Phantoms, RAF versus Tomcats in the Med, 1990-91? Still have the picture.
That wasn't me. It could have been HeyJoe or somebody, but I went through the Med one time. That was in 1998. And we didn't even slow down. I mean, we just zoomed on through. So I wish I could have been there with you, buddy.
Yeah, so... All right, well, look, Bio, I think that's our time. So thanks for coming in. And now, obviously, we're going to be talking to some more people. So you're on for the next 2 interviews where we're going to talk to Hooter and HeyJoe. But if you want to just, I'm just going to play a little video for you, and then I'll come back to you and we'll get those guys in and we'll talk to them.
Okay, I'll be here.
All righty. I hope so. All righty. Just hang on a sec. I will change the screen and let's just see. Hopefully this one, and we'll just move that across there and play this.
The inspiration for writing my first book, Topgun Days, came to me one evening when I was driving home from work, about a year after I retired from the Navy. We were approaching a milestone, 15 years since the release of the movie Top Gun, and which I had been involved with, and it was still being shown on TV, so I knew it was fairly popular, and I thought I'd write a magazine article about it. And then after just a few minutes, I thought, no, I'm going to write a book. So I went home, I mentioned it to my wife. She thought it was a good idea, and that's what started me on this project. Then my other 2 books, before Top Gun Days and Tomcat RIO, just tell the rest of the story. So that's where they all came from. Writing a book is not something that everybody does, but I think a lot of people have given it a thought. For me, I've written as part of my job in the Navy and since I retired, and so writing a book wasn't that big of a stretch. It was an agreeable challenge. I wanted the challenge of telling the stories that I experienced and of making them accessible and understandable to people in general, and also making them exciting. So it's been a fun process, and I also enjoyed thinking back and reliving my adventures while I was writing the books. My books are for a general audience. I wrote them so that anybody who can read would be able to understand them and to enjoy them. And that was part of my inspiration, was sharing the wonderful, exciting experience of naval aviation with a wide audience. My newer books, Tomcat RIO, I kind of shifted a little bit more and aimed towards the aviation enthusiast. So the person who has a little bit more understanding of terminology and activities, and I shifted the stories a little bit more that way also. Over the years since I published my first book, I have heard from people who read that book or read my second book and have it helped to nurture their enthusiasm for going into naval aviation. But I think some of the more interesting people who were affected by my books were those who give presentations as part of their job. And they read my books, and I described the preparation and the high standards that Top Gun instructors have for giving a Top Gun lecture. And several people have told me that they didn't realize students how much preparation went into making a really good lecture into a great lecture. And they said it helped them to commit to doing a better job preparing for their own lectures. And I thought that was rewarding and interesting. I think the most common feedback that I get from my books is that people are surprised at some of the detail that I can put into some of the recollections. And I have a secret for that. One is that I have my flight logbooks, which hopefully all pilots and RIOs have. And it tells about your flights, the dates, and you can find other information in there. But for me, another thing that I have that helped me out was I used to keep little date books, a habit that I got from my father. And you can see I wrote my flight time in there for my flights. And when I was on a good flight that was memorable, I would sometimes write a little note about it. Another thing that I did, I'm not really a pack rat, but I kept a few things that were important, and they happened to help me when I was writing a book. For example, in my book before Topgun Days, and I think I mentioned it in Topgun Days also, I mentioned that I used to keep my own personal little notebook debriefing myself on flights. And here are some of those pages where I wrote the flight number and what I felt about my performance, things I did bad and things I did good. Those are some of the documentation that I have that helped me to put detail into the book. In addition, and anyone who's had adventures is going to experience this, I wrote about the events that made the biggest impression on me, and those are the ones that I can remember in great detail. If you like the sound of Topgun Days and before Topgun Days, please consider buying copies from your online retailer. They're available as print books, ebooks, and audiobooks. Thank you.
All right, welcome back. Hey, Bio, fancy seeing you here.
I've got a job to do.
So next we have your buddy, Hooter. So let me just quickly throw up the slide deck for him, and then we will come back and he can join us and you guys can have a chat and we'll go from there. So share a screen. There we go. Okay, so John Hooter Schreiber, F14 Tomcat pilot, obviously. Let's just, he also flies civilian stuff. There's a couple of cool pictures of him there. And he's got a very interesting little side venture he's working on at the moment, which we'll touch on briefly at the end, called Sky Typers. So welcome, Hooter. Nice to have you on board. If you want to unmute your camera, unmute your microphone and turn your camera on, we will get going.
Here we go.
Hey, there we are.
Hooter's up.
he's looking good, buddy.
Thanks, mate.
He's cleaned up the back. When we were speaking the other night, he had all these things he put in there, and he said the wife looked at him and said, yeah, maybe you should move some of that stuff out.
I think you might be able to see it. I do have Dave's books up on top there.
Oh, very wise.
Thanks.
Good choice. So
okay.
Over to you, Dave.
Okay, thanks, Eran. Hey, Hooter, let's now this is about you. You and I had some interaction and stuff like that, but we want to hear about Hooter, not about Bio. So let's get right off with the basics of laying the groundwork. When did you become interested in aviation?
It all goes back to the space program when I was 5-6 years old. The stuff that was going down in Florida with Alan Shepard and all those guys, that just really affected me. And a lot of those guys were Navy pilots, Navy fighter pilots. And pretty much then I decided that's what I want to do. Carried that through college. Got a little bit lazy in college, but I got my degree and it qualified me to go get my recruiting ride and do the ASVAB, and I got selected. And sometimes a blind squirrel couldn't find an acorn.
So you didn't go to ROTC, you didn't go to the academy, you didn't go to ROTC, you came in through AOCS?
Correct. Yep.
And now, how do you feel about that? You know, I mean, you and I, or you know, a lot of guys from various backgrounds. Are you glad you came in through AOCS, or do you wish you had done something else?
It's one of those things where I don't know what the other option was. You know, I toyed with going to an academy when I was a kid, but I looked at the process and I just didn't want to go through the process. So I just ended up going to the cheapest college I could go to that was not in Indiana, and that was the University of Arizona. And literally just walked into a recruiter in Tucson and said, "Hey, what do I need to do to fly airplanes?"
They must have loved you.
But I did well, Fab, and the recruiting ride was a lot of fun.
What did you want to fly when you walked into that recruiter office?
I didn't really care. I was, at the time, I was thinking, hey, helicopters would be cool. And Davis-Monthan is right near University of Arizona. So A7s and A10s were flying over all the time. I thought, oh, those would be fun too. I had no idea the difference between Navy and Air Force, nothing. But I want to do Navy because that's what the astronauts were.
I mean, that is just amazing that you walked in, you know, like a blank sheet, and you ended up flying Phantoms and Tomcats.
And not only that, after I understood a little bit about the Navy and getting through AOCS, I actually had a customized license plate on my Audi Fox, my Ensign Mobile, A6E INT, because the Grumman movie for the Intruder was so cool. When I watched it when I was in AOCS, I said, yeah, I want to do that.
Well, that's the power of advertising.
There you go.
Okay, so so you get to the end of flight school, and they select you to go fighters. You had to be pretty disappointed because it wasn't that A6, but
I got over that real quick.
So tell us real quick about your Navy squadrons that you were in. What Navy squadrons?
Well, I did the normal stuff in training command. Went through Corpus Christi, flew T-28s out of ET-27, I think. So the first airplane I ever flew, 1,400 horsepower beast, and again, I didn't have any frame of reference. I just thought, okay, that's what you have to do to fly. So I did that. Then I flew T2s, A4s, got selected to fly Phantoms with VF-121 as the RAG on the West Coast at Miramar, and VF-154. Got 1,000 hours in the Phantom, and about a little over 300 traps on the Coral Sea. Then went back to Beeville as an instructor in LSO, and came back to Miramar with a little over 900 hours in the A4. And recruiter said, what airplane, what coast? And I said, oh man, you're gonna have to give me a couple days. And I called back and I said, F-14's West Coast, and that's where I went. And then
okay, so tell us, so that was, and you were in VF2, and that's where we served together.
Right.
Give us a little bit of a comparison between the Phantom and the Tomcat. I was going to say the legendary Phantom, but you know.
Well, the Phantom was neat. First, it was my first warbird, so I've got a certain affiliation to it, and it just looked cool. And you could taxi with the canopies up, and your arms kind of hanging out the side, and it was like cruising down, Colorado Boulevard in your convertible T-Bird. It was just a fun airplane to fly. And I got to fly the F, the S, the J, and the N. And there's a long story on why all that happened, but ended up doing most of my time in the F4N. And it was a powerful airplane. There were some tricks that we would use. It wasn't as nimble as the F-14, and it wasn't as aerodynamically clean as the F-14. The Phantom, you had to be careful when you were going from supersonic to subsonic and from subsonic to supersonic, because the center of lift would change and certain things would happen. The engines were, they were beast. I only flew the F-14A, and I wish I'd gotten to fly the B and the D and all that, but so the F-14A had the TF-30s. There were some engine restrictions in it, and that was hammered into you as a pilot. So it didn't really play. That's just part of the envelope, and you fly within that envelope. But I would not give up either one of those airplanes. They were both great airplanes. In the Phantom, I had more radar sensitivity, if you will, because we had raw video in the front seat. In the F-14, I like being able to sit in my easy chair and look for bogeys as opposed to double guessing the intercept. So it was both good airplanes.
Okay, how'd you like them in ACM, in dogfighting?
Certainly the Tomcat, as soon as you do your first turn, you draw a crowd because everybody sees you. But the F-14 had more G available. I think we could play around 7 Gs. I believe the Phantom, you get up about 6.5 and you're burning off a whole lot of speed. The F4 corner velocity was corner speed was 425. The F-14 was about 325. So and the wings made a big difference, and you didn't even notice it. They just worked, and the ramps worked and everything else. So they were both fun to fight in. The F4 had a different type of fight. It was a real good vertical. The F-14A. There were some issues if you got slow, nose high, and all that other kind of stuff. But with the B and the D, that all went away. So the D would have been a wonderful airplane to fly, but they were good to fly with. It was a lot easier to take on a 4th generation fighter in an F-14 than with the F4, though, I'll tell you that.
Okay, how about around the boat, carrier landings in the different airplanes, the Tomcat and the Phantom?
The Phantom was really stable on final if you trimmed it up right and you walked the throttles and you stayed ahead of the power curve. I mean, it was really stable on the boat, but when you landed, you knew you had landed. It was landing. The F-14 also, if you stayed trimmed up and properly spooled up with the engines, the TF-30s, it was a good solid ride. If you got in close, a little high, took a little power off, you had to get it back on real quick because there was a little bit of spool up time. And when the F-14 would settle, it would settle briskly and resolutely, and there wasn't anything you could do about it.
Did you have any, I mean, I remember, I remember that you had a problem with an engine on a cat shot in a Tomcat.
I did, and I was looking that over in the NATOPS, section 2. I was a spare for Alert 5. Skipper and I think Booger were the go birds, and we're running tests on the ramps. I mean, I'm seeing my indexers come on because the maintenance guys are compressing the weight off wheel switch, and we're pulling circuit breakers in the back. I'm flipping switches in the front. Next thing I know, someone's banging on the side of the airplane saying, "You're a go, you're go, you're go." I'm like, what? I don't even know what condition the airplane's in at this point. The engines weren't running. We were in multiple test modes. And as I'm taxiing out, and I think I had Taz in the back seat, I said, "Taz, I'm not sure how we're configured right now." He goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "I don't know what condition the ramps are in." I said, "I don't have any lights. I don't have any warning lights, but I feel like I've forgotten something." So he said, "Okay, what do you want to do?" I go, "It's not going to be a shit hot takeoff. I'm going to set an attitude and see what happens." So we went down the cat stroke. As soon as weight came off wheels, the right ramp just it unstowed and went to like supersonic mode, shut down that engine. So as I come, you can feel it thump. I mean, it's a bang. And then I kind of did this, and I'm looking at the side of the ship, and I remember looking at the starboard sponson going, I've never seen that before. And Paz in the back seat says, "You got it?" I said, "Yeah, I think I do. I think it's all right." And all I had done, I apparently didn't remember the first 2 pages of section 2, but I remembered like pages 40 or 50 where it says, don't put any aileron in at low speed if you've got some yaw going on. So I just sat there and let it frisbee and just slowly started feeding in rudder to miss the boat. And we flew and made a precautionary landing, the right engine at idle, and flew it with the left engine to landing.
Hooter, I'm glad I wasn't with you on that one, buddy. Sorry.
Amazing. It was amazing that I at least had the wherewithal to think something might go wrong. And that's really what saved the day.
So you had 1,000 hours in Phantoms, flying them forward to, oh no, you were, where'd you fly them? East Coast or?
No, West Coast at VF-154 out of Hangar 1.
Phantoms? Right, okay. And then how many hours in Tomcats?
A little over 400. And
Okay.
I got 97 traps on the Ranger.
That's why there's no Centurion patch on that.
Centurion patch. CAG offered me one, but I turned it down.
Yep. So did you see any combat in your fighter career?
Well, that's a good setup there, Bio. I do not have any green ink, as Paco talked about. I guess there was a certain line that if you went north of when we were on cruise, you could get some green ink, but basically wherever I went, peace broke out. I did my job.
Well done.
Yeah, thank you. But I was cleared to fire on a contact one night, like 2 o'clock in the morning or something like that. And me in the back seat.
Just a minute.
Yep.
Just to put this in perspective, and you got to give us the setting, but for the other audience, I flew, I've got 2,500 F-14 hours, 5 deployments, and I was never cleared to fire on anything. So Hooter, now go ahead and tell us.
And cleared to fire is a big deal. That basically says everybody in the world trusts you and your RIO on whether or not you're going to shoot a missile or guns at whatever we told you to go find.
No pressure whatsoever.
None whatsoever. And it wasn't in the cockpit. It was like, okay, that's one more switch. Now, did I automatically arm? No, I didn't. I wanted to get locked up and ID the thing and everything else. And as soon as we locked it up at 20 miles or so at 35,000 feet, you could tell it wasn't a bogey. I mean, there were lights all over it. As we got closer, we identified it as a commercial airliner that apparently wasn't communicating with the right people and wasn't squawking the right codes or whatever. So we came up alongside with our lights out, not too close. We didn't want to scare anybody. And we just looked at it, I ID'd it, and then went back to station. I never did arm.
Very wise.
Yeah, no kidding. But, that could have been another incident. I'm glad that didn't happen. And, well, that would have been a mess. No two ways about it.
Yeah, definitely. And it was, I don't even remember much of a debrief on it. I landed, got out, got a slider, and went to bed.
It's good that it happened that way instead of you spending 6 hours in. Okay, so Eran, let me ask Hooter one more good story.
Yep.
And then if you've got good questions, I'll let you interrupt us. But Hooter, tell us about MiG-23s in the South China Sea.
I will. Just dumb luck on my part. Again, blind squirrel finds acorn. Got the skipper in the back seat. We're on the Waste Cat on the Ranger. Hoss and Cowboy are on the Cat 1 on the Ranger. I don't know why there were 2 bullet planes on Alert 5. The Wolfpack wasn't there for some reason, whatever that was. We get the launch alert. There's 2 floggers coming out of Cameron Bay. One of them was headed north towards what they call the Parpros P3 electronic intel platform. So Cowboy and Hoss went that way. The other one was coming right towards the ship. So me and Skipper Dodge, as soon as we come off the angle deck, we turn west and head straight towards Cameron Bay. The flogger comes out. We go head to head and we get into this little kind of an oblique rolling scissors. It's kind of going to the southeast. And yeah, get to, yeah, show what it would kind of look like. Yeah, we're swapping altitude and angles, and it's just kind of like a big corkscrew to the southeast. And then the flogger knocks it off, and he starts heading back. And so I turn around, and I'm actually trying to get pictures of him. I'm trying to get, you know, the real weapon that we had at the time was getting camera shots. So I'm trying to get into that envelope, but he did not want me. He was, you can see full stick deflection, speed brakes out, burners on, burners off, speed brakes in, everything. He did not want us to join up. Me and the skipper Dodge talked about it, like, hey, he's trying to drag us inside the 12-mile limit and get some kind of political crap on us. So as we came close to it, we would turn back to the southeast, keep the flogger in sight over our right shoulder. And when he turned back around, the E2 would tell us, and we'd turn back around. We did the same thing. We did that like 3 times. Finally, I knew he was getting low on gas, and he's heading back in, and he's not doing the burner thing anymore. We get alongside, not real tight, and there's this guy stuffed into the cockpit. And
so he's big, filling the cockpit up.
Yeah, he had been in rugby scrums in his time. Your mustache, leather helmet, and I thought,
say the mustache thing again.
Relief pitcher mustache. You know, that's back in the day with baseball players with a big mustache. And he looked at me, and he turned into me, and I just went over the top of him. And, you know, didn't do the Tom Cruise thing like that. We just rolled over the top, keep him in sight. He went home, and we went home. And we didn't get any good pictures. The camera wasn't working. But Haas and Cowboy did get pictures. And I think that was the first time they saw flogger Ks in Vietnam. And it's being flown by the Russians. I thought it was an Australian mercenary.
Oh, come on.
I mean, the guy was huge, red hair. I'm like, that can't be a Russian.
He didn't look Vietnamese, in other words.
No, he was not Occidental.
No, fair enough.
You know, that's a perfect example of how, you know, and all the guys that you're talking to today, Eran, have these stories or these almost stories. You know, I mean, you're flying off a Navy carrier going around the world. You can run into almost anything, encounter, you know, all kinds of crazy situations. It's just great.
Yeah. As long as you don't end up having to shoot at them or have them shoot at you, that's probably the best option.
Now, we were armed during that engagement.
Yeah.
We were, but there was no reason to shoot.
So correct me if my memory fails me here. The MiG-23 was a swing wing plane as well. Is that right?
It was, but I think it was manual only. I don't know if it had automatic or not. I can't remember.
Right. So what were your overall impressions of it as a plane that you were quote unquote competing against?
It looked a whole lot like the stuff I saw in Constant Peg. I had been prepared for it. The Navy training anticipated me doing that years earlier because I actually fought a MiG-23.
Okay, cool. Any other incidences like that in your career?
No, I didn't get a whole lot of escorts. I escorted a couple Mays, I think, which are basically Soviet P-3s. And I don't think they were Russian P-3s. I think they were Indian P-3s at the time. But I never got to escort bears or anything like that. Got vectored on some Badgers or Bisons out when I was flying Phantoms, but we were in the goo up to 45,000 feet. And they called merge, and I'm completely IFR. That scared the hell out of me. I didn't know we didn't have anyone on radar, and they're saying, you're in the merge. Oh, Christ. I didn't want to run into them.
Yeah, they're bigger than you as well, I'm guessing.
Yeah, the law of gross tonnage wins.
For sure.
Hey, Eran, do you have any questions for us? Because I got a couple more I can ask Hooter about.
No, go for it.
Okay. So, Hooter, talk to me about oh, wait a minute, I cut you off. No, maybe not. Talk to me about some of your missile shoot experiences.
Missile shoots were complex. It took a long time to set up. Took forever to get done. On one event I think you and I were on, we launched, came back and landed, sat on deck for an hour or so, launched again. I think all total, we probably got 6 or 7 hours in the airplane, and you know, it was a crazy missile shoot. The one I remember most is it wasn't my shot that mattered. It was was Moon Mullins in our squadron? I think it was Moon. He shot an AIM-7 at about, I want to say like 11 miles. It was kind of an edge of the envelope shot. And I'm the lead, but when he's shooting, he's taking the lead. So I watched the missile come off. I watched it track, and I could see the drone at bright orange against the blue sky. And they called it a miss. I said, pick up the drone. It hit the right aileron. They go, well, we don't see that in telemetry. I said, pick up the drone. So they picked it up. And sure enough, the wing on the AIM-7 had cut through the aileron on the drone. And I think that helped us get the Bula Bula.
You must have 2010 vision or something too to see that.
I have really good vision. My best tally ho was 15 miles on an F5.
Whoa.
And see, he does have the Bula Bula patch there, Eran. That's VF2 got that several years, and it's for air-to-air missile shoot excellence.
Yeah. What else? As far as the Tomcat goes, did you sort of do it beyond just flying it around doing the usual stuff? Did you participate in any test programs with it, or did you have any equipment you had to learn to use that was a little bit different?
Not really. I did do a follow-on test evaluation. I was involved in the flight, but this was Coney, one of the pilots, a really good pilot in VF2, got to do this vertical, almost like an ACM Phoenix launch. It was really cool. We took the drone head on, and Coney went vertical, comes over top, does like a half Cuban 8 and shoots down, and good guide on the Phoenix and a good kill at about 5 miles. And I didn't get to do that. I never got to launch a Phoenix, but that was a follow-on test evaluation, kind of expanded the low end of the envelope for the Phoenix.
That's 5 miles for a Phoenix seems a bit overkill when you normally have been, obviously you were doing a test there, but that'd normally be more of a Sidewinder or a Sparrow job, wouldn't it?
Right. And I think the bogey was also in a tight turn or something like that, but it was a pretty tight shot for a Phoenix, and it was sponsored by the test squadron, so it wasn't squadron money that got spent, it was the test spent. How I understood it anyway.
Tomcat petty cash. Who pays for that missile?
We used to, Eran, that's part of the reality of being in a squadron. Yeah, the things that we had to manage, you know, and track and all that. Oh yeah.
So the fight,
go ahead.
For 7F was a big deal. 7F was the fuel money, and man, they tracked that to the ounce.
So Hooter, one of the things I wanted to ask you about, we had a bit of a chat about this yesterday, I think it was. Well, you're doing something a little bit unusual and interesting on the side at the moment. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I fly with the Sky Typers. It's a lot of people in the U.S. have seen it because they're the same guys that do the Geico commercials. But we have 5 Grumman Tigers, Gulfstream Tigers. I'll just go with that. And we fly at about 11,000 feet in line of breast formation. We put out signs in the sky. It looks like a dot matrix printer. It literally looks like you're printing words in the sky. You can't see the airplanes because they're blue, but the white puffs of smoke that come out. I'm usually the second puff of smoke from the top of whatever you see.
Do you have some kind of smoke generator pod on you or something like that?
Just same as like they have in the air shows. You have paraffin that gets injected into the exhaust stream. We carry, I think, 40 gallons maximum in what was the back seat of the Grumman Tiger. Yeah.
And how do you actually align everything so it goes off? Is it computer driven, or do you guys just practice a lot and you're good at it?
The messages are delivered by a computer. There's a wireless system, and the main system is in the number 1 airplane, which is the middle of the letter. And 2 and 4 are on one side, and 3 and 5 are on the other side. And but the manual flying is you sit sideways looking this way at your lead while you're flying that direction, and you keep that guy within about 6 inches of dead abeam, and plus or minus a couple feet up or down.
Mm.
And you do that for 2.5 hours, you are one sore puppy at the end of that. At least 64-year-old guy doing it is one sore puppy at the end of that.
I'm guessing the neck's not feeling too good by that stage.
That's correct, sir.
Yeah. So
we
how?
do messages for everything. We do it for wedding proposals. We do it for good feeling messages, like we've done a lot of COVID-19 messages recently for the first responders and the grocery heroes and that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We do it for movie openings. Done some things for bands like Jonas Brothers and Tame Zebra or something like that, which I think is from Australia.
Oh, okay. That name does not ring a bell.
Be Lame Zebra. I don't know what it is.
How on earth did you get into doing something like that? That's about almost as far removed from flying a Tomcat or a Phantom as I can think of.
Well, yeah, you heard my story about getting in the Navy. I walked into a recruiter.
Yeah.
Airplanes for AOPA at Chino Airport. I happened to be parking them near the west end of the runway where the Skytypers hangar used to be, and I see these blue airplanes with numbers on them. So I get a break and I walk over, and there's a number 1 airplane. There's 2 guys in it, and I just walk up and go, "Hey, what do you guys do?" "Oh, we're the Skytypers." Go, "Oh yeah, I've seen you over the Rose Bowl." I lived near the Rose Bowl and I'd seen them doing their signs.
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Well, what do I need to do to fly with you guys?" He goes, "Well, do you have any formation experience?" I said,
just a little bit.
Yeah. He goes, "Well, get your commercial license and come talk to us." So I did, and I am.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And you're obviously not in the Navy anymore. You're not in the reserves or anything like that?
I am not.
No. Okay. What do you miss the most about the Navy, flying in the Navy in particular?
The competitive spirit on a friendly basis. I mean, it was competitive, but it wasn't, I'm going to stab your eyeballs out. It was learn something from this. The best thing I learned from participating with Top Gun stuff was there's goods and there's others. There's not goods and bads. There's goods and things that can be done better. And that really put a different spin on it. It wasn't like you had a bad day. It was like you learned a lot today. And that's kind of the way it went. And that's really what I miss most, is that it's a different mentality. When I got into the corporate world, it was more competitive of I'm going to live and you're going to die kind of thing.
Dog eat dog, basically.
To some greater degree.
Yeah. Fair enough.
And so, the Ranger was my favorite ship, same as Paco. I mean, because literally our ready room, when we went to general quarters, we could still get to the wardroom because we were in that compartment. So we had like our own personal suite during general quarters. And yes, air conditioning wasn't all that good. It wasn't any good on the Coral Sea, and I did a lot of time on the Lexington. Not good air conditioning there either.
Yeah.
I don't have
eating ice cream during general quarters was pretty nice, wasn't it?
That was.
Yeah. Hey, so I've got some questions here for you, Hooter.
Hi.
So Maxim Lysak asks, maybe you know this. He said, did the Navy issue high altitude suits to the F4 and or F14 crews like they did for Crusader pilots a bit earlier for high altitude missions?
Not to me. I might have been expendable. I don't know. Anybody get the pressure suits at all?
Yeah. Okay. So Herbert Thalon, I think it is, asked, how was the pilot transition from the Phantom to the F14? Was it difficult?
The thing that was difficult for me was the gun's defense. Everything else was kind of good. I thought the fuel system on the F-14 was a lot simpler than the fuel system on the Phantom. And the wing system and the ramp system, though complex, they just worked.
Yeah.
Even if the pilot screwed it up, they still did what they were supposed to do. flying the airplane, no big deal. In terms of flying, like Paco said, I knew how to land on a boat, and it was not that hard. The thing I really struggled with was the F4 in a gun's defense. It was more of a pull into to get a lot of angles. In the F14, it was turned sideways, so you were a smaller target and kind of pull out of plane. And it took me a while to learn that.
Which then triggers a question for me. The F4s that you flew, did like, I know the Navy ones in Vietnam didn't have guns, which was a big issue. Did any of the ones you end up flying have guns?
They did not.
No. Okay.
We never carried a gun pod.
Yeah. And so how did you find the transition to a plane that actually had a gun that you had to learn to, you may already have done this before, but you had to learn to use that?
The only other place where I had used a gun before was in T2s, and that thing had I don't know, it was 600 rounds a minute for about 2 rounds, and then the 3rd round would jam.
Awesome.
Yeah. So I don't know that I got any bullets out in anything other than the F14. And the F14, doing the gun pattern, it was sweet. I mean, we didn't do a straight pattern. We did a circular pattern, which really conserved your energy and made the entry into the pattern and your tracking on the banner I thought real comfortable. And you could feel when you had a good run going. And I learned that during the high noon training that we did, that if you were struggling to get the pipper on the target, just abandon the run. You didn't need to do it. You could come back around. You had a lot of gas. Wait till you got a good run and take it out.
Yeah. What else have we got here? So John Scott asked, what was the most unreliable missile to use in a dogfight that you ever fired in your career?
I only got to fire a couple of missiles, and I had one winder where a wing came off and it disintegrated in front of me off a Phantom. I think I launched 2 Sparrows off Phantoms and 2 winders and a Sparrow off F14s, I think. And they all seemed to work well. Like I said, I didn't go into combat, so I didn't get any live fire.
Yeah. Art Sopa said that you've got a Bula patch. What's the story for this patch? Oh, Bio basically replied, then what conditions must be met to receive such a patch?
Fogging a mirror and you being in the right place at the right it was, you go out, everybody.
No, Hooter, for the squadron, not for the individual.
No, it's it's everybody. It's the ordies, it's the airframers, it's everybody, the people that tweak the avionics, it's the electronics guys, the radar guys, the pilots, the RIOs, everybody is participating in making this patch come to a squadron, because you have to be good for a long period of time. And I think on this year I don't think we had a miss. And I think that was part of what was important about Moon Mullins and pulling that drone out of the water. Not that I gave him that, but I mean, that was the thing you had to do. You had to be on top of it as a squadron, not as a person. You had to be playing for the team.
Yeah. So Joey Garcia asks, how is flying the T-28?
Well, since I don't really have a frame of reference other than now I know what it was, I look back at it now and I'm more terrified now than I was then. As far as I was concerned, hey, 6 blades, fired up, smoke in the eyes and everything else. It was a lot of fun. I look back and I joined the 300 knot club, which is hard to get the 300 knots in that airplane, but you can do it. I've done spins in it. I've done loops in it. I've done all the aerobatics. I've done engine outs, practice engine outs. I got 40 really fun hours in that airplane.
Yeah. How did you get your call sign? I don't know if that was already been asked. That was asked by Daniel Dickerson.
Well, I gave a briefing once, and I stole some language from another guy from World War II that, we'd been out to a lot of parties recently. I said, if you're going to hoot with the Owls, you better be able to scream with the Eagles. And I think that was in my Phantom squadron. And so that's how I got Hooter.
Fair enough. So no relationship to a restaurant that sells chicken wings.
Exactly. And that's the fighter community. The TAC community they usually go off of your name, and my last name is Schreiber. There was a paint guy called Earl Scheib, so I'm also have a call sign of Earl as well.
Okay. Enzo Avery asked if you could take the F4 or the F14 into battle in the late 80s, which would you choose and why?
In the late 80s, the F14. I mean, it had a hell of a weapon system on it. There was a whole lot of kill capacity in that airplane, and it was not easy to kill. And you could reach out and touch somebody from a long, long distance. I can't remember the exact envelope, but if somebody's just coming straight at you and he decides not to turn, I can't remember what the distance was, but it might exceed 50 miles where you could kill somebody.
Yeah.
That's a pretty cool capability.
Yeah, for sure. Lordy, we got lots of questions here. We got like 2 minutes, so let's see.
Well, Eran, I think a lot of people just dialed on too, so you could say welcome to the people that have joined.
Yeah, well, welcome everybody. If you have just joined us, it is 12:53 a.m. here in Perth, Western Australia, and we are talking to John Hooter Schreiber. I'll give you the last question, John. What were your thoughts when you had your first cat shot? You see in Speed and Angel a lot of aircrew swearing or screaming in joy.
I don't remember screaming in joy. The cat shot was pretty comfortable as far as I could tell. I just followed the directors. I trusted that everything would work, and it did. And it was like, it was a good jolt, and off you go. And the first cat shot was in a T2, and the T2 flies whether or not you have a pilot in it. So I wasn't too concerned about that, but it was easy to take off of the boat. My first actual landing, touch and go, I was concerned about because I thought the boat would squish when I touched it with the heavy airplane. It did on a runway. My first trap, I did the rookie mistake of not remembering to lock my harness, and I ended up, facing the stick and the deck of the airplane, and my head stuck under the glare shield at full power. And the captain says, "Okay, you're not going to make the boat go any faster. Just pull it back to idle."
Very nice, very nice. All right, I think we're going to have to call it there. We've got about a minute to spare, so thank you very much, Hooter. Actually, before you go, I forgot to do this. You've got a competition prize winner to name.
Oh,
you got that list there?
Hang on, I do have it. I knew you were going to say that, but
yeah. So for those of you who are just joining, this is to win a free copy or a free license of the Heatblur Tomcat for DCS.
And the winner is
dun, dun, dun. Third from the top.
Yep, hang on. The winner is Matt M Squared Maderos.
There you go. Matt Maderos, I think it is. So Matt, if you are listening, congratulations. You just won an $80 awesome piece of computer software and a great simulator game. We'll reach out to you afterwards by email to organize to get that out to you. And if you've already got a Tomcat from Heatblur and you don't want a second one to give to a friend, then let us know and we'll be quite happy to find somebody else to award it to. So Hooter, thanks a lot for coming on board. It's great to meet you and chat with you. And I had a lot of fun listening to your stories. And thanks for helping out Buyer. So if you want to switch your camera and your mic off, and I'm just going to go on to, we've got a little video to play, and then we are going to go and talk to, who have we got next, Buyer? We've got HeyJoe.
HeyJoe's next.
Yeah, all right. So just hang in there, guys. Give me a minute while I switch things around. And share screen, that one there. Okay.
For me, getting to fly the Tomcat was the culmination of a dream of more than 10 years. I wanted to be a fighter pilot when I was starting around 10 or 12 years old. When I was in college, my eyesight went bad, so I could not be a pilot. Then the Navy was bringing out the F-14. It was brand new, and I learned that the person in the back seat could wear glasses. So I said, so I shifted my goal and that became my goal, to become a radar intercept officer, or RIO, in the F-14 Tomcat. So when I got my wings in Pensacola and I received orders to F-14 training, I knew that I was almost there. Then when I finally, when I got to the RAG and when I started flying the Tomcat, and I got to fly this incredible, magnificent machine, I felt like I, was on the verge of really realizing my dream. But then, as anyone who's flown in the Navy knows, at each step, you realize that you are just beginning to learn a whole new level of material and of competency and skill. And so, there were always more challenges ahead of me. But at least when I was in the RAG, when I went to my first fleet squadron, I had realized my dream of flying the F-14 Tomcat. And it was actually better than I ever could have imagined. The things that I loved most about being in naval aviation were being part of a fighter squadron. It's a great group of people, and to be a member of a squadron is just an incredible experience. Another thing that I liked the most was to experience or to encounter challenges, such as becoming proficient at missions and learning new missions, and be able to meet these challenges. And then something else that I liked was also going on deployments and flying out in the big wide world. For me, it was the Western Pacific and the Indian Ocean, and then later the Persian Gulf. And just flying in these new parts of the world and stopping in ports in places that I had only heard about, and some of them I really had hardly even heard about, and becoming familiar with these parts of the world. I mean, it was just, it was an incredible experience. Something that I liked least about being in naval aviation was going on deployment. I know it's also something that I said I liked the most, but going on deployment meant that you leave everything that you know and that you hold dear, and you leave it for 6 months or more. And I'm not complaining, because I knew that going on deployment was part of the deal, and I, it's part of naval aviation, and there were a lot of good parts about it. But I am saying that because our men and women in the service, those before me and those who are still in the service, are making a big sacrifice by doing their jobs when they go overseas for deployments, either combat or routine deployments. And I respect that, and I think that they would appreciate if we all acknowledged their sacrifice. My 3 favorite military planes. Well, right off the bat, I'm going to leave out the 2 types that I have the most flight time in. One is the F-14 Tomcat, and the other is the F-5F Tiger II. They are very different aircraft, but they're both very cool. I thought they were cool looking, great to fly, and I like them for different reasons. So just to talk about some different airplanes, my sentimental favorite would probably be the F-8 Crusader. I liked it. It was really the first plane I fell in love with when I was a teenager, even though there was no chance I was going to get to fly it because of my age, and then also because my eyesight went bad. I still think the F-8 is a very cool airplane. Second on my list would be the F-11, the Grumman Tiger, which I think is the best looking fighter ever designed, ever built. I know it wasn't that successful in service. The Blue Angels flew it for many years, but it's still a beautiful airplane, and I've talked to pilots who flew it, and they enjoyed it. My third airplane on this list is going to be the Convair F-106 Delta Dart. I mean, what person who likes aviation doesn't like that sleek look that looks like a spaceship? It had tremendous performance and capability, especially considering when it was introduced. I know I've left off a lot of classics and a lot of airplanes that are perennial favorites, both older and newer, but those are my 3. I was in the Navy just over 20 years, and for me, 3 of the highlights would be 1, getting my wings of gold as a naval flight officer and receiving my orders to F-14 training, which happened about 1 year after I was commissioned. Second highlight was when I became a Topgun instructor And that happened about 5 years after I was commissioned. It was at the completion of my first F-14 squadron tour, and it was the beginning of an incredible 2.5-year tour as a Top Gun instructor. My third highlight would then be serving as the commanding officer of Fighter Squadron 211, the Fighting Checkmates, which I was the CO in 1997 and 98, late in my career as usual, and that was an incredible honor. If you like the sound of Top Gun Days and before Top Gun Days, please consider buying copies from your online retailer. They're available as print books, e-books, and audiobooks. Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Hi, Puck. Hi, Bio. And all of you new people that are on, welcome. Some of you may not be aware this is supposed to be streaming to YouTube, but we're not sure that it is. I was having some technical issues with that earlier. So if it doesn't work, we'll upload the recording to YouTube later on for you if you want to watch it on YouTube.
So say that again, please. You are recording this and you're going to upload it, right?
Yeah. So
okay, you've probably seen questions about that on the
yeah, there were lots of them. I spent a long time answering that. So that's all good. Hey, so who have we got next? We've got the man himself, Mr. Dave HeyJoe Parsons. So all right, let me just do my little PowerPoints preso first, and then we will jump in and talk to HeyJoe as hopefully he's on the line and ready to rock and roll with us. Okay, so just bear with me till I share screen. Okay, so guest number 2, if you don't count Paco and Bio. So this is Dave HeyJoe Parsons, and boy, is he a character and a half. I had a long, awesome 2-hour conversation on Zoom with him the other night. Boy, that was an interesting discussion. So. But we'll move on. So Dave's a former Tomcat RIO, has a lot of involvement in the systems in around the Tomcats, testing for missiles and all that kind of stuff. That's him. He's got no mustache at the moment. Somebody asked that question. Hey, Dave, where's your mustache? But it's gone at the moment. So there you go. So is the man himself there?
I'm here.
Hey.
I'm here.
Hey, mate. How you going?
All right, I'm good. Can you see me?
Not yet.
Video camera on.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thanks a lot for the opportunity. I really enjoyed it. I was just sitting back enjoying everything.
Hey, Joe, isn't Hooter a great storyteller?
Yeah, I was ready to just keep on listening to him and Paco.
That's why I love flying with Hooter. I never got to fly with Paco, of course, but I love flying with Hooter and being in a squadron with him. He's a great guy.
Yeah. Good sense of humor. So,
okay, Eran, you want me to take over and let you rest a little?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so I'm going to just start by saying that HeyJoe and I met at a party in Pensacola around late 1979 or early 1980 when we were both students. Remember that, HeyJoe and BT?
79.
Okay, so for the so we've known each other, stayed in touch ever since. But you know, this is about HeyJoe, who's certainly had an incredible career. So let's go over some of the basic questions. Tell us, when did you become interested in aviation? Yes, aviation in general.
I remember very distinctly being 5 years old, and my dad, who was in the Air Force station in Hawaii, had said that these F-102s were going to be landing at Hickam to replace their F-86Ds, and asked me if I wanted to go along. He wanted to see them. Everybody was really excited. It was a big generational leap. And I remember going up to this chain link fence and looking through it and watching them. And he turned to me and said, "Would you like to fly those someday?" And I said, "Oh, yes." He said, "Well, I'm going to help you get there and tell you what to do. You just got to listen." So
That is a
And
great
ever
story.
since then, that's all I ever considered.
That's a great story. That's good. Okay, so what was your commission source? And
That was kind of a circuitous path. I actually I wanted to make sure I had a guarantee of flight school, and as you know, everyone here considered different commissioning sources, but I actually was in the student union and saw a Marine poster of an F4 that looked so sexy, and I went up and asked them if I could have one, and they said, "Well, are you interested in flying?" And I said, "Yeah, but I want to go to flight school." And he goes, "Well, we send." He says, "We give you a guarantee." I said, "You're kidding me." And this sergeant said, "Yeah, if you go take this test, we'll give you a guarantee on the spot." And said, "Really?" So I actually called my dad and family friends. They go, "Yeah, that's real. They're not selling you a line of goods." So at the time, I was interested in the Tomcat, and the guy says, "Well, we're going to get Tomcats." And I checked that out, and sure enough, the Marine Corps was, this is the early 70s, was supposed to get the Tomcat. And they had another poster that had a Tomcat with Marines painted on the side, and it said, "The Marines are looking for a few good men to fly it." And so I signed up, and next thing I know, I'm at Quantico, after my freshman year of college, a head shave, running around, learn how to be a Marine officer, because you don't go to flight school in the Marine Corps without becoming a Marine, being trained to be an infantry officer first. So, but funny thing happened on the way to the forum, the Marines dropped out of the program. So I was kind of stuck, and but I did get commissioned as a second lieutenant, and I just resolved to fly the F4, but Vietnam wound down and I was stuck in the Pentagon, and that's where I met the guy that introduced me to you. And so one day at lunch, there was a Tomcat guy that I was hanging around with and just soaking up the stories. He was one of the initial cadre. And he says, "You're really in the wrong service. You really ought to come over to the Navy and fly Tomcats." And I said, "Well, how in the world do I do that?" And he goes, "I'll make a phone call. It's real easy to go between the Marines and the Navy." And next thing I know, I went to work in a blue blazer, because the Pentagon, you didn't wear uniforms in those days, as a Marine second lieutenant. Well, I was a first lieutenant by then. And I went home as a Lieutenant JG and had orders to go to flight school. And you and I met, I think it was the first week I was there, because Tom had known you from Georgia Tech. And then you and I became pretty fast friends over that because of our shared interest in fighters.
Yep. Okay, so tell us what squadrons you were in.
Well, the obligatory RAG, VF 101 twice.
I'm ready to listen, HeyJoe. So
yeah. And then I joined a class that was full of people from VF 102 and VF 33 that had just come off their last cruise with the F4 Phantom. And there were 3 classes to transition those 2 squadrons. And I was in the middle class, but I was in with the skipper 102. And after at some point, I just knew that these guys were just so much, they had such a great sense of humor. There's some real greats in that class, Doug Schlafer and Jack Michard and Lou Van Meter. And I was like, wow, I really would like to, everybody, like you were saying, going to sea, everybody says it's not fun, but I said, if I'm going to be at sea, I want to be with these guys. They're just hilarious. And so at one point, the skipper, he asked me to design the markings for the airplane, because it was known that I was an artist. And then he said, "Well, you're going to be coming to 102. And he actually got me patches and he says, "Don't wear those 101 patches anymore." And he somehow made it happen. I don't know what went on behind the scenes, but I knew way before they had priority, because it was going to be a short turnaround, and they got to pick whoever they wanted out of the RAG. So they picked me coming out. And by then I was older, because I'd spent all that time in the Marine Corps. So I was fairly senior. I was like the senior lieutenant and going in there, but flight hours I was behind. So a later skipper said, "Hey, what do you think about doing a Super JO tour and just never leaving?" Because we had another short, for whatever reason, Diamondbacks had less than a year turnaround multiple times. So I ended up staying in that squadron almost 6 years. I saw a whole squadron worth of people come after me and leave before me.
So just tell everybody, what's the normal squadron tours? 3 years.
It's usually 3 years. Yeah. So I was getting close to my 3 years, and they said, you want to do another 3? And
Wow.
so my skipper and XO had both been detailers. So they knew how, you know, again, just like coming over, I didn't know how the machinery worked behind the scenes. They just said, okay, normally they want you to do your Super JO tour in a different squadron. They said, no, we want to keep you, you know, we need the experience. And I actually got, I guess the right term is seconded up to the CAG staff because I'd done so much photography. The CAG, who was Jay Johnson, later to be CNO, said, hey, I want you to be my PAO. You're going to be my RIO, and you're going to be on my staff, you know. So I actually worked for him the last year I was in the squadron. And then I got yanked early. They needed a must fill for editor of Approach magazine. I wanted to go to the RAG, but they made me go interview with the Admiral, and he was pretty persuasive. I went in there determined not to get the job, but then all of a sudden I went, actually, this would be pretty cool. And
you did a great job at Approach as a fleet guy who was watching the magazine. So, okay. So then you go back to the fleet then.
And then my department head tour was in VF-32. And so came back again. I wanted to get it in the B. I was over there lobbying all the B XOs, you know, trying to get in there, but everybody, but the detailer said, hey, look, 32 needs help. You know, we really want you to go there. And I said, well, and it's funny, there's another story. When I was in the RAG, when the skipper said you're going to 102, I had been recruited by 32 at the time by T-Ball Hayden. And he invited me over, and Greg Dishart, who I know you know, had, you know, I'd met him in the club, and he goes, hey, we really want you in 32. I went over there, they gave me a patch, you know, and I had it in my leather flight jacket, and I'm like, yeah, I like these guys. But then 102 had a higher priorities. So when they got wind of it, that's when the skipper said, you wear our patches, you're coming to 102. But it was really kind of interesting that later I ended up in 32 after all that.
Amazing. The politics and the movements and all that,
Yeah.
just fascinating sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, so let's get started on your fleet experience. I got, I mean, you had a lot of great experiences. Did you fly over Africa? Was that on your first deployment, or you know, being in Lant Fleet, you guys saw more bears. You went to, I think, some different places. What's
yeah, well, I was one reason 102 had such short turnarounds is somehow our timing was such that we kept getting the North Atlantic things, which were like mini deployments, and you go up there for like 2.5, 3 months up in the North Atlantic. So it was really some hairy flying with, you know, 25, 30-foot waves. The deck was doing his Dutch roll, and, you know, but that, it was the height of the Cold War, because I think today they'd go, we're just not flying today, boys, and girls. But back then it was the term operational necessity. You probably remember that one. That and we had Jerry Tuttle as the admiral, and he wanted to stick it in the face of the Soviets every chance he got. And we weren't doing the normal 200-mile intercepts. We were doing 1,000-mile intercepts on bears, which it just threw them in a tizzy, because they expected at 200 miles Tomcats to be waiting for the bears to show up, and then they would know, okay, 200 miles, let's look. Then we know that the carriers down here, because the carriers do everything they can to hide from the bears, because they get targeted, and now they pass via data link to the submarines, surface ships, and then whatever's airborne, the targeting info to shoot them down, or fire these really scary, what do we call them, vampires, all the different air-to-surface missiles. And they're really hard to intercept the missiles. You want to kill the launch platforms before they get off, but that's a whole nother story. But so he was hitting them as they came over the top of Norway from the Kola Peninsula. We would be waiting for them, and it just drove the Soviets crazy, because they were like, what are these airplanes doing here? And we also did fjord ops. I don't know if I was lucky, but, you know, we were standing alerts where the winds were so bad on the flight deck, there'd be in excess of 60 knots that you couldn't open the canopy. You weren't allowed to, you'd get in there and then you couldn't get out. So you'd have to stay sometimes because you'd exceed the canopy limits. I don't even know if everybody knows there is a canopy limit on the wind, and without the seals actuated, because the engines weren't running, they were all rattling, and it was like Hooter was talking about. On the Cat, it rattles a lot, but let me tell you, it rattles a lot, even with double chains on the airplane, and you got the winds and the wind's coming in the cockpit. It's cold, and you're just sitting there praying that you don't have to launch because the bow is burying itself in the water. You're getting, water over the bow, and what they do is if you do have to launch, they launch you as the bow is buried in the wave, betting that it's a normal wave. And then by the time you get the 2 seconds going down the Cat, that the deck will be up, you hope. And believe me, that really gets your attention. And but for whatever reason, whenever I got an alert, I launched. And I remember looking back, I had 27 bear intercepts, and we were flying over 60 hours a month, which is a lot of hours. We had to have waivers.
That's a lot.
And, and the E2 guys were flying like 80-hour months. I mean, they put them up there and they stayed up there as long as they could. But the bears were hitting us from the north. I don't know where else they were coming from. They were coming from every direction. And every time we moved around, because they don't like the carrier with certain weapons that a carrier carry in those days. They didn't like that near the Soviet Union. So they weren't playing Cold War. They were doing the real Cold War, more of a hot war kind of scenario. They did not like that carrier being up there. And when we went, that was in 82, but in 85, we were back doing the same exercise. And that time we had SecNav himself, John Lehman, aboard the ship, and 3-star, 2-star, all saying, watch this. And Lehman just published a book, Command of the Seas. And he talks about it, about how he kept trying to up the game on those guys. And he did. He had the America inside a fjord against a cliff face so that the bears could not see the carrier. And that drove them crazy. And they were down there every day looking for the carrier, trying to target it, and they couldn't. And that was a operational thing where they planned to get the carrier inside the fjord. And the fjord is huge. And so we would launch in MCON below the level of these cliffs, stay below for 50 miles, staying below the level of a cliff. It was the most awesome flying. And then we'd pop out. And then the plan in a wartime is they would actually mine the entrance. So you would be sealed in there. So if any Soviet subs tried to come in, they would detonate on the mines. So it was pretty much, we didn't know if we'd really go to war or not, because we were really poking the bear. Literally,
so much for that secret plan.
Yeah.
Hey Joe, can I ask you a question aside from it's Tomcat related, but you and I were chatting about this, and a couple of people have asked on Facebook, can you tell us the Concorde story? Which I thought was
okay.
Cool.
So there we are. We were actually out at Nellis having a great day. We were actually acting paid for by the Air Force. My squadron, Fighter Squadron 32, was we were caught in the so-called the Soviet Union was no more, and we were the only world power. So they told us we got worked up for cruise, and they said, well, not so fast. And they were starting to pull people out of our squadron, and we weren't going to go on cruise. And also, so one of our guys, John Ologies, had contacts through Top Gun when he'd been out there in the course with some Air Force guys who hired us to be surrogates for Iranian Tomcats. So we had to pull our tanks off and act like Iranians for their F-15s. And one day the intel officer walks in and he goes, hey guys, Kuwait got invaded. And I'll remember to this day, I won't embarrass the guy, but he goes, where's that? And so we were in intel spaces when that happened, and we looked at the chart, and everybody shrugged their shoulders and said, well, that won't involve us. Everybody knew all the time which carrier was deployed, who was next, and where you were in the pecking order. But the next morning, I was the maintenance officer. I get this call saying, get all your jets back. This is on a Friday, you're leaving Monday, and any engine with less than 200 hours on it, you're going to pull. We're going to have the engines waiting for you. And the wing already knew this. However, they track these things. That was 14 engines. So over a weekend, we had to pull 14 engines, which is not an easy thing. And we also had to sweep all the raw gear, fix all the raw gear, get them ready for war, and do CQ at the same time, do our FCLP and CQ over the weekend, and we were leaving on Monday. And so that, I said that to set the stage. The tensions were really high. We raced over there to the Red Sea. And the first few days we were there, by the time we got there, it was September. For the first time ever, we were allowed to fly over Saudi Arabia. In fact, Saudi Arabia said, you can do whatever you want, just don't fly near Mecca. And so I was coming back from a mission, and I can't even remember because what happened next. Why it was just a young JO on his, he was a nugget, and me coming back from the desert, and we were coming back to the carrier, and the Red Sea kind of runs like this. It's and at the north end we had cruisers watching Jordan, and Iraq's over here, and they were really worried that they had told us that one of the threats that they want us to watch for is Iraqis coming through Jordan, jumping on the airways and coming down and trying to sneak in. And there were all these airliners. Every 3 minutes, an airliner would come in with stuff for the war. They had the whole National Reserve Fleet. So one of our CAP missions was to go up there and look at every airliner to make sure it really was what they thought it was. And so that sort of sets the stage. And we're coming back from being over the desert for whatever reason. And we decided to come back this way and take a sightseeing tour of the Red Sea. And the carrier's down here in the middle. And we were over on one freak talking to E2 over Saudi Arabia. And as we checked into the carrier, had its own frequency. And when we checked into it early, I hear the tactical action officer, who's a guy I'd served with in 102, that gets really excited when things are going down. And I heard his voice about 2 octaves higher, talking about back and forth the cruiser, that they had missiles on the rail and that they were launching the alert to go look at something. And so here's the carrier, here's the cruisers, and here I am coming in like this. And so I look out and I see this contrail way up high, moving fast, right from the threat sector that they were worried about. And so I had a hard time breaking in their frequency, saying, hey, look, I'm in a position, I've got a tally, you know, how about, you know.
Vector me.
What
Yeah.
do you want me to do?
They took me up on the offer, but I could tell what the vision in my mind was, hey, is this really a threat? But I also had the whole thing, the way they sounded, I said, this is just like the Vincennes when they shot down the Iranian airliner. We got to make sure we know what it is. So the AUG-9 is just so powerful that immediately when I put the radar in that direction, boom, it just, you know, it loves Doppler. And this thing was moving so fast and high, it locked it up. And the vector was the longest vector I've ever seen on anything. And so Dave laughed. It's pointing this way. We're right here. So it's telling us to intercept. We got to fly this way. and so I couldn't use TCS because the TCS, I'd have to point right at it. But that I knew there's, you know, a lot of times in max conserve, we had to use angles basically to intercept because airliners go so fast. But this thing was moving above Mach 1. But right away I went, the threat they were talking about was actually a Falcon airliner with a super-antenna radar on it. There's an article out there now, so I know I can talk about it. But and they thought it might have an Exocet on it. But I went, that airplane doesn't fly that fast. This could only be the Concorde. And it just happened that I'm real big on aviation history. I had a magazine, a British magazine, that had an article on the Concorde. And during the transit over there, I ran out of stuff to read. So I was reading about the Concorde, and it said, yeah, once a week, the Concorde flies from London to Bahrain. So right away I said, that must be it. That must be what this is. And, but I also had a camera with a 300mm lens. And so TCS is out of the picture, but I just used my camera, and I sent you a picture of it, but I guess you couldn't put it up there. But
yeah,
I could see this beautiful white shape of the Concorde out in front of this contrail right up there. So, but then I couldn't, they were so excited on the ship. I could tell they were ready to shoot this thing. And I kept breaking in, you know, saying, knock it off, you know, it's a Concorde, it's a Concorde. And then there was this big dead silence. And I could tell that the adrenaline got to the point that they couldn't wind down, you know. And I met a surface guy, it was just recently in the last year, that said he was over there. And I said, do you remember that? And he goes, oh yeah, we were ready to shoot. We had the missiles out of the magazine. This is before the vertical launch system, on the rails. We were ready to shoot. Because none of them knew about the Concorde.
You know,
good thing you didn't. That would have been pretty embarrassing.
Yeah.
Well, you know what, Aaron, what would have been terrible is if the missile wouldn't have hit it.
Yes.
Well,
I tell you,
I would hope it would.
Good. Okay.
No, you're right. Getting back to one of the hardest ones, I think, was the AS6 that, you know, a backfire could carry. You had like a window about that big, and you had to get the nose up, you had to speed, you had to have everything perfect to get that thing, or you were never going to get it.
Yeah. Hey, Aaron, I get the next question. I call dibs.
Go for it.
Hey, Joe, you took some of the most famous Tomcat pictures ever. Some of them were on the cover of Aviation Week. And I got to tell you, when I saw that, I go, how did he do that? But let me ask you about one that Tomcat fans love, and that is a picture of an F-14, wait a minute, pure vertical with 6 Phoenix on it. Tell us about taking that picture, please.
Well, that was, I guess it was kind of appropriate that the admiral that I had in the Red Sea, Admiral Mixon, had jokingly said when he left us, we were going through the receiving line, he goes, well, I'll be seeing you in Washington. And I'm like, I'm wondering what that is. But he actually was the guy that commissioned me into the Navy. I had worked for him when he was a captain. And I went, oh, no. I hope he forgets that. And because he was going to be the head of air warfare. So I still had about 6 months left, you know, my 3 years in the squadron. But one day somebody walked in and said, hey, Joe, you've got orders on the board, on the message board, saying I was going to go to the Pentagon. I was like, oh, man. But so anyway, it was time to, I was like, okay, I guess I'm leaving the squadron. But the skipper, who was the Topgun instructor, Sundance Davis, said, I tell you what, I've always wanted to do the 6 Phoenix shot. So I guess let's do that. And that'll be your last flight in the squadron. And so we talked to the Orties, who loved the idea of doing it. And first I wanted to dispel the myth. Everybody goes, oh, 6 Phoenix, you never carry that. Well, maybe because it's not practical. It's not because you can't do it. There's plenty of guys, the guys that did all the operational testing, like Ed Riley, they flew it off the ship. You know, you don't have as much fuel if you have to bring them back. But like my first skipper said, if they ever load 6 Phoenix on your jet, you better have some money in your wallet and a map, because we don't know if the carrier survived, because that means you're going to war. And but it turned out, I think over the years they figured out, the Soviets figured it out, and they weren't going to fly, make it easy for us and fly so that we use all 6. They were going to spread out their attacks so that they're coming in from every angle. So it made more sense to carry 2 were enough, or maybe 4. But anyway, so first I'll say about verticals, it is not for amateurs. And in fact, we lost some airplanes, and some guys lost their wings that didn't lose airplanes because they tried to do verticals without really thinking it through, or, just doing a couple of, very valuable Ds were lost because the guys went up and they hit each other. And then there was another one where they hit each other and stripped the missile off, and then didn't tell the accurate story about how it happened. And so, but it was one of my objectives when I first got to 102, that because I was the PAO, I needed cool shots, and there was no pictures of our airplanes because we just transitioned into them. So I was always trying to do a vertical, but it's hard to do at sea because you don't have the gas, because going vertical takes some gas. Dave and I were talking yesterday about one he took where you were in the middle. You could do it, but you had to have a lot of speed because you weren't going to go vertical very long. And the big problem about when you go vertical, you get, for the RIO or whoever's taking the picture, you got to do it pretty quick, because if you decel below 100 knots, you're starting to lose control authority, and that's how those airplanes hit. So you really have to be watching, not only watching the speed, but as it decays, you really need to have a plan to have airplanes, which seems unusual. You have to basically turn belly to each other and pull. So as you, it's like doing a loop at the top of loop. You've got to aggressively get that nose over while you still have control authority, because if you cough the motors, which is with the TF-30, you're probably going to cough the motors. And you've got to have the nose down, because to restart them, you got to have, to be safe, have, what do you say, Dave, about 300 knots on the jet? So you've got to get the nose over and get some airspeed back on it, or you're not going to get those motors started. And that's why a lot of people either wouldn't do the verticals, or because they didn't have the gas, or it really was for varsities, the guys that really knew what they were doing. And I have to thank Paul Miles, Kid Miles, who in my first squadron, he was the only guy that was Tomcat experienced. Everybody else was all F4s, but he talked us through that about how you would do it and what you had to watch out for. And I always remembered that. And it was so funny when I got to shoot the shot for Av Week. I was in the Pentagon and I hadn't flown in a year. And I got a call from the XO of 84, Brad Getch. And he said the skipper, who was Boomer Stufflebean, wanted to get on the cover Av Week, and said, how would we do that? And I said, well, you really need to have something new and unusual. They don't want a pretty picture. They want a pretty picture that's something new. And I said, well, bombs are new, but they called me because I'd been editor of Approach magazine, and I had good rapport with all the other magazine editors. And so I called over and I said, how about if we get a shot, which is the only one I think was ever taken. I've never seen anybody else have one that has one airplane outfitted for tarps, one for the fighter mission, and one with bombs. And so I called him back and said, yeah, they agreed. They're going to do it. So I called Skipper and I said, I was recommending some people I knew down there that could probably pull the picture off. He goes, well, why won't you do it? And I said, oh, yeah, anytime. And he go, yeah, because I know if you take the picture, you'll make sure it gets on the cover.
By name request.
Yeah. So, and I go down there and walk in the ready room, and there's all these JOs. And they said, yeah, we want all the JOs to be part of that. And that was pretty cool of Boomer to do that. But he goes, you're the mission commander. And I was like, I haven't even flown in a year. I don't even think I had a NATOP call at that point. But
what he's probably saying is if it screws up, it's your fault.
Yeah. Well, and I said, well, what mission are we doing? And they said, the mission is PhotoX, because I thought it would be the tail end of something. I went, oh, okay, here's how I want to do it. So I did we did a few orbits with the 3-ship. I was taking a picture of the 3 ships for the cover. And then I said, well, let's do some vertical work with just the airplane with the bombs. But I had to brief the guy on departing. Sure enough, he lost both motors. And then, one thing is when you lose a motor, especially the left motor, it's like electroshock therapy to the AUG-9, right, Dave?
Yeah.
And that's the big problem on PMCF. So I was experienced with I said, if you lose the motors, realize you've lost your INS. So get a good idea where you are, and don't rely on what the INS, says. And they came out of it, and they were heading out to sea 180 out because their INS had just been, it didn't know what was going on. And I had to tell them, hey, I thought, well, maybe he's trying to get his act together before he turns back to Oceania. And I finally had to come up and say, why don't we come around 180? Yeah.
The other west.
Yeah.
Hey, Eran, I'll let you, I'm watching the clock carefully.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've got like 3 minutes left. So,
hey, Joe, if you and I ever get together in a bar, we'll be drinking for hours and hours, telling old stories.
Yeah.
I mean, this is great.
Oh, just like at your house.
Oh yeah, that was a very fun evening.
Yeah. So what I might do, Joe, we've got a couple of questions here, but we've only got like 3 minutes left. So first thing, can I get you to call out, have you got the name of the prize winner there, which I emailed to you for the DCS Tomcat?
Is it?
Or did you not see that? I see. Yeah. If you don't have it, that's all right. I can read it out here if you want.
Can I pick a name?
No, it's already chosen. Sorry. If you don't have it, I can read it out. It's fine.
There was one guy out there who asked, who said, "Hey, what happened to your mustache?" I thought he deserves it.
I did mention that at the beginning. Yeah. So, do you want me to read it out?
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah. So the winner of the DCS F14 Tomcat from Heatblur is John. Now, I apologize if I pronounce this surname wrong. I'm sure Paco will get this one right. John Cicchetti, Cicchetti. Paco, how'd I do? It sounds Italian.
Oh, it is Italian, but I didn't listen to the spelling. John Cicchetti?
Yeah, probably. Cicchetti. Double T-I, yeah. So well done, John. You've won a prize. We'll be in touch with you about that. Congratulations. So what we are going to do, sorry to cut you off, Joe. I mean, I know I spent 2 hours on Zoom with you the other day. Some awesome stories. I'd love to leave you going, but we got to stick on schedule, unfortunately. But hopefully maybe have you come back and tell us more. Yeah, absolutely. So definitely keen to do that. So thanks for coming on. We do appreciate that. I hope everyone enjoyed your story. We'll get you, if you like, we've got a post in Facebook where I've said questions for HeyJoe. If you've got time and you can spare a few minutes, maybe drop in there and post a few answers if you want to. That would be much appreciated. And if you don't have time, we'll pass them on to you and we can maybe do them on a video call another time. Okay?
Yeah, I'm up for it all.
Awesome. Great to meet you, mate. Can you just flick your camera and microphone off? And Bio, you get to have a break. You know, have a comfort break, I think they call it.
I need to refill my glass.
Yeah, absolutely. So
yeah, I'll be monitoring, but I'll be back on schedule. So you guys have fun.
All right. So I'm just going to play a quick video and then I'll come back to you, Paco. So
cool. Well done, Bio.
Let me just get going here. Hang on a sec.
The inspiration for writing my first book, Topgun Days, came to me The inspiration for writing my first book, Topgun Days, came to me one evening when I was driving home from work, about a year after I retired from the Navy. We were approaching a milestone, 15 years since the release of the movie Top Gun, and which I had been involved with, and it was still being shown on TV, so I knew it was fairly popular, and I thought I'd write a magazine article about it. And then after just a few minutes, I thought, no, I'm going to write a book. So I went home, I mentioned it to my wife. She thought it was a good idea, and that's what started me on this project. Then my other two books, before Top Gun Days and Tomcat RIO, just tell the rest of the story. So that's where they all came from. Writing a book is not something that everybody does, but I think a lot of people have given it a thought. For me, I've written as part of my job in the Navy and since I retired, and so writing a book wasn't that big of a stretch. It was an agreeable challenge. I wanted the challenge of telling the stories that I experienced and of making them accessible and understandable to people in general, and also making them exciting. So it's been a fun process, and I also enjoyed thinking back and reliving my adventures while I was writing the books. My books are for a general audience. I wrote them so that anybody who can read would be able to understand them and to enjoy them. And that was part of my inspiration, was sharing the wonderful, exciting experience of naval aviation with a wide audience. My newer books, Tomcat RIO, I kind of shifted a little bit more and aimed towards the aviation enthusiast. So the person who has a little bit more understanding of terminology and activities, and I shifted the stories a little bit more that way also. Over the years since I published my first book, I have heard from people who read that book or read my second book and have it helped to nurture their enthusiasm for going into naval aviation. But I think some of the more interesting people who were affected by my books were those who give presentations as part of their job. And they read my books, and I described the preparation and the high standards that Top Gun instructors have for giving a Top Gun lecture. And several people have told me that they didn't realize how much preparation went into making a really good lecture into a great lecture, and they said it helped them to commit to doing a better job preparing for their own lectures. And I thought that was rewarding and interesting. I think the most common feedback that I get from my books is that people are surprised at some of the detail that I can put into some of the recollections. And I have a secret for that. One is that I have my flight logbooks, which hopefully all pilots and RIOs have. And it tells about your flights, the dates, and you can find other information in there. But for me, another thing that I have that helped me out was I used to keep little date books, a habit that I got from my father. And you can see I wrote my flight time in there for my flights. And when I was on a good flight that was memorable, I would sometimes write a little note about it. Another thing that I did, I'm not really a pack rat, but I kept a few things that were important, and they happened to help me when I was writing a book. For example, in my book before Top Gun Days, and I think I mentioned it in Top Gun Days also, I mentioned that I used to keep my own personal little notebook debriefing myself on flights. And here are some of those pages where I wrote the flight number and what I felt about my performance, things I did bad and things I did good. Those are some of the documentation that I have that helped me to put detail into the book. In addition, and anyone who's had adventures is going to experience this, I wrote about the events that made the biggest impression on me, and those are the ones that I can remember in great detail. If you like the sound of Top Gun Days and before Top Gun Days, please consider buying copies from your online retailer. They're available as print books, e-books, and audio books. Thank you.
Welcome back.
Hey.
Hey, how you going, Paco?
Good. Where's Erik?
Erik, he's run away. Erik, come on in.
I'm here.
All right.
There he is. We've got
camera on,
audio
buddy.
but no video.
Because I'm unable to add video because of being the host has stopped it. It says the host has stopped my video feed.
Oh, okay. That's my fault. Let me fix that.
Not very hosty.
Sorry about that.
Here we go.
There you are. Look at you, man.
Beautiful.
How are you?
Good, buddy. You haven't changed in
the Zoom reality. This is awesome.
Yeah. Looks nice out there.
Welcome to COVID-19.
Yeah, spectacular day here.
Yeah.
Good.
So, Erik, welcome. What I've done with everyone else, normally I've shown a couple of slides on a slide deck, so I'm going to do that for you. But I also want to play a short little, I think it's about a 2-minute video, which is the slides that you sent me. I turned into a video and we ran at the beginning of the show. So some people may not have been on there and seen that. And
Gotcha.
so I just want to show people those amazing photos of yours. So if you want to just bear with me a second while I get things cranked up. So first things first, we'll go to the slide deck, and Zoom is not sort of that easy to get around some of this stuff. Okay. So this is Erik Hildebrandt, and that's your son, Finn, is that correct?
That's correct.
So Erik's claim to fame is he's a kick-ass aviation photographer, amongst other things. He's also a pilot, I believe. And he has now published, is it 8 books, Erik? Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, including, including this big monster, magnificent looking book, which was, I guess you can tell us the story about that. It had the forward was written by Snodgrass, and our very own HeyJoe Dave Parsons also helped with the backstory on it, which is awesome. And we're going to talk a little bit about this, which is the F-14 Monument. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go and play this video for you guys. So this is an example of Erik's photography. I just turned it into a slideshow, and this is mind-blowingly good. So just hang on a minute. So let me get that shared properly. Screen 2, share. Whoops, where's the damn video? There we go. Okay. Just let me know if you can see that, guys.
Yeah, it's coming up now.
Awesome. All right, welcome back. So first things first, look, I know I'm probably taking my life into my hands saying this, considering we've got HeyJoe and Bio on here, who are both awesome photographers. But the photos you sent me yesterday, Erik, blew me away with how amazingly clear and sharp things look. I don't know if that's a bit of Photoshop and skill, or if you're just the most spectacularly good photographer.
It's all Photoshop.
All Photoshop.
All Photoshop.
Let me just jump in for 1 second. Eran, when you came to me with the concept of celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Tomcat, one of the first people I thought of having on is this gentleman right here, Erik Hildebrandt, because there's something about his pictures that are more than just snapshots. That, you know, he is a master storyteller through the visual means. And you know, since we're celebrating this airplane, Erik is the man who takes an image and, you know, makes it an emotional journey. I mean, those photographs all brought me back to something that was really, you know, integral to my life. So I love his photos, and they're super special. And I thought he would be such an amazing person to share the joy of the Tomcat with the whole community.
Good choice. Good choice. And I got to say, I that soundtrack to the clip, I don't know if you like that. That's off the Defender of the Fleet album from Meteor. I love that. Music.
Oh yeah.
So evocative.
Hand in hand
menace.
for that.
Yeah. So yeah, check it out, guys. You can listen to it for free online, and if you like it, you can buy it. So, okay. Paco, you two know each other. You go for it, and I'm just going to listen and enjoy the story, and then let me know if you need to show the monument pictures, for example.
Yeah, for sure. Once we get to it. So Erik and I have known each other for a long time. I don't remember how we first met. I feel like I've just known you like my whole Navy career.
No, we met at the bar in Fallon. I was shooting the
Tomcat
book.
Why is a bar and alcohol always involved in these stories?
I met everybody at the bar in Fallon. I think.
So your project for Speed and Angels was parallel to the Anytime Baby book that was chronicling the last 5 squadrons that were flying F-14s, and you were following the last 2, classes through 213 and 31. So we just kept overlapping, and we started the first time at Fallon, and then you needed cockpit rigging on a boat deck that you had coming up, and I had a lot of experience doing that. So I went out and rigged with Megan and Jay and a couple of other of the cockpits during that, and did some amazing work with Megan, her night traps, and we used IR illuminator in the cockpit. It was so I do this for a living now at Pax River. You could never do that now.
Really?
Yeah,
that infrared rig was genius, because those are the coolest shots, man. And it's great.
Yeah,
so
where she comes out around she's coming into the groove with the moon going over her shoulder, and her eyes just dilated with fear and adrenaline.
Yeah, and excitement. Yeah, and the coolest thing is she had no idea, right? She's just getting bathed in IR light, and there's obviously an IR camera. So we're getting this amazing shot. Megan has no idea that there's that there's all this light on her, and it was incredible. Like that shot really made that night carrier landing scenes.
Yeah, I thought it was cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So that's where we met, and that's when we started working together. And then actually we ended up doing some Wolf Air work after that, because you guys used them for the air-to-air stuff at Fallon.
That's our Tomcat stuff. But we worked on a couple different post Speed and Angels aerial coordination projects, which were also very cool, but not quite F-14 quality.
Guys, I just interrupt for 10 seconds. Sorry. For those of you watching on Facebook, I've put a post there, questions for Erik as you're watching the this. Chuck your questions in there, and if we've got hopefully a 10-minute slot at the end, we'll see if we can get him to answer some of them for you. So back to you two.
Yeah, for sure. So Erik, just for those that aren't familiar with your work, how did you jump into the aerial photography business?
I jumped into it just by following my innate passion for aviation. I was a commercial photographer for about 10 years, doing generalized anything freelance photography, and then went to an air show and struck up a conversation with a guy who wanted to see if we could do an air show book together. So it married a passion that I had as a side hustle, which was aviation. I was always flying model airplanes and building them on the side. That was just what I did as a person, and then melded it with my professional career. The only thing I can't believe is it took 10 years to figure that out, because once I made that connection, my career took off for one, but my work just really expanded exponentially from an artistic standpoint too.
It's amazing how many of us that are involved in this started off building models when we were kids. It's kind of funny. I don't think kids do that anymore. There's probably all going to be like DCI, like the conversation 20 years from now will be like, yeah, I started off playing, you know, digital combat on a computer. And
yeah.
So other than that shot, go ahead.
No, you're good.
What were you saying?
Sorry, guys.
I was a bunch of, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. I had you on. I was on mute. My apologies. I was just going to say, it's funny you say that about models. While I was stuck at home on COVID watch, I went to the local model shop and bought some, and I can't believe how much stuff they've got there. So I think it's still alive and kicking big time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So speaking of models, I have several F-14 box from Hasegawa. So the Japanese model manufacturer used a couple of the images for Tomcat models that they manufactured.
Oh, cool.
And for me, having built models as a kid, that was really one of the things that made it. Yeah, I realized I'd made it when I had a Hasegawa model box top.
That is pretty awesome.
That was pretty cool.
Very cool. So special memories from Speed Angels. I mean, that Megan shot was incredible. Anything else that pops up? You know, one of my favorite memories from that is that group photo we took at the end. That was 100% your idea, by the way. Like, everybody is done. We're all done. It's been a long, many years of shooting. We finally got the F-14 footage that we fought tooth and nail to get. Everybody just wants to go home. And you're like, wait. Get those planes over there and those planes over there and get everybody surrounded. And I'm going to take a photo. And we're all like, ugh. But now that is one of my favorite photos. It's unbelievable.
Everybody's got that same expression on their face. It had just rained, so the ramp was all glistening. It was a cool thing. I do the same thing.
Yeah. Any other good shots and memories from
the boat decks were remarkable, just from the standpoint of you know, back then going out on the boat and have the Tomcat there was a given. It had always been there. And once it was gone, you look back on those moments now, and the period where you had 2 squadrons of F-14s flying off a boat at a given time just doesn't happen anymore. And there's no more communities between, you know, it's all Hornet guys now. There's no fighter community. The Navy changed the day that airplane was retired. It changed, and it changed forever. It's all good memories. Thinking back and looking at the slideshow that Eran put up, and I've shown my kids the Speed and Angels movie several times. It's hard not to get you know, nostalgic about it every time you see it.
Yeah, it was a great shot. So did you put some of the lipstick cams into, or was it all?
That's all I did. That's all I did for you guys.
Yeah, lipstick cams.
Yeah,
unbelievable. And we put them in, like, one of the things we really wanted to do is we wanted to get all these unusual angles, like getting the cameras down by people's knees, or putting them in a glove box by the left knee and stuff like that. We did one of my favorite shots is when Puck was landing on, you know, we had some stunt pilots because we couldn't always get Jay and Megan to do our flying for us for the scenes that we wanted to do. So we got one, the skipper of the squadron, Puck Howe, who's a good buddy, had a lipstick cam on the side of his helmet, which is a crazy shot. Really cool.
Yeah. And so much more difficult back then. You could do what we did now with a couple of GoPros and get 10 times better footage. And we were doing it with remotely cabled, battery driven, helmet bag fitting, tape driven. That was all videotape, you know, and the cat shots would shake and the video would go, you know, linear.
Blurry. And we had to make sure, we had to pray that the guys would turn the camera on. Remember that? Like, because there's only so much battery. And we're like, oh my God. And he's going out on a mission. The last, you know, like, of the 100 things he's got on his mind, like 101 is turn the freaking camera on that's strapped to my head. So
because there's not enough battery from startup to getting shot off the deck. So he had to remember it was in the back and not only turn it on, but then hit the 2 right buttons that were, it was a.
So, all you need is a little USB cable hanging out the back. That would have made their day, wouldn't it?
You quickly identified what RIOs were able to run the camera and which ones weren't.
Right. Surprisingly few. I mean, considering they had to run the AUG-9, you know. But again, I mean, it was such a low priority for them to also turn the camera on for this documentary that they don't really care about yet. I mean, they had to just, like, go on faith that we were going to do something really cool, which I think they're appreciative of now.
Yeah.
So Erik, I got a quick question for you.
Sure.
So obviously you do still photography. Do you do much video, or is that not really an area that you focus on?
Do a lot of video, actually. So the backstory on what I did for, I'm full-time now here working for the Navy as a contractor, as a flight test photographer. Everything I've done commercially happened up until 2012. So before that, I did coffee table books and editorial magazine stuff and Discovery Channel. I did 3 Discovery Channel documentaries where I was aerial coordinator for those. And here in my job here, I shoot video all the time.
Right. Okay. And as you say, the equipment is so different now compared to back then.
Correct. Yeah. In fact, the Anytime Baby book was my last film project.
Right.
Everything was digital. The last couple chapters of that book were the first phases of digital. So.
Yeah. Sorry, back to you, Parker.
Yeah, no worries. Do you like working with digital better? I mean, I know it's obviously easier, but is it
I
different?
do. Yeah, no, I'm a practical man.
Yeah.
I'm not nostalgic for standing around in a dark room. I did enough of it. It was fun. It was great, but it's so much easier to do it now electronically, and the timeline for the workflow is just collapsed so much more efficiently. Yeah, professionally, it's amazingly. The cameras are so much more capable than film was at the time.
Sure.
And artistically, you can make it look like film. So there are purists out there that will always come around and be haters on digital, but I'm not one of them.
Yeah. So since we're here to talk about the Tomcat, and you published one of the preeminent Tomcat photography books, tell us a little bit about Anytime Baby, man. It was such a great book.
Oh, so that was another bar conversation sitting around at Oceana after doing some project, and Mike Moss, a great Airland public affairs, still there, and some of the old Tomcat mafia, basically, were thinking, well, what are you going to do next? I had been doing air show books at the time, and they knew I could do that sort of thing. So they said, why not do a Tomcat farewell book? We've only got 6 squadrons remaining. And in the time it took me from deciding to do it to getting it done, Jolly Rogers were decommissioned. So it turned out to be the last 5 squadrons. And essentially the wing gave me the keys to the car to say, whatever you need, flights up to 2 in each squadron, essentially, is how they defined it.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing. And deployed, well, I didn't deploy twice. I embarked with 2 deployed squadrons for the last Tomcat cruise at all.
Like in the Gulf?
Yeah, and flew. That's where in the chapter flew with Puck, chasing another 31 jet doing strafing runs at the wake. So we shot the gun at the wake in the Gulf on deployment.
Very, very cool. And did you get photos of that from the cockpit? You got
from the back seat? Yeah.
That's awesome.
I was actually going to ask, how often did they let you in the back seat? I'm assuming you didn't get a front seat job.
No, I couldn't get it started. That was always the hang up there.
It's not that hard.
It's not that hard.
Find a DCS pilot, they can do it.
I think I have just under 30 traps in an F-14.
Wow.
Yeah. That's legit, awesome, man.
Yeah, that's legit, right?
Yeah.
I'm in the Tomcat.
You should have had Puck Howe on this. I can't believe the lineup was just so full. Having Puck on with all the Speed Angel stuff would have been great because Eran, Jim Howe flew. So we got the F-14 footage for the film on the very, very last Fallon det for the F-14 in 2006. So it came down to the wire. It took two years to get permission to get the F-14 footage, to the point where we didn't know that we were going to be able to get it, but we finally got it. And this guy, Jim Howe, who I've known, I went through the Tomcat ride with him, and just an amazing dude and a great F-14 pilot. He was the squadron CEO, and he did all the, he and a couple guys did all the F-14 flying footage for the Fallon portion and the air-to-air portion in the movie. And he was great. He would have been, he has a lot of great stories.
Go ahead. I was going to say, I was looking for some good live F14 video footage to play on here, like preferably HD, and pretty well the only thing you can get that's actually any good is Speed and Angels. The rest of it's all like 4:3 ratio, and it looks bloody terrible. So
yeah.
But anyway,
we'll take that. I've got a garage full of like 100 hours of HD footage of the F14. So maybe someday I'll get that.
Ship it all off to me.
Yeah, there we go.
It's in a camera though. I'll have to figure out how to make that work with a tape, right?
No, the HD footage is on HD cam, which is still a tape, but it's a much higher level, sophisticated version of tape. The last of the really nice HD tape, I think, before they went to pure digital.
I haven't done any video on that format for God knows how long, but anyway.
Nobody has. So E, tell us what you're doing now. What's your gig now? It's really interesting.
Yeah, so the Tomcat book was 2005, 2006. I did 1 or 2 air show books in between that, and then I kind of culminated my freelance career shooting this 100th anniversary or the century anniversary of naval aviation, where I had 18 months to go and shoot every type model series in the Navy, Marine Corps, and the Coast Guard. And that book came out in 2011, and I realized at that point I was never really going to have a better project to work on or more access. I had taken my ride about as far as I could go. They didn't have a shuttle anymore, and I knew I wasn't going to get a ride in that. So I had lived every possible freelance dream I could have had. And the job here at Pax River opened up, which I had always known about since I had just gotten started as a freelancer, and the same guy had it for like 35 years.
What is that job?
It's literally, the job is flight test photographer. So when any of the squadrons here on base, so Pax River represents all of naval aviation, from the big wing stuff to the rotary wing stuff to the fighter jet stuff. And whenever any of those aircraft are testing a new, well, let's just say F-18 is going to do a WEPSEP for some new store or new software load on that store. And they have to do a separation test. It requires video while you're there. So you're chasing it with video and stills. And that's the job. It's literally flight test photography of a jet, drop in a store, for data purposes only. Now, just because that's the job, there's plenty of opportunity for beautiful pictures on the way there or beautiful pictures on the way back. So it's not that different at all from what I did previously. In fact, I used to travel 2 packs all the time as a freelancer to meet up with the programs that were in the media at that time. I would be shooting for Aviation Week or whoever. So I was intimately familiar with the base and the area. It was just serendipity. I was kind of hitting the twilight of a career that I wasn't going to get any better, and looked for an opportunity to get off the road. So that's what this.
Let me get this straight. So for your job, you said you get to go fly in Hornets in the back seat with a camera and take beautiful pictures.
Yeah.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, right.
I feel so sad for you, you poor fella.
I didn't say feel bad for me, did I? I wasn't saying I'm not boohooing here. It's a good gig.
And when you go home, you get to like have that ocean view in the background there. That's
right. Yeah. So base is that way about 1.25 miles along the water line. So as I'm coming into the break, I'm looking at home, seeing who's home, and I'll see them in 45 minutes from when I'm wheels down. It's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Great. All right. So the big news that you told me about,
minutes, guys.
Yeah. Real quickly, let's talk about that Tomcat Memorial that you were involved in.
I wasn't really involved in it at all. So this all happened unbeknownst to me. The only essay that I had to it was from Mike Moss, who was looking for pictures that he was familiar with from the Tomcat book that they had identified and wanted to consider for the design on this memorial. And ended up, there you go. And ended up being a couple of those photographs there, particularly the second one from the left, the top, the two, that's Fairview Peak at Fallon. And that's Twig in the lead aircraft with Fathead. I'm not sure who was -2 on that. It might have been, I don't know. I don't remember who it was.
Was that during a Speed and Angels shoot, or was that a different time?
It very well could have been the same time frame as Speed and Angels, but it wasn't during your shoot because I didn't chase on that.
Okay. Yeah, well, they were there. Yeah, Twig was Pucks XO, is that right? Or
no, vice versa.
Vice versa, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So that might have been the second to last det, right? And Twig was skipper, and then you guys photographed on when Puck was.
Yeah, like in June or something like that.
Yeah,
so.
something like that.
Very cool. All right, Eran, I'm going to turn it over to you for the Q&A portion of the phase.
Cool. And before we do that, Erik, did you get the email with the prize winner to announce?
I did. I'm going to have to jump to it just for a second.
And before while you're looking, Paco, you and Bio, I forgot to get you to announce a winner each at the beginning. So if you want, when Eric's finished, if you want to let them you were the first one off, if you want to announce that after Erik.
Yeah.
So my winner is Morgan Rayberger.
There you go. Congratulations, Morgan. You will get an email from me or someone, and just let us know your details, and we will hook you up with Heatblur. They'll send you a license for the F14 Tomcat model. So thank you. And Paco, who was yours?
Yep. So this is for the Heatblur Tomcat, right?
Yeah, the top one, number 39.
Number 39. All right, stand by. It's Alton Jones. Congratulations, you are now a virtual Tomcat pilot.
Well done, or a Rio possibly. So
that's right.
All right, so we've got lots of questions here, Erik. I think the secret to questions is let them know that the questions post is available early. So, all right. Martin Pring asked, favorite aircraft aside from the Tomcat to shoot?
The next one. That I get to shoot is my favorite. It's what I get to do next. Yeah.
Right.
Mustangs are pretty cool though too.
Yeah. Yep. Awesome. Herbert Thalon asked, what's your favorite picture? That's probably
I don't have favorite pictures. I can't. I have
too many.
Yeah. Well, not too many. They're all like kids. You know, you like them for different reasons.
Yeah. Okay. Now, do we want to go into, I think Erwin Kronberg wants to ask you about camera equipment. Nothing personal, Erwin. I think we'll give that one a miss because that could take a long time.
I will say Nikon. Nikon is what I would say to equipment.
Okay. So David Terry asks, Erik, do you sell signed copies of your photos or are you willing? Do you have a website? What's your best project that sticks out in your career? Thanks for all you do.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I do sell prints, and you can buy books. The books are easiest or best available on Amazon. If you just go or Amazon search my name, you'll see all of them. The Fly Navy book, the Anytime Baby, as well as the Front Row Center Air Show books.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And if someone wants a signed copy of a photo, for example, do you do that?
Email is best to contact me through the email.
Yep. And what would that be? Or do they just go to your website, whatever the address is?
Don't have a website anymore. Now that I'm full-time for the government, I abandoned all of my freelance.
Because there's still one up there. Or you're just not using it.
Which one did you find?
Something about Vulture. Is that right?
Vulture's Row? Yeah.
Yeah. Because I was looking at it thinking, this is a fairly old-looking website.
Yes, it is. That's why, because I abandoned it.
Okay.
But if you can, so the email is still the same there. Erik at Vulture's Row will get me ERIK.
Yep. Awesome.
At Vulture's Row. And the significance of Vulture's Row, as everyone knows in carrier aviation, is the deck up on top of the island where you can pick people's landings apart.
Okay. Fair enough. There's a few more questions people asking about buying prints. Is there going to be another book about the F-14 in the future, or was Anytime Baby maxed out already regarding your best shots?
I believe that was maxed out already.
Okay. What was your favorite? Ronnie Smith asked, what was your favorite place to visit on deployment?
Very good. I never deployed. I'm always been a civilian, so I've never been enlisted or an officer. Mm-hmm. But Hawaii is pretty tough to beat. If you're going to go and take some pictures, that's not a bad place to go.
Yep. Sounds good. All right, I think we have run out of time. Let me just check. No, actually, sorry, my apologies. I'm jumping the gun here. You've got plenty of time. Rick Hedden asked, I was a PC on Vigilantes. Did you do any photos of them?
They had already disestablished the Vigilante squadrons by the time I got started doing this, unfortunately. Although at work here on Pax River, there's a Vigilante on a stick that I drive past every day, and I admire how cool that airplane is.
Yep. Maxim Lysak asked, as someone who's tried to do air-to-air photography, Erik, do you ever get dizzy looking into the camera flying at the same time in a different direction? It kind of does things to your brain.
Yeah, it happens all the time. It's hard to beat. And yeah, getting sick is part of the job. It doesn't happen all the time, but if it happens. Yeah.
Okay.
For me, anyway.
Art, apologies, Art, I know I'm butchering your name. S-Z-O-P-A, Zopa, I think it is. Do you still have your Cessna Skymaster with the nice camo?
Oh, that's such a sad report to say. No, I don't still have it. I sold it about 3 or 4 years ago. I had it for almost 10 years. Yeah, sad
Awesome.
to see it go.
So you're a qualified pilot, correct?
Yeah, I'm about 1,000-hour multi-engine pilot with that aircraft.
Okay. And do you have your own plane currently?
I do not. No.
Okay. I think we probably have run out. Let's just have a look. Yeah, someone asked about brand of cameras you shoot with. Nikon, I think you said was the one.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Oh, here we go. Don Thomas snuck in with the last question. What is Erik's favorite air show to attend?
Quonset, Rhode Island. It's an amazing show up there, nestled right in between Newport in the harbor there. And it's just picturesque New England summertime. Perfect place to go.
Cool. Okay, Erik, thanks for coming on board. Great to meet you finally. And mate, seriously, I love your photos. They're just mind blowing. I tried to rave to my partner about them, but she doesn't care.
Well, thanks for coming on, Erik. That was amazing.
Yeah.
See ya.
Awesome.
Hey, man. Stay well.
Right. So I'll get you to just switch your camera and your mic off, Erik. And Paco, I'm just going to play a little bit of video. We actually finished a bit early. So we are supposed to be doing a prize drawing in a minute. So I think we might be running about 5 or 6 minutes early. So do you want to, I'll play your video and
hey,
then
Eran, I got a question.
Yeah, go for it, Bio.
Was I supposed to do some drawings that I haven't done yet?
Yes, there was one. So thank you for reminding. I was going to get you when you came on, but the first one, number 293. Do you want to read him out for me?
Okay, the number 293 is the winner of the Heatblur Tomcat module.
Yep.
And that is David Robertson.
Well done, David. Hopefully you don't have one already, in which case you're a lucky man. So let me make sure we haven't forgotten anyone there. So we've done you guys, Hooter, HeyJoe, Erik. So yeah, we're up to speed on that one. Okay, so what I'm going to do, play a quick video, and then we'll come back and do a prize drawing. So Paco and Bio are putting up some prizes as well. So we'll do half of them now, and then we'll do the draw's already been done. We'll announce the winners, and then we'll do the other half towards the end of the show. So just bear with me while I get this video up and running.
Delta Easy.
Exactly. Low holding.
Right. Okay. Oh, there's.
Paco, we had all those great terms.
I know. I missed that lexicon, man.
Yeah, me too.
Oop. Okay.
That's an easy one. I mean, there were two things that really did it for me. One was the people in the ready room. Just the most interesting, colorful, genuine, fun-loving, hardworking people I've ever met in my life. And it was a joy to be around them on a daily basis. The bond that you develop in a squadron, and a fighter squadron, especially one that deploys, is something unlike anything I think most people will experience in their lives. And then very, very close second to that was the jets. I mean, I loved flying, you know, the A6, the F14, and the F5. That is something that was just built into my DNA. From the first second I jumped into a jet as a 19-year-old kid getting a backseat ride, I knew that that was where I wanted to be. And I enjoyed every second of it for the 20 years that I got to fly them. So the jets were incredible. My first ride in the Tomcat and the F-14 was actually as a college student between my sophomore and junior years in college. I was part of a program that got to experience a variety of different options for postgraduate work in the Navy, and I got to go out to Miramar as like a 19-year-old kid on a Wednesday, get in the backseat of an F-14. And I found out later that my pilot was the chief technical pilot and coordinator for the movie Top Gun. And I was his first flight after having filmed Top Gun. So it was a long time ago, but it was a great experience. And that night I got to go to the famed Miramar Club and, you know, celebrate my first flight on F-14 and probably one of the most colorful and lively bar environments in the world at the time. So it was awesome. The hooks were set. I was done. I was ready to sign up for life. My 3 military planes, that's pretty tough. There's tons of great ones to choose from. I think if I had to narrow it down to 3, I'd start off with the F4 Corsair from World War II. Beautiful plane, just a gorgeous design. I used to watch Baba Black Sheep when I was a kid. And you know, that was such a great show, especially for a young kid, and it was an easy plane to fall in love with, and it had such a great and storied career in World War II in the Pacific. My second that I would go with would be the Spitfire. Beautiful airplane, gorgeous. You know, the wing is it's just a phenomenal design, very distinctive, and it had just the most incredible story on its own in the Battle of Britain. You know, I often wish that I could go back and jump into a Spitfire and help defend you know, the free world. That's just it's a gorgeous airplane and did such a wonderful job. And then my all-time favorite is the F-14 Tomcat. Top Gun, you know, made it famous, but I fell in love with it before that, being involved in the Navy. It was an incredible plane to fly, especially with the big engines. Really great squadrons, good people to be around, and a great plane to take aboard the ship. Storied, you know, wonderful career in the Tomcat as well. I hope Lions of the Sky sounds interesting and intriguing to you, and you decide to pick it up. If you do, go to your local Amazon. It's available in hardback, paperback, Kindle, and audiobook as well. Thank you so much.
Hey guys.
Hey.
So I was wondering whether you guys would be okay. We're actually running ahead of schedule a little bit. I know that's a terrible thing, but how about we do the prize draw, and we take maybe a 10-minute break after that, and I'll play I'll play Erik's video on loop. And we can do I need to do a comfort break amongst other things.
Yeah, of course.
Is that okay?
Be sure to mute your microphone before you do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Don't take your camera with you.
No, different room. What's that silly video that ended up going a bit viral of the woman going to the toilet on Zoom with her laptop? I don't know.
Well, it was done on, wasn't that on Police Story or something, 3 or something?
Oh goodness.
Leslie Nielsen.
Yeah. So guys, we've got some prizes here. So both of you guys are giving away prizes. So you've got copies of your book. Paco's got some DVDs, and Bio's got some photos to give away as well. So I've sent you both a list. How about we just alternate? So if you want to read one from Paco, then one from Bio, and we'll do half of them each. So 2 for Bio, 2 for Paco, and then we'll finish the rest at the end of the day. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
Me
Goodbye.
first? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Winner of a signed copy of Topgun Days is Matteo Pesce, P-E-S-C-E. Paco, how'd I do on that one?
Pesce, yeah, pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, for those of you who win a physical prize that has to be sent to you, we will email you to tell you about the prizes, but we'll obviously need to get your address. And if you're getting a signed copy of anything, you can tell us what you want the guys to sign in the book or on the DVD as well. So look out for an email from us. All right, Paco, you can do the next one.
Okay, signed copy, hardback copy of Lines of the Sky, Martin Morley.
Well done, Martin. Bio, back to you.
Signed copy of hardback of Before Top Gun Days is Matt Cowan, C-O-W-A-N, Matt Cowan.
Well done. And one more for you, Paco.
All right, cool. And let's see, we're doing a bunch of Kindle copies here now. Kindle copy of Lines of the Sky to Marvin Mulder, Agent Mulder.
Agent Mulder, yeah.
Built-in call sign.
You gotta love those call signs. Those are easy.
Yep.
Yeah, awesome. All right, great. So what we'll do, guys, we'll save the rest of them till the end of the session. So yeah, I'll just put the video on loop, and we'll all take a break and come back. And let me see. So we're due to have Billy on at 14:40 EST, which I think we're
10
about
minutes.
10, 11 minutes away. So I'll be back before then, and you guys can take a break, and we'll go from there. All right.
All right.
Okay.
Awesome.
See you soon.
See you soon. And I will just mute everything. And Hey there, welcome back everybody. Eran from Perth here. It is 2:40 a.m. in the morning. Am I a crazy man staying up this late? But anyway, and we've got Dave Baranek in the house and Billy Brian Kocher, correct? Welcome.
That's right, Eran.
Welcome. So just give me 1 minute, Billy. I'm just going to do a little quick intro slide for you. Let me just check to see that I've got those here. So just bear with me. I'll just do a quick intro to Billy and then Dave will step in and we'll chat from there. So fit visible. Got to choose the right size on this thing or it doesn't work.
Billy, I broke out a Checkmate's mug in honor. Oh, there you go.
You old Colorado native here.
All righty. So here we go. So welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that unexpected 10-minute break. I sure as heck did. It's nice to be running on time, which is great. I thought we were going to be way behind, but we're doing well. So our next guest is Brian Billy Kocher, and that's him there next to that good old gorgeous looking Tomcat. And whoop, it looks like Popeye's just arrived. And then there's some more current pictures of him there. And I don't think we've got anything else. So Dave is going to tell us all about, or you're going to tell Dave all about you, and we will go from there. So let me just stop the screen share and we're back. Welcome, Billy. Great to meet you. Well, we met briefly already, but welcome back.
Thanks, Eran. It's good to meet you. Thank you to you, Bio, and Paco for putting this together. It's pretty awesome.
Our pleasure. Our pleasure. So Dave, over to you.
Okay, so for the crowd, I knew Billy from when I was in VF2, which was my department head tour, the middle of my career, and he was an outstanding young RIO at that time. Then he went on to do some impressive flying, which he'll tell us about in a minute. And then we crossed paths again later when I was a squadron commander in VF211. Billy was temporarily my XO, and we really needed an XO, and Billy was the guy that we needed at the time. And then when he left 211, he went on to do more cool things and became a squadron commander himself. So Billy, let's go start back to the beginning and tell us when did you become interested in aviation and the F-14?
Well, great to see you again, Bio, and putting this whole thing together and seeing all the people and just getting ready for this and thinking about all the memories. A shout out to Euchre and Jumby, who I know are online here watching. So hey guys.
Jumby.
Hey, listen. So I had aspirations in my junior year in high school to be an astronaut. One day I just woke up and I said, "That's what I want to do." And so, back in the late '70s, early '80s, you didn't have the internet or other things to go figure out how to do that. So you go to the library and start doing some research. And at the time, I learned that most astronauts were naval aviators. So my task was now to figure out how to do that. So set my sights on college, joined the ROTC at the University of Washington, majored in aeronautical engineering, said flying is in my blood, I want to do this. And next thing I know, I got selected to go fly airplanes, went down to Pensacola, got my wings, and then lo and behold, got selected to fly fighters out at Fightertown, USA in Miramar.
So let's take a quick detour. Did you start out planning to be a pilot and then have to become a RIO, or did you have bad eyesight from the beginning?
I did. I planned to be a pilot. I know I was going to be close. In fact, while I was in college, I was figuring out how to cheat and fudge the eye test. And in fact, when they were splitting us up in flight school, I actually went and got over in the pilot's line, pretending I was just some dumb idiot new ensign, and tried to get through the pilot line. And one of my good JO buddies said, "Hey, you need to be over in this line with the rest of us blind guys." And I'm like, no, don't look at me. So, but they caught me and they put me back in the RIO line. So it was great though. I mean, I wouldn't have traded it for the world. So.
Yep. Okay, so give us a quick overview of your F-14 squadrons. Actually, all your flying tours in the Navy, and then we'll get into some of your stories.
Okay. Well, I started out, as we talked about, learned how to fly at Miramar, fly the Tomcat at Miramar. I was actually in flight school when Top Gun came out. And I remember sitting in a movie theater watching the movie when it first came out, and we're still students, and we're thinking we're bigger than life, and so I was pretty excited when I got to Miramar. Learned how to fly in the F-14A at 124. Got selected by our skipper Rip Sirhan to go to VF2. Did 2 deployments with VF2, one of them being a combat cruise in 91 in Desert Storm off the USS Ranger. While I was there, in fact, I got selected in January of 91. The war was just about over. And Action Jackson called me in and said, "You've been picked to go to test pilot school and picked to go to pilot transition. Which one do you want?" So I struggled with it. I said, I need to know tomorrow. And so again, sticking to my aspirations to be an astronaut, I picked going to test pilot school. So I went from VF2, went to test pilot school, spent a year in that program. After that, 3 years at Pax River, flying various test programs, did some air-to-ground separation, JTIDS integration, oh boy, DFCS flight control, prep. I mean, we did a lot of cool things doing the test world, so that was pretty fun. Left there, went to VF-24, did my basically what we call the Super JO tour in VF-24. In the A's, of course, again, VF-24 went away. I transitioned over to 211. There I hooked up with you again. Had a great time in 211. Left 211, went to Space Command, did a couple things, selected for command, and then en route to command went to the Pentagon. Spent a year and 12 days at the Pentagon. Actually was there during 9/11. That wasn't a lot of fun. But then I went to command. Spent my command tour at VF-213 with Erik, with some of the folks that he's mentioned there. Megan, you're going to talk to later. Joe, you're going to talk to later. Great JOs, great pilots. Did my command tour there, took them on cruise, and then left deployment midway, turned it over to Dan, Slave Boy, Cave, and then went off to my final tour as an OPSO on a carrier. So that was my last flying tour at VF-213.
So along the way, you already said that you did the combat cruise in VF2. Tell us. I mean, I was there for the first deployment that my second deployment was your first deployment,
right?
Which was the 89 cruise, 89 cruise, no combat. And then I was in the Pentagon reading about you guys being war heroes. Tell us a few of your fun stories from Desert Storm.
Well, I tell you, probably the most impactful thing that we did, when we got there, we were doing our study and we learned that, the Iraqis were afraid of the Tomcat. So we were, okay, well, good. We're king of the hill. And so we got there and the Iraqis wouldn't fly their airplanes. In fact, they flew them all over to Iran. So we need to figure out how to be relevant and how to be contributing to the war effort. So a few of us Enterprise JOs got together and started looking at the Phoenix Alpha. I think we were carrying the Alpha at the time, not yet the Charlies.
Okay.
We did Charlies, but we were looking at, it had an air-to-ground capability. At least that's what the book said. And so we were practicing and actually training and studying how to use the Phoenix missile against boats, against small targets, because the boats were coming out and harassing the oil platform. So we said, hey, we got to figure out a way to help, stave off these boat attacks to the oil platform. So we started doing our study, and next thing you know, we get out there, we get launched, and we get vectored on 2 little small Iraqi boats that are attacking the oil rigs. So we get down on the deck, and we have to get down low because we're looking at, underneath these oil platforms. So they're 60, 70 feet above the water like a carrier is. So we're down doing these knife edge turns, swooping around the oil platforms, looking underneath to see if we can see these boats come out. So in fact, one of our pilots actually ran a boat aground, chased him, once it came out away from the oil platform, started running. He chased the boat all the way to the coast of one of the islands, and it beached itself, and the guys jumped out. So it was pretty exciting.
I can't believe for 1 second that you guys were thinking about shooting Phoenixes at a boat. Like, what were they, $1 million a pop? That would have been an expensive gun.
Yeah, but
Well,
but
it's
Aaron,
funny,
you
but
gotta think
we had a
about-
lot of them.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, but here's the other thing: that boat can damage a multi-million-dollar
Yeah.
oil platform.
Yeah, I
So,
guess so.
you know, you got to think about what it can do.
Yeah.
Well,
Wow.
Well, we were concerned the boat would come after the carriers and the fleet as
Yeah.
well. So we were thinking, you know, strategically.
Yeah.
I thought about those rationalizations a long time ago.
Was this pre-Bombcat days where you could do laser guided weapons and all that kind of stuff?
Yes, yes. We weren't carrying air-to-ground ordnance. We were air-to-air only at the time. So we did do a lot of air-to-air work up in Iraq, watching as the coalition forces, NRA 6s, were doing the hard work. And but we saw an opportunity to help out, you know, in fleet defense. So it was worthwhile.
Yeah. And was that the A model, or did you go to Bs by that stage?
We were flying A's. That was VF2 and we were flying A's.
Right.
Okay. So we've got some good questions lined up here, but I've been checking the feed on Facebook, and people are wondering, Billy, about the items behind you, the tail hook and the painting. Can you give us a quick tour?
I can. So let me start from the beginning. The picture is a picture by John Dowdy. He painted a picture of VF2 jets alongside CV-61 USS Ranger, which was my first ship. And so that particular picture was an original, and he offered it to our squadron as kind of a good deal from the artist himself. So that's a pretty memorable piece of gear there. And then the last piece, well, I'm going to point over here real quick. That picture there, most of those pictures you see on that board, that was my going away picture when I left Squadron Command. And most of those pictures were taken by Erik Hildebrandt when he was there. I was actually with him and, doing the last Tomcat cruise in 2005. So he did a great job with us. And then up top, that is an actual tail hook stinger assembly section from an F-14 Tomcat. Weighs about 150 pounds. It is hollow. But my chief's mess, when I left the command, they gave me that as a going away present. So I was pretty touched by their appreciation. So those are that's my I love me wall. I had a lot more here. I'm actually packing up my house. We're going to move up to a different house here pretty soon. So, but I have a lot of patches, other things I could show you, but this is what I have right now.
I got to tell you guys a quick story about tail hooks. So a comment I got in Facebook a couple of days ago when we were talking about the event, this guy, I don't remember his name, I apologize, but basically he was on the carrier. He was one of the guys running around. A tail hook fell off the plane and hit him on the head. Ow. Knocked him out cold. They had to send him off to hospital, and I think he said it took him, I don't know if it was 3 or 6 months until he recovered enough to come back. I thought, oh my God, that must have hurt.
It's a heavy piece of gear. I mean, it took me took 3 chains to hold it up on my ceiling. So
yeah, fair enough. Okay, back to you, Blair.
That's good. That is cool stuff, and the fact that the Chiefs gave you that tail hook, that makes that extra special.
Absolutely.
Okay, so you talked about going to Pax River. Is that where you did some air-to-ground weapons testing?
Yeah, that was the advent of the Bombcat, Eran. We were actually the first team up there to start actually doing weapon separation testing. And I mean, this entailed basically dropping inert ordnance, 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s to make sure that when they come off the jet, they don't hit each other or hit the airplane.
Yeah.
That could be bad, especially if they explode. So we did a lot of things that you might not think are sane. We did 60-degree dives at 1.01 Mach, just above supersonic, making sure we generate that shock profile underneath the aircraft. So when the bombs come off, we can see exactly how they're going to perform. So we were going pretty fast, trying to make these things hit each other and see if they will. And fortunately, they never did. So, but that was pretty epic. We did inert ordnance. We did all the GBUs, 500 pound, 1,000 pound, 2,000 pound. We did laser guided. We did JDAM. We did the entire suite of air-to-ground ordnance that when we dropped when the Tomcat was finally decommissioned.
Was it fun, or was it tedious to fly the profiles and all that stuff?
No, it was a lot of fun. It really was. You had to do a lot of planning, and it actually was applying the things we learned in test pilot school. So it felt relevant. You know, you're trying to hit exact numbers, exact altitudes, exact airspeeds, exact dive angles, right on parameters when you release that bomb. So it was you're thinking of it more academically, but it's a lot of fun to actually go through that and get the data. And
see, I've said that to people too. I mean, when you go up there, and when we flew, it was very disciplined, but still you're flying in a jet fighter. It's like, it's fun.
Yeah. What can be bad about that, right?
Yeah.
A Sam up the butt. That's about the only thing.
Not over Central Maryland.
Well, we hope not. Hey,
okay,
sorry, Bio. Just quickly, anyone in Facebook, if you've got questions for Billy, chuck them in. I've already put a post that says questions for Billy. So go jump in there and start asking them, and we'll get back to them later.
Okay, here's the one I want to hear about, because Billy and I talked about this stuff when we were planning this. It's the high-speed flat spins when you're testing digital flight controls. And also, tell us about DFCS. I've heard guys say that transformed the Tomcat.
Well, I'll tell you what. Okay, so I don't know if you remember Hal Murdoch. He and I were the test pilots for that particular program. And what we were doing was we were going to baseline the digital flight characteristics of the D before they implemented the software. The software that was in the airplane, the D, was actually an inert software that just kind of mirrored what the A's already did. Okay, so it wasn't anything special. So we went out and flew the airplane. First of all, we did about 2 or 3 weeks in the simulator, a very high fidelity. I mean, it's DCS on steroids. It was pretty phenomenal. And so we practiced these flight profiles, and we're talking about 38,000 feet, 1.2 Mach, and then we would generate 45 to 55 degrees of yaw rate, either through high-speed coupled departures or adverse yaw departures, and we would actually literally spin the airplane and evaluate its flight characteristics. Now, keep in mind, we did this about, like I said, over a period of about 3 weeks. We did it 4 times a day. And so we were pretty well, I won't say comfortable with it, but we kind of knew what to expect, assuming that the airplane would fly like the simulator did. And so the first time out there, sure enough, we go out and we're doing 1 Mach at 38,000 feet, flying over Chesapeake Bay. And then Doc cross controls the airplane and it starts to spin.
Here goes.
And it's exactly what we said. Here we go. That's exactly what he said when he cross controlled. And here we go. So the airplane starts spinning. I get the turn needle on the PTID. It says, "Yep, we're spinning." And I watch the diamond start to tick up to 55 degrees of yaw rate, which is pretty substantial. And then he implements the anti-spit controls. We're talking through the stick forward, neutral lateral, harness lock, rudder opposite, no recovery, stick into, yada, 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 yada. So we're going through our recovery procedures, and the airplane comes right out of it. And we're like, okay, that wasn't so bad. So we climb up and we do it 2 more times for that particular flight, doing different flight characteristics. So yeah, we spun the airplane. And what I learned was the airplane really is and was spin resistant. And you just had to do it right. And as we got smarter about the flight controls and characteristics as the airplane evolved, we learned that, but it was really a pretty forgiving airplane overall.
That's the way Grumman started out. I don't know when you were reading Aviation Week, because I'm a few years older than you. So I was reading Aviation Week as at the library as a teenager, and reading about early F-14s. And actually that's what I did in college instead of, I skipped class. Okay. But they talked about the Tomcat, low speed stuff. And I was at the RAG when they said no more intentional zero airspeed. And the reason was the engines, not the airplane. And so you guys, when you were doing the spin test, you were in a D, you said, right?
Yeah, right.
So you didn't have to worry about losing an engine, basically.
We did. The Ds, the 110s were phenomenal. The A's, I would not try that in an A. Guaranteed in an A, you're going to lose at least one, if not both motors. So, yeah, the D was a very forgiving airplane. Absolutely.
Yeah. And Doc Murdoch, what a great guy. I went through TARP training with him, a great guy. Okay, so you go to test pilot school, and then you eventually go back, and that was just before you went to 213, right?
I was 24. I went to 24, decommissioned 24, and then 211.
Okay, so that was, all right. So you went to 213 in time for OIF a few years
Yes.
later. So how was OIF different from Desert Storm?
Completely different.
Okay.
I showed up on the Roosevelt in March, 2 weeks before OIF kicked off. So I was a PXO. And so we were all, I mean, we're getting ready to do air to ground. We're getting ready to drop LGBs. We're getting ready to drop JDAM. You know, the idea of just doing air to air is completely foreign now. We're bomb cats. And so we're preparing our missions to go out there and put lead on target. So that was completely different. You know, when you're just air to air, it's a different world than when you're dropping bombs, definitely.
Okay, so what kind of strikes did you go on when you were in OIF?
There were a couple things. We did dedicated strike packages, but we also did what we call kill boxes. And kill boxes is where they divided the country up into sectors, basically gave them a designation. And when you checked in, you were assigned a controller, and he told you what your mission was. So you want to hear a story? Or
yeah,
a particular mission, we checked in to a kill box. No, we were the Roosevelt. We were in the Mediterranean. So our missions basically were take off the carrier, fly for 2 hours, tank off a KC-135, go in country, fly the mission for 2 hours, go back to the KC-135, get gas, and fly home. So it was about a 6 to 6.5 hour total round trip mission. So we check into our assigned kill box with a controller, and we listen to two Hornets are talking on the radio, and they can't find the target, but they're running out of gas. So apparently there's a team of special forces on the ground, and there's tanks that have been harassing these special forces. They're hiding in amongst the buildings, and the Hornet at the time had the Nighthawk pod, which wasn't a very good lantern infrared system. So we had the lantern pod, which I'd spent time at Pax River integrating onto the airplane, so I'm pretty familiar with how it works. And so we're tasked now. The Hornets check out, we check in, and we're tasked now to find these tanks that are harassing our troops on the ground. So I'm flying with a guy named Rob McKenna, and my wingman RIO is Flip, and we're looking for these targets. And next thing we see these three long warehouses, and then these two tanks come rolling out from behind in between these two warehouses, and they pivot over to start putting rounds down range on our troops on the ground. So we make a contract. I take the left, he takes the right. We put 500-pound LGBs on these two tanks, take them out in about probably 10 or 15 minutes. And all we hear on the radio now is the guys on the ground cheering how they're going to get to sleep that night. So that was probably the most rewarding, thing that I did probably during the whole time of my career. So it was pretty impactful.
Quite a bit different than when we were just flying Southern Watch patrols a few years before.
It was very dynamic, very dynamic. I mean, we were the Hornet community actually recognized how much more capable our system was, that we went to a buddy lasing mission. We would fly mixed section or mixed division. We'd have a Tomcat leading, and then we would buddy laze. We'd all brief to make sure we're all up on the laser codes and all correctly aligned, so that the Hornets would drop their bombs. We would laze for them and take out the appropriate target. And when they were done, when they were Winchester out of bombs, they'd go home, and then we'd go ahead and drop our own bombs. We had the gas, we had the systems, we had everything you needed. I mean, the Tomcat was just, we went out on top, let's put it that way.
She was a very, very versatile beast.
Absolutely. Well, you would help develop some of that in your Pax River time.
That was really the gratifying piece, to be able to see it from start to finish.
So, okay, so let's just tell a couple of sea stories here. What was the fastest you ever went in an F-14? Your personal top speed?
You're not going to believe this. Do you remember Munch Lathrop?
Yeah.
He and I went to 63,000 feet, 2.2 Mach off the coast of California.
Nice.
Man, that's a lot faster than I ever went. That's amazing.
He was getting ready to leave the squadron. You remember Munch was a Mensa guy, really smart guy, knew how to do the Rutowski climb, knew how to do everything you needed to do. And we just completed our Pro A on an airplane. I mean, think about that. I'm just a brand new Pro A, a test air crew in a squadron, and he wants to go out and.
Yeah, profile is post-maintenance check flight. Okay.
Right. Thank you. Yeah. Get back into the lingo here. So yeah, we went out. We did all the testing on the system we needed to do, and he said, "Let's see what else we can do." And next thing I know, we're looking at the curvature of the Earth and flying faster than I think anybody's ever flown.
Man, that is impressive. That's good. I don't remember us all talking about that back in the day. I guess kind of thing you keep quiet for a few years.
Well,
Still the statute of limitations.
Do you remember the flight where we lost the right horizontal stab? Were you there for that?
Nope. I don't think so.
Same flight. The entire right horizontal stab came off the jet, and we didn't know it. That's how tough the Tomcat was, that we lost a complete part of the airplane and it still flew like.
Jeez. Well, I thought I was there the whole time Munch was there, but maybe it was after I left. All right. Well, cool.
Maybe.
So you guys should have got Pro of the Week then for saving the airplane.
No, we got yelled at for breaking it.
As long as they didn't take it out of your pay packet, that's the main thing.
You just can't win.
No. It's all good.
Hey,
Okay,
Billy.
so, wait.
Yep.
Eran, one more.
Yep, go for it.
Tell us about the F-14A to F-14D progression in terms of whatever you're thinking of, radar, IR, ST, and everything else. Just tell us some of the things. Yeah.
I'll tell you, the flying the A was a lot of work. I mean, you know that, just making things work. And I don't know if you remember Mean Jim Green. He used to say that a good RIO and a cup of coffee will get, 50 cents to get you a cup of coffee, but a great RIO and a marginal log 9 will get you 2 kills and a tally at the pass. Remember that saying?
That's a good one.
You had to work to make that radar work. Remember that? I mean, you had to pull circuit breaker, cycle, and just because of the old technology. But then as we got to the Ds, there was really little troubleshooting you could do in the jet. It was either going to work or it wasn't. So you're really, in a way, it was good because it was a lot more reliable. But in a way, it was, once you were down, you really didn't have a way to finesse your way off the deck. And so that was always the challenge. And the A's, the A's, it was you had to work and know your system to make it work. And that was, I guess, part of the fun of it. So
you loved the D. All the IRST and everything, it was integrated well and gave you a lot more SA and
it was okay. They did a lot of things with the airplane to kind of band-aid it together, but we, as they developed the software, we were flying with there were D01 was the first one and D04 was the last one that we had. They had really made some progress in bringing the systems together. You could slew your lantern pod to your radar. You could slew to the TCS. So you started to bring all those systems to bear where you could really do some good work. But it was complicated. I mean, you had to stay current as the software was being built and as the systems were being upgraded.
Yeah.
But it was quite a bit of a leap from the old Pulse days, that's for sure.
Cool. Eran, do you want to? I mean, that's good to hear. They spent so much time and effort. Eran, do you want to see if there's any good questions to?
Yeah. So what I was doing, I'll just get firstly, Billy, if you just want to read out the winner of the prize, and then we'll go to some questions. So I sent an email out.
Yep.
Did you get that? So
I do.
number 1269.
You ready? That's Razor X 1970. Razor X 1970. You're the winner.
Lucky winner. Congratulations. Razor X didn't have a name attached when he signed up. So that's just part of his email. So I'm sure he'll know who he is. Okay, so we got what have we got? 4 questions here for you, Billy. So let me start with Martin Pring asks, did Billy carry any non-standard weapons, for example, harms or AMRAAM? And if so, which ones, and were they successful?
I would call the Phoenix non-standard, but no, we didn't carry harm. We did try to integrate AMRAAM while I was at Pax River, but there were some physical limitations that kept us from putting it on the jet. So we carried Phoenix Sparrow and Sidewinder, and then the full complement of air-to-ground ordnance.
Okay, awesome. Jason Kamlik asks, can you ask about the Desert Storm hip helo kill?
That was VF1. Yeah, VF1. That was Mongo.
Wasn't Bongo in the back seat? Yeah.
Bongo was in the back seat, and then I'm trying to remember the JO that was flying with him. Yeah, they got a Vector on a helicopter. They didn't know it was a helicopter at the time. They thought they had some intel, and then they're working back channel to figure out what it was. And sure enough, there's a low, slow helicopter, and they shot it down with a Sidewinder. Pretty amazing, actually. We were actually flying airborne cap when that happened, and we were off in a different part of Iraq.
Cool. So Jim Snyder says, I read an article way back about how the idea for the Bombcat was born out of NAS Oceania, and the aviation commanders there were looking for a way to keep Tomcats relevant once the Super Hornets were commissioned. Is that true?
Absolutely. Bio, you probably remember that, right? The motto back in the day was not a pound for air to ground. Remember
but I'm not going to let Oceania take credit for this. Boomer Wilson tried to get CAG-2 to carry bombs on the 89.
Yeah, I'm not giving Oceania credit. I'm just saying that the whole effort to keep the Tomcat relevant is absolutely
I agree with that.
You know, we had a healthy rivalry East and West Coast, and we did a lot of, I think, breaking things on the West Coast. And like you said, Boomer Wilson was kind of the guy who put that bug in CNAP's ear. So, you know, if you want to give credit to the East Coast, go ahead. I don't care. We ended up flying off the East Coast. So, but yeah, keeping the Tomcat relevant was a big deal. And I know when I was at PAX, we actually went up to Grumman to help them develop a competitor. We called it the Super Tomcat. We were trying to convince them to take the F-15E cockpit and put it in the F-14 airframe, and that would have been pretty phenomenal. So, but yep, that was definitely a reality at the time. When you say the F-15 cockpit, you mean the E model, the Strike Eagle? Right. Yes, the Strike Eagle. Yeah. Okay, cool. All righty. So David Terry says, if I heard correctly in your intro, you were a skipper. As a CO or positions you held, any memory besides pilot or RIO that sticks out? As a yeoman, I thank you for your service and leadership. Yeah, I was the skipper, the CO of VF-13. It was a question from a former Black Lion, or? I assume so, yeah. He just says he was as a yeoman, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I tell you, that was probably the most... Hang on. Looking at his profile, he's got a picture of a Black Aces logo there. Maybe we shouldn't be talking to him. No, so. Hey, being a skipper, and Bio can speak to this as well, is probably the most rewarding job, and it's you realize how important the guys that keep the squadron running are to the whole effort. And you know, the airplanes are the sexy part of it, but it's the people on the ground and the people in in the shops that make it all work and come together. So that was a very proud time in my life to be able to work with those folks. Did you, this is a question for me, as a skipper, did you get much flight time, or were you less flying time in that situation? Oh yeah, I fly as much as I wanted to. Ah, okay. In fact, I kind of upset the JOs my last rank has privilege, right? The last 2 weeks of the squadron. In the squadron, actually, I had to get a waiver from CAG because I flew too much. So, yeah, you know, rank has its privileges. You just don't take advantage of it. You do it for what you got to do. You know, you've got to stay relevant and current, and they've got to respect your capabilities. So if you can't fly the airplane, you know, you lose some credibility in that arena. So
yeah. Chris Bentisinke, sorry Chris, bollocks that up. He asks, what kind of climb did you mention?
In the Rutowski climb. Basically, it's a profile you use to exceed altitude, basically, of your service limit. You accelerate to slightly supersonic, then you point the nose up and you maintain a certain attitude and a certain climb rate, certain angle of attack, bleed off some of your energy, and then when you get to a certain altitude, you level off again, accelerate again, and then climb back up again. So you can actually see the service ceiling of an airplane by following that profile.
Right. So that's rather than just go up and run out of speed, energy, without. That's correct. Yep. Okay, cool. Richard Harrison asked, what were the changes to the D variant in terms of, I think it's supposed to be of the FCS, and how did this affect recoveries?
When you get to a certain altitude, you level off again, accelerate again, and then climb back up again. So you can actually see the service.
We've got a repeat going on here.
Somebody's talking. Is that me?
Yeah, fix that. Sorry, that was me.
All right.
Yeah. So do you want me to repeat the question, or you heard that?
Yeah, you asked about the DFCS and how that improved your performance. The DFCS, when they implemented in the software, actually improved the anti-spin control characteristics of the airplane, so that you know, in the older days, in the A model, your spoilers were your main flight control, and they were all mechanical. So now your DFCS is modulating that mechanical actuation with some software. So you're getting less or more depending on what the airplane tells you it needs, compared to where you're putting the stick. So it actually improved your recovery capability. It actually improved your performance behind the boat a little bit, made it a little more controllable coming in for landing. So it made the airplane a little bit more stable.
Cool. Rick Hedden commented, as a Viggy PC, good stories about your line crew. And last but not least, Sandra Schaffner said, there is no such thing in capital letters as flying too much.
Not in my book, there sure wasn't, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Thanks, I appreciate that, Sandra.
Yeah. So what do you, I don't know, you might have asked earlier, what are you doing nowadays, Billy?
Well, I got out and tried contracting for a little bit with the Department of Defense, but now I'm doing my own business. I've got a consulting company, on Centerline Solutions, where we're actually taking kind of the concepts, the processes, the leadership, and the cultural aspects of naval aviation, and then we're bringing it to Fortune 500 companies. So it's actually quite interesting what we can do to help you know, companies be more efficient, less error prone, more predictable, more process oriented, as opposed to being experience based.
Sounds good. Well, if any of you guys or gals out there in the market for that, reach out to Billy. So, okay, I think we are done. Anything you want to add, By? You got like 2 minutes.
I'm good.
Right.
Thanks, Billy. Thanks for spending your afternoon with us. Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great chat. So I'm going to, if you want to just turn your camera and your mic off, Billy, I'm going to play a little video, and then we will come back with Paco, Popeye, and Roll and Libby. Hopefully they're all on board. So just hang on a sec, guys. I'll crank this video up. Okay.
For me, getting to fly the Tomcat was the culmination of a dream of more than 10 years. I wanted to be a fighter pilot when I was starting around 10 or 12 years old. When I was in college, my eyesight went bad, so I could not be a pilot. Then the Navy was bringing out the F-14. It was brand new, and I learned that the person in the back seat could wear glasses. So I said, so I shifted my goal, and that became my goal, to become a radar intercept officer, or RIO, in the F-14 Tomcat. So when I got my wings in Pensacola and I received orders to F-14 training, I knew that I was almost there. Then when I finally, when I got to the RAG and when I started flying the Tomcat, I got to fly this incredible, magnificent machine. I felt like I, was on the verge of really realizing my dream. But then, as anyone who's flown in the Navy knows, at each step, you realize that you are just beginning to learn a whole new level of material and of competency and skill. And so, there were always more challenges ahead of me. But at least when I was in the RAG, when I went to my first fleet squadron, I had realized my dream of flying the F-14 Tomcat. And it was actually better than I ever could have imagined. The things that I loved most about being in naval aviation were being part of a fighter squadron. It's a great group of people, and to be a member of a squadron is just an incredible experience. Another thing that I liked the most was to experience or to encounter challenges such as becoming proficient at missions and learning new missions, and be able to meet these challenges. And then something else that I liked was also going on deployments and flying out in the big wide world. For me, it was the Western Pacific and the Indian Ocean, and then later the Persian Gulf. And just flying in these new parts of the world and stopping in ports in places that I had only heard about, and some of them I really had hardly even heard about, and becoming familiar with these parts of the world. I mean, it was just, it was an incredible experience. Something that I liked least about being in naval aviation was going on deployment. I know it's also something that I said I liked the most, but going on deployment meant that you leave everything that you know and that you hold dear, and you leave it for 6 months or more. And I'm not complaining, because I knew that going on deployment was part of the deal, and it's part of naval aviation, and there were a lot of good parts about it. But I am saying that because our men and women in the service, those before me and those who are still in the service, are making a big sacrifice by doing their jobs when they go overseas for deployments, either combat or routine deployments. And I respect that, and I think that they would appreciate if we all acknowledged their sacrifice. My 3 favorite military planes. Well, right off the bat, I'm going to leave out the 2 types that I have the most flight time in. One is the F-14 Tomcat, and the other is the F-5F Tiger II. They are very different aircraft, but they're both very cool. I thought they were cool looking, great to fly, and I like them for different reasons. So just to talk about some different airplanes, my sentimental favorite would probably be the F-8 Crusader. I liked it. It was really the first plane I fell in love with when I was a teenager, even though there was no chance I was going to get to fly it because of my age, and then also because my eyesight went bad. I still think the F-8 is a very cool airplane. Second on my list would be the F-11, the Grumman Tiger, which I think is the best looking fighter ever designed, ever built. I know it wasn't that successful in service. The Blue Angels flew it for many years, but it's still a beautiful airplane, and I've talked to pilots who flew it, and they enjoyed it. My third airplane on this list is going to be the Convair F-106 Delta Dart. I mean, what person who likes aviation doesn't like that sleek look? It looks like a spaceship. It had tremendous performance and capability, especially considering when it was introduced. I know I've left off a lot of classics and a lot of airplanes that are perennial favorites, both older and newer, but those are my 3. I was in the Navy just over 20 years, and for me, 3 of the highlights would be 1, getting my wings of gold as a naval flight officer and receiving my orders to F-14 training, which happened about 1 year after I was commissioned. Second highlight was when I became a Topgun instructor, And that happened about 5 years after I was commissioned. It was at the completion of my first F-14 squadron tour, and it was the beginning of an incredible 2.5-year tour as a Top Gun instructor. My third highlight would then be serving as the commanding officer of Fighter Squadron 211, the Fighting Checkmates, which I was the CO in 1997 and 98, late in my career as usual, and that was an incredible honor. If you like the sound of Top Gun Days and before Top Gun Days, please consider buying copies from your online retailer. They're available as print books, e-books, and audiobooks. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Hi, Paco. Hey, Kelly.
Hello, Eran.
You've got an alcoholic beverage of choice there, I gather.
Yeah.
It looked like a very large one at that.
No. Just normal size.
Oh, okay. Hey, Popeye. Welcome aboard.
Hey, I just faded that good. Good to see you.
Yeah, your camera's working. That's great.
It is. Cheers.
And is that Roll? Yeah. Hi, Roll. How you going?
Hey, Eran. Where's Libby?
Have we lost him? He's in.
He was. He did say he was.
No, I'm here. I was waiting to get unmuted.
Okay.
You got to schedule 2 to make one.
Your life story.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I'm still not seeing my video.
That's my side.
There you are.
Yeah. No, I turned you off earlier, and I didn't realize that with Zoom, if you turn someone's video off as the admin, that you've got to let them back in. So, all good.
Yeah, right.
Everybody's got a drink. I'm the only one who hasn't. God damn it.
It's afternoon here for me, so I'm good to go. Hey, boys. Good to see you.
Paco, good to see you, man.
Nice mug roll.
Yeah.
That's right. You got all the gear out. Today.
You meant this.
Nice. So, guys, I'm just going to take 60 seconds and just do a slide intro to you. Unfortunately, I didn't have a lot of pictures of you guys, so I'm sure you can fill us in on the details. So just bear with me a second while I do a screen share. And then once we've got that, we're going to dive in. So, welcome, firstly, Richard. Richard Popeye Doyle. Hanging off the side of that Tomcat. Very nice.
And got Beatles' name on the back of that. That's awesome.
And this may be the most interesting / scary / amazing picture of the whole slide deck.
Look at that.
Yeah, what the hell were you doing there?
That's how the show starts.
Oh my God. That's amazing. So, yep, there you go. The Tomcat can fly below the radar. And then John Roll Kaiser, who in now, I believe, tell me if I'm wrong, John, you're flying for FedEx nowadays. Is that right?
No, that's I'm not FedEx right now, unfortunately. I fly for a major passenger airline.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. And last but not least, Libby Bill Lind, who is now working at the Citadel. And yeah, so these are all, you've served with all these guys. Is that correct, Paco?
Unfortunately, it's true. Yeah.
Nice. Well, I don't know any of these guys, so I'm going to let you do all the talking. And then if I have any questions, I'll dive in and ask them. But welcome, gentlemen. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thank you guys. First of all, thanks for coming on. This is a day to celebrate the F-14, a plane that all 4 of us flew and loved intimately. You guys did stuff that that I could only dream of. Being the demo team participant is and a RAG instructor. Those were 2 things that I really wish that I could have done, but I lived it through you guys. So when Eran was putting this together and asked for some recommendations, the first thing I thought of was the demo team, y'all. And so just to start off a little bit, we'll go through how I know you and you know, our experiences together. So let's see, Popeye out of training command went and flew A4s
down in Puerto Rico for a while, which is one of the coolest little side jobs in the Navy that I ever heard of. It doesn't exist anymore, but it was a great little gig. And then out of that, we were in the same Tomcat RAG class. So I've known Rich for decades now. And when I got out, Rich went back to become a RAG instructor. And then while he was a RAG instructor, he volunteered for and did a great job on the demo team. Roll, were you a couple RAG classes behind us, or I can't remember?
I was in the DDET out west at Miramar.
Oh, you were in the DDET. Okay, so you and I met at some point in our fleet careers, and then we ended up in VFC-13 together, and did years together doing things that we probably shouldn't have done in Key West, phenomenal flying and Liberty and stuff like that. And then Libby, you were very close to, like, you were what, one RAG class behind me, I think, me and Popeye?
No, he was ahead.
Or he was
no,
ahead.
I was ahead because Popeye, all the guys, I got to know Popeye. I knew Popeye before he even showed up at Oceana. His best bud was in my RAG class, and we heard all these great tales about this guy who was going to come up from Cuba. So he was you guys were about a year behind me in the RAG.
Yep.
I went through in 93.
Yeah, were we that far behind you? That doesn't jive with my memory. There's going to be a lot of stories that come up that don't actually jive with my memory. One of which is the 1v1 I had with Popeye, which we're going to get to later.
As long as you win at the end, that's all you care about.
Hey, man, I said we was neutral, but whatever. Anyway, so do you guys have anything like, post RAG? Let's just go down a rocket ripple. Post RAG, Popeye, what was your post RAG career?
Post RAG, Delta, briefly, 9/11 hit, went right back to
like student RAG. What was your fleet career?
Oh, fleet career, yeah. Student RAG, got out, and then in 95 headed over to the Sluggers, who became a year later the Jolly Rogers when they merged and became 103 became 84 basically. So I did a fleet tour with them and cruised on the Enterprise, and then full workups on the Eisenhower. Got orders to head over to the RAG, hook up with Libby, and eventually roll. Did the RAG tour, got out, went to Delta briefly. 9/11 hit. They started up the reserve squadron at 101, the F-14 training, and I went back as a reserve instructor until it shut down in 05.
Awesome. How many Tomcat hours did you end up with?
Oh, probably 2,200 or something.
Jesus, that's a lot.
Yeah, well over 2,000. I know that. Yeah, I've got a patch somewhere.
Yeah. Hey, how about you, Libby? What's your resume there?
RAG at Oceana, and then did a kind of an extended tour in VF-143, the world famous Pukin Dogs. Back to the RAG with Rich, and then Roll came with us there about midway, maybe a little later than midway in my time there. I went back to the fleet in Air Wing 8, where I flew with VF-41 and VF-14, their last Tomcat cruise in 2001. We kicked off Enduring Freedom. Then I went to the Rippers, VF-11, also their last, I had a lot of last Tomcat cruises. Last Tomcat deployment with them in 05. Then I went back to CAG 8 as the operations officer, where I flew on the absolute last Tomcat cruise with 31 and 213. Flew last Tomcat on the last day we had them. They took it to Bethpage the next day. And then a week later, transitioned to F-18Fs, and that's how I finished out at CAG 8, then CAG 3. Medical problem put me behind a desk my last 2 years, and then retired in 2011.
Got it.
More information than you wanted, probably.
No, man, that's great. I mean, I kind of knew it all because we've been friends for a long time, but it was great to get it nailed down. All right, Roll, your turn, man. Let's hear it. This is a cool, unusual career too.
Yeah, well, I did the DDET, which is a great deal starting off in Miramar, and then went to VF-31, cruised twice with them, went to the RAG just before 2000, and did the RAG tour for 3 years, and transitioned out of the RAG into reserve RAG with Popeye. So I started doing that. Perfect time to get out of the Navy, 2001. right? So transitioned, bounced around. I did a test pilot job with Eclipse out in Albuquerque with chemo, and then went on to a couple different airlines where I'm at now. Yeah.
Awesome, awesome. So that period that you guys were in the RAG is kind of really one of the things that I want to focus on. First of all, super jealous because what a great team. I mean, not only you three, but, you know, a bunch of the guys that we went through the RAG with, Lulu, and, you know, all of some of the best people I know in the Navy were in the RAG instructors with you guys at the same time. So it was an amazing time to be there, amazing time to be flying F-14s. And to top it all off, you guys got to fly the demo. How did that work out? Did they pick you? Did you, like, I would have never been picked to fly the demo. There's nobody that would have been silly enough to say, hey, why don't you guys take this F-14, go on the road and do some crazy shit in front of a lot of people.
Yeah, we'll just stick, what is it, Cobra? We'll stick you in.
So yeah. How'd that work? How did you get selected for the demo?
It was a little bit of voluntary. You know, the thing you got to remember about the RAG, about VF-101, I was, you know, I had come off of deploying a lot in my first squadron. I was gone more on the road, and I mean that in a good way, at VF-101 than anywhere else. So you had to want to take on more travel. And if you think about it, our RAG instructors, guys were in our late 20s, early 30s, whatever, guys are starting to have families. So it wasn't a rule, or it wasn't exclusively that, but it was a bunch of single guys that didn't mind traveling, and you had to kind of have an interest in that. I've been an old airplane enthusiast for my entire life, so I kind of dug air shows. I didn't mind, you know, packing my stuff on a Thursday and going on the road. And the flying was pretty cool, but you know, I can tell you that I know Roll and Popeye did this. It was we would do that on the weekends, but then the detachments, we'd have to do 2 out of every 6 or 8 weeks to Key West, El Centro, out to the ship. I mean, we kept up. It was a pretty good pace. I mean, it was, I don't want to tell you woe is me, but it was a lot of time away. It was a lot of flying, and that was a good thing, especially when you're a young guy.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, as you said, Paco, I think everybody that goes to be a RAG instructor always thinks they've had the best group of guys surrounding them when they're there. But I mean, no kidding. I think.
Sorry, can I interrupt? Sorry, Popeye, my apologies. Just a quick one. You guys are talking about the RAG a lot. Somebody asked the question, what is the RAG?
Oh,
yeah.
Rich, take that away. Go ahead.
No, that's what's it stand for, Lib? Something air group?
It's kind of an archaic term. It's called the replacement air group. It's actually now the real name in the Navy is the Fleet Replacement Squadron. And the idea is that you go through flight school and you get your wings, and then the type of aircraft that you're assigned to, you then go through a syllabus there at the real name of it nowadays is the Fleet Replacement Squadron. But the old term for back in the days was the Replacement Air Group, the RAG, and people still refer to it as that. So it's sort of like almost like a post-grad course in your airplane. That's where you do your first real world tactics training. You learn that airplane and you take that airplane to the ship.
Exactly. All right, Papa, you were saying?
No, I just said with the guys we were surrounded with were definitely some of the best of the best, as you know, a lot of them, Paco. In my case, I don't think anybody volunteered that year, so I got it by default because they didn't really want anybody else. And Roll and Libby had to put up with me. But yeah, no, as Libby said, it's a travel show. So some of the married guys with families, at the time I was single. If I had kids, I probably would have thought twice. But you know, single and hair on fire and running around the country, you know, doing what you want with the airplane all summer long. Yeah, that was pretty attractive for us. So that's pretty much yeah. And like Libby said, you put your name in a hat, and then they go through a group of guys and they select who they wanted to. So we were fortunate enough to get it.
What was the process? Was there like a regimented routine, and who figured that out? Who choreographed the show?
I don't know who started it as far as getting the training cycle down, but when we were selected, we went out to El Centro for, I think, Libby, was it just a week or 2 weeks?
I think it was 2 weeks, and the show had been refined. There was actually a Navy instruction that delineated what you could do in the show. And I'll tell you what, I dabbled in it for 1 year and then was in it for real for 2. And it was sort of like the F-14 at that point had been around for so long that you knew what worked, you knew what didn't. So we didn't mess with the show a whole lot. And that went back as long as I can remember.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, and we went out same time frame as when the Blue Angels are starting their practice season out in El Centro. We went out there as well, and we took it for like 2 weeks. And you start at high altitude. You get the routine down for all the different maneuvers you're going to do, and then you slowly, after a couple practices at different altitudes, you work it down lower and lower to the ground. And then I think our final practices are at 200 feet, which is what we're going to do the shows at. And we did some practices back in Oceana down south in a reserve airspace we had down there just to hone the skills. But pretty much once you left El Centro, you were pretty much full qualified and you went out and started air shows.
Right.
So that raises a question for me. Did the Navy ever consider having the Tomcat in the Blue Angels? Because you mentioned that then, Popeye.
I can't field that professionally, but I would say probably not, because it's such a big airplane to have 6 of those guys trying to, it just doesn't maneuver as well as the F-18 would be my guess that they never looked at it, but I don't know a true fact statement about that.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Thanks.
It's too big. I mean, certainly compared to the A4, which was, one of the better airshow airplanes that they ever had, the Blues, and the Hornet's great, but the A4 was really amazing. So I was sitting at the end of the runway once in El Centro. It wasn't you, Popeye, but one of the demo pilots did the low transition. You showed that picture earlier, Eran, of Rich taking off, and there's maybe 2 feet between the ventral stake and the runway. It looks like. But I'm sitting there at the end of the runway as the plane's coming at me, and then I start to get a little bit worried. And then the plane goes vertical right in front of me, and I just get hit with this jet wash, and the incredible rolling cloud of dust peppered me, and then the rental van that I was standing next to. And that's one of those things I'll never forget, man. That was intense to watch. It must have been, I love doing low transitions, but I never did them like that. That was incredible.
Yeah, I remember Libby was one of our demo debts. We went to El Centro getting you guys quality. Libby was like, yeah, we're going to go. Everyone went to the end of the runway to check out the low transitions and, just for fun, but on the premise of grading. And sitting at the end of the runway, and Libby has no hearing protection on. And he's like, yeah, I want to get
I have tonight. My tinnitus is awesome nowadays too, by the way. It's great.
I want the full effect. That thing,
these guys will tell you I was not smart when I was younger, not even close.
The whole next day, he's like, what?
We volunteered to land these things on the ship at night in the middle of the ocean where there was nowhere else to go. That's not smart. Nobody does that if they're smart. All right, so favorite places to do air shows? I'm assuming you guys did what, 30, 40 air shows a year, or was it not quite that much?
No, we didn't have a Blue Angel schedule, and there were 2 pilots, 2 Rios, so you split them up. But we probably did maybe 10, 12 each, I imagine.
That's about right. Yeah.
Top of my head, I'd say the favorite ones I did was Lauderdale was always fun because it was out over the beach. And you would see it. The boats, they would cordon off an area where they call it the air show box, where, it's the safe zone where people can't be. They do it at all the airfields. But for shows that are out over the water, like Fort Lauderdale, the boats would line the box so you could see perfectly where your working area was, but there was 1,000 boats on every side of that. And it was just, you're like, okay, let's see if I can make a little noise for
the other thing about Lauderdale is you would get an upwards of 1 million people on the beach. And if anybody knows the geography of Fort Lauderdale, you take off, the airport's right there. It's just to the south of their sort of ocean front. So you take off and you basically kind of do a loop to the south to get yourself set up. And then, you're in it. And this is true with every air show. There's no kind of sitting around and thinking about it. There's a schedule, you maintain it, the air show does. So you're on.
Right.
And it was overwhelming, the boats to see that. And then the 1 million literally in excess of 1 million people on the beaches of South Florida there. And I can remember when Rich and I did that for the first time, flying, you know, south to north up the beach and just going like, oh my God, look at all these people. And we almost missed, you know, when you hit show center and you started your process, and it was something else. The other one that Rich and I did, we were, they don't do this show anymore, I don't think. It was in downtown St. Louis, and show center was the Arch.
Really?
And that was enough fun in and of itself. But the striking thing was they didn't close any of the bridges when we did our practice show on Friday morning. So it's rush hour. It's like 8 in the morning on a Friday.
Right.
And we're tearing up and down the river there in downtown St. Louis. So we're at the right altitude, but you know, it's a bridge, right? So it's higher. And I'll never forget, you see just thousands of people in their cars, all looking out the windows, you know, their heads out, looking up at you. And,
right.
And you know, we were 200 feet off the water, but we weren't 200 feet off that bridge deck. So,
right. Cool. And what was your speed? Just subsonic, 600-ish?
Oh, yeah. You never wanted to. Yeah, you didn't want to get into the whole break the number ever anywhere for any reason. There's just a whole bunch of bad news.
Destroy everyone's glasses and windows.
Well, destroy your
But there
career.
was-
I mean, they would look askance at that.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Libby, were you with me at that one show? Places and names won't be mentioned to protect the innocent, where some windows got blown out.
You know, I never remember blowing out windows.
Yeah,
although
we were at a show up upstate somewhere, New York maybe, and we did the high speed pass, which is subsonic, but it's you know, Mach is 1.0. We were, you know, we usually come around about 0.90, but you know, as you learn with the aerodynamics, just because one part of your airplanes might be doing below Mach, there's another part of your airplane that might be going above Mach. We'll never know. But anyways, we landed and we were approached by the airshow people just saying, did you guys go a little bit faster than Mach? And we said, of course we didn't. And then on the front page of the paper the next day was a lot of windows that were smashed in business. But on the front page of the paper was the Thunderbirds with the headline that some windows were smashed. So we were okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
There's probably those guys.
Yeah.
I made the paper. I made the front page of the paper going supersonic over Miramar, and the next day the paper blamed it on the Air Force too. So I think it's a long-standing tradition of the Navy to get blame the Air Force.
I like it.
Yeah. Hey guys, a question for you. You may have answered this. You were talking about there were two teams, like two planes, a pilot and a RIO. Did you guys ever perform in public together as two planes, or was it always just one?
No,
just a single.
Okay.
It was.
So you can only take one plane to a show?
No, we always had a backup plane, so it's a good deal for a crew that wanted to get away for the weekend, and if they lived in that town or whatever, they would bring a backup. And very rarely would our jet break, we would have to swap airplanes. But no, the only time I ever did a duel was in the Jolly Rogers. We did the annual Oceana Air Show. And they did a two-plane F-14. It was supposed to simulate a bombing attack, and we did that as a two-plane F-14, which was a lot of fun, but not on these, not on the designated demo team air show stuff.
Okay,
cool. So, what was the role of everybody? Obviously, Papa, you're flying, and then Libby and Roll. What were you guys doing in the back there? You're not just along for the ride. You're obviously
making sure we didn't die.
Yeah, but how? I mean, other than screaming.
So it was highly technical communications. We trained, first tactically for comms, but then that you would morph that also into good co-pilot, and we had a sequence and a cadence that we would use in the air show, and it included things like ooh no stuff like that.
Dude. I vividly remember Libby. We're coming into the Cleveland Air Show is another one of our favorites because that is out over the water and you're flying basically over the football stadium as well. But we came in the end. You come in and you roll the airplane for a tuck under 270-degree break, and I may have gotten the nose a little bit low, out over the water. And all I heard from the back seat was, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay.
I'm guessing there are a few choice words spoken at times.
Well, he didn't believe me. He was like, I wasn't that low. And I go, dude, look over your left shoulder. And there was a big, like hole in the water, you know, like a big disturbance. And he goes, oh yeah, maybe I was. But kidding aside, you know, aside from those moments, we actually did. And you guys, everybody that flies knows this. When you do crew coordination, there is a cadence and there is a way that you speak to each other when you're doing these things. Yeah. That we had our thing that we would cross check. You know, we would, you know, you do a quick. There wasn't a lot of time to discuss it, but all right, next maneuver, we're going to do the banana pass. Banana pass to a tuck under. Your heading is this, and then, you know, when we were high to low maneuvers heading towards the ground, just like we would on a bombing run, or if we were doing, you know, low level flying, you're cross-checking points as you descend based on your angle, the pitch angle of the airplane and your speed. And it was, you know, the F-14 was a crew coordination thing. It was an old airplane. It wasn't automated like a Hornet or a Super Hornet or anything modern. So, you know, you earned your salt as a RIO in doing that sort of thing. But also there were times when, you know, you needed to be quiet too. So it was the demo that all played into it. Yeah. Roll, you kind of, what do you got to add to that? I mean,
No, it's perfect. It's an art form, you know. It wasn't like, and you got into a groove with whoever you're flying with, just like you did if you were flying missions in the Gulf. You know, you try to fly with the same guy. You guys get into a routine about, and it's important not to say stuff too, like it just going up, because you guys are trying to listen to the radios and do a bunch of other stuff. So it's also as important what you don't say.
Well, yeah, and when Roll's not eating a sandwich in the back seat, he's actually very. Yeah, no, and they RIOs will save your ass because Roll, I think you were new to the team that year. This is your first year, and we were doing the night show out in El Centro.
Yeah.
So we did some night shows too, which were a blast. All you did, there was no script. You just went up and turned off the exterior lights. So whenever you repositioned, you would just come by in full afterburner, so people would look up and see the flames. And right. But we were about to take off in El Centro. It was the beginning of the season. So I'm a seasoned guy, did it last year as well. And Roll's like, hey, you got to, in the F-14, the wings will sweep all the way back when you're going very fast. And then they come forward when you're normal speed, like taking off. And Roll looked out and said, you're going to bring the wings forward because they're all the way back and taking off is going to be very difficult. So, yeah, so they can definitely save your ass when you're not paying attention all the time.
Yeah, that was the night. It's funny. The day show was really scripted. There was instruction. You had to hit, you know, the script pretty closely, but it was funny. The night show was just completely opposite. We'd be putting on our gear to go do that show and just start spitballing what we're going to do in the PR shop, ways to be in full afterburner and not go supersonic or overstress the jet for as long as possible.
Nice.
So that was a lot of fun. And then
that's great. I never saw a night show.
No, we didn't do a whole lot of them. A lot of shows or a lot of places just didn't offer it. But
and those shows were probably maybe you weren't moving the nose up and down or pointing at the ground. It was big loud jet with afterburners flying by, and that was you didn't want to get yourself in a corner doing that.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question for you guys, your two RIOs. What's it like as a RIO in the back when the guy up the front goes, woohoo, yanks the stick, and you get hit with 6 or 7 Gs and you're not necessarily expecting it? How do you deal with that? That always struck me as being, that'd be a hard job because you're not necessarily expecting it to happen.
Well, I used to get
that's not really a people, you try and preclude that from happening, or the pilot, the guys up front do. I mean, there are times when you have to do it and it occurs. But that was, especially as you got more experience, that was really rare that first of all, that you didn't know what was coming. And second of all, that the guy did it, you know, sort of maliciously, because that comes around and goes around too a little bit, you know.
You got to land at some point. Somebody's going to punch you in the shoulder.
Well, then there's that. Yeah. Then you kick him in the shin when you get back down on deck.
Yeah. Hey guys, I hate to interrupt you, but it is time. So I'm going to do, we've got questions. We've got heaps of questions for you, but we've got some prizes to give away. So each of you should have a list of prizes, or winners, I should say, if you can read them out for us. So these are for a free copy of the Heatblur F14 Tomcat. So who wants to go first?
I'm supposed to have a list of guys that won something?
Yeah, there was an email sent to you. You didn't get it?
Hang on.
While you're looking, how about you guys? Roland, Popeye, you got yours?
Same, I did not see that.
Oh, but I got it. I got mine.
All right.
All right, so the guy that won, Gareth Ghost, and it just says no name given, just his email. So Gareth Ghost, top job. Way to go.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Now he's now a Tomcat aircrew.
All right, Libby, you get to keep going because I can't find the email.
All right, so Popeye's guy is Dan Schneble, Schneble.
Yeah, when it showed up in the email, the S bit looked a bit weird, so I don't know if it's Schneble or Schnebles. So apologies, Dan, we're probably getting your name completely wrong, but congratulations, you have won a Tomcat. So not the real one, unfortunately, but the next best thing.
Well,
very nice.
Again, unless you're in Iran, so.
Yeah. And Roll, how about yourself? Have you got the list there?
Yeah, I have the list, just for the record, but I've lost it. So Libby, read my name. It's like Minority Report here. I got like screens up.
This is par for the course. I'm
Completely
with Doyle, just cleaning up the shit behind him. So
carrying my bags as usual.
As usual, Libby is the only adult in the room, which is frightening, by the way.
Well, hey, you know that ain't true. So Roll's guy is Robert Hamilton.
Yeah.
Robert Hamilton. I know that.
Awesome.
Nice job, Robert.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate that. So we've got about 8 minutes for questions, so we'll go fast. Keep your
only ask the embarrassing ones, Aaron.
Oh God, that
There
could
you
take
go.
a while. All right. So Paul Yole asked, "Did you guys ever know of any Aussie aviators that flew the Cat as a pilot or Rio?"
I never did.
Roll, who transitioned over to the Australian Air Force?
Oh yeah, Victor R.C. Hare.
R.C. Hare.
Yeah, he did the opposite. He was a Rio, and then he flies, I think, currently for the Royal Australian Air Force right now.
Okay, so he went from Rio to pilot, but with a different Air Force. Is that right?
Yeah. Rejoined basic training for the Aussies. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, the only foreign country we had were the Brits.
Right.
And Germany. Okay. Yeah, Germany.
So
that's right.
Andrews Kaus asked, "Why was getting out of the Navy in 2001 a good time?"
Oh yeah, I was being sarcastic. It was about.
Oh, okay.
If you were going to get out of the Navy and go to the airlines, that was not a great time for you.
Well, the summer of 01 was actually a lot of hiring. I mean, it was going on through the summer.
Yeah.
And then 9/11 hit, and then everything came to a screeching halt, and they started, basically firing pilots by furloughing them.
Okay. Martin Pring asks, "What years were you in the RAG and which coast? I take care of 161134, which was at the 101 during 1986, Commander Bird under Moon Vance, and 1990. You may have flown on here."
I guarantee you we flew that airplane, especially if it was in Oceania. Yeah, I think we flew them all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Including to the desert, unfortunately.
Yep. Okay, the next one's an interesting one. Scott Wayne asked, "Is it true there wasn't a trainer version of the Tomcat? Did you have any near misses with students?"
Yeah, that's a good one. We get that question a lot. There was never an F-14 built with 2 sets of flight controls. So a lot of the instructing that happened was actually done by RIOs instructing new pilots at the replacement air group. So yeah, there's lots of stories to tell. I'm sure Libby could pitch in there as well. But,
I'll tell you, my overall impression, you know, after doing that, I did it for 2.5 years as a full-time job. And then, you know, I was in Oceana most of my career, and I would go back and, long story, and would kind of guest play at the RIO or at the RAG as an instructor. So I did a lot of it. And those guys were first of all, they were, you know, we get them pretty good out of flight school. They were all very well trained, and the vast majority of them had a tremendous amount of respect for the airplane. It was, what would they always say, that the one horizontal stab on an F-14 was the same size as an A4 Skyhawk's wing. So they went, there was an orders of magnitude bigger, more powerful airplane. So most of the single anchor guys were, I don't want to say they were scared, but they were respectful of the airplane. And we got them into it so slow that I rarely had a moment where they scared me. Guys would always talk about going to the ship, and these guys were so respectful of that airplane at the ship. The second they saw something that didn't look right, they were putting on a bunch of power, and you just weren't going to land, but you weren't, you know, so.
Awesome. Cool. All right. Thanks for that. John Scott, loving this live chat on a great aircraft, been on all day watching in Scotland. Hey, John. Did any of you guys get a chance to fly in RAF jets, and what did you think of them, like Tornadoes or the AV-8Bs you had?
I got an F3 backseat ride during an exchange trip. When we went over, it was in 1998. And I got a ride in a 56 Squadron F3. It was kind of funny, the similarities, not so much in the specifics, but the idea that it was a 70s vintage airplane that had some upgrades done to it. So that was my experience with it. It's pretty cool. Just something different.
Okay, cool. What do we got? Martin Pring, or did the Tomcat show get passed down between crews? Do they have the current pilot ride backseat to backseat the new guy and he walks through?
You guys following that? I think he's just asking for basically the pass down for the next guys taking over the show.
Yeah, I think for year to year, you would have the guys who did the set show, and then that show, once we started the selection for the next guys and the training started, they would then adjust the show depending on the experience from the guys prior. So it would change, little bits of it would change every year.
Yeah, and the other part of the question he asked, which I thought was interesting, was did the current pilot ride in the back seat to help the new guy through it, or was it still the RIO that was talking him through it all?
Yeah,
always the RIO. Okay. Always the RIOs.
All righty. So what do we got here? 2 questions from Joe Kunzler. Number 1, hey, can you guys discuss a field carrier landing practice and using outlying fields like NALF Fentress and OLF Coopville? And then the other question, and maybe we'll split this between 2 of you, can you discuss the differences between the Tomcat and the Hornet, Super Hornet / Rhino?
Well, as far as the outlying, Libby, you can take the Hornet since I didn't pursue that career. But the outlying fields was it was good. I say it was average simulation practice because the pattern wasn't exactly as the boat, and the biggest reason for that was because there's houses down below. You have to, a lot of noise abatement. You couldn't fly the pattern specifically like you would want to at the boat because too many people complained about the noise, because normally when we were doing these practices, it was 10, 11, 12, 1 a.m. So at night, and obviously not making people happy. But Paco can chime in on that because on the West Coast, they have an island they can go out to for simulating carrier night landings, which it can't be beat because it's pretty much very similar to going to the carrier. Yeah, as far as the Hornet, Libby, you can take that after Paco chimes in on maybe, was it San Clemente, Paco?
Yeah, San Clemente Island, just off the coast of San Diego, south of the more famous Catalina Island. It was such a good simulator for night carrier landings. We didn't do any day stuff out there. We just did the night stuff. It was such a good simulator that, you know, we called the training for landing at San Clemente. So it was not fun. It was pitch black, but it was really, really outstanding training for going out to sea at night. Go ahead, Libby.
Yeah, I get that question a lot. So it's not an exact analogy, but the way I always describe it is the F-14 was sort of like a completely cherry, beautiful 68 Camaro or a GTO or, you know, an American muscle car. And then the Super Hornet was kind of like a Lamborghini. They both had their allures. They both had their charms, I guess. But you know, one of them was just this old brute force machine that as time went on, by the 90s and certainly into the 2000s, we had some really amazing capability that had been dropped into the airplane. But at its core, it was still a 70s vintage, you know, 128K computer, you know, just mechanical machine. And the Super Hornet was, you know, it just worked. It was automated. The radar was amazing. The systems on it are amazing. But it lacked kind of the sexiness and the power that the Tomcat did. But they're both amazing machines, just in different ways.
Yeah. All right. Much as I'd like to let you guys keep talking, I'm afraid we've run out of time. So, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Lots of cool stories. Love to hear a lot more about that. So it's a shame we don't have some really high quality HD footage of all of your shows. That would be awesome.
We're too old, man.
Yeah.
I know.
Like I said earlier, I looked on Facebook, on YouTube, just trying to find something I could pull a little clip out of, and anything with even the D model Tomcats was just, terrible. You could barely see it, or it was really small. So.
Hey, remember, man, the last time that thing flew was 2006. I mean, it's the dark ages when it came to video.
Yeah, absolutely. Paco wanted to go back in time and fly Spitfires and save the world. I want to go back in time with a high definition GoPro and get in the back seat or the front seat of a Tomcat.
Yeah.
So, all right, gentlemen, thank you so much. We really appreciate having you all on. I'll just get you to flick your cameras and your mics off, and I'll play a little video, and then we're going to come back with our last session, Paco.
Thanks, everybody. That was awesome. I can't wait to do it in person with some drinks. I'm buying. Thank you, guys.
See y'all.
Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah.
Take care.
Hey, guys.
What I love the most about writing is being able to convey the really intimate details of the world, naval aviation, to the reader who is not part of that world, or, bring a smile to the face of somebody who did fly fighters in the Navy or live on an aircraft carrier for 6 months. That inside baseball sense of being there that no one else is going to be able to give. And also to relay the innermost thoughts of the men and women that are deployed on aircraft carriers and flying off of aircraft carriers into combat zones. There's so much more to it than just getting in a plane and going to fly. There's family, there's separation anxiety, there's fear, and then there's the fear and anxiety and thrill of flying the planes off the aircraft carriers or going into combat zones and being prepared for that kind of thing. So, being able to create a thrilling story that's super authentic, that's relatable, and that has a lot of great details, both personal and physical, that are related to the life of being a naval aviator on land and at sea. My favorite part of the book, I think, is the dramatic climactic battle scene at the end. It's a conversion of all the storylines and all the plot lines, as they come together towards the end. It's the opportunity for a couple of the characters to find a redemption, and it's the opportunity for all the characters to really step up and show what they're made of, and rise to the occasion. And I think the way it all plays out was just not only really exciting, but really satisfying to see how everybody does under duress. I got a few great stories, great feedback from a variety of different people that have bought the book. Probably the highlights are the Secretary of the Navy, Ray Mabus, not only read the book, but wrote a great review. And it was really a great pleasure to have, a former Secretary of the Navy write an endorsement for the book. Second was, as I mentioned earlier, the book is not written for naval aviators or pilots in general, but I had Megan Varley read it, and she was one of the people that was featured in Speed Angels, and a good friend of mine, and obviously a woman. And the book deals with some thorny issues of latent sexism in the military. But it's all about overcoming that. And Megan read it and just had like the best feedback possible. She loved the book. It brought her back to some of her best memories of flying, and it was really enjoyable for her. And that was super satisfying. That somebody who actually experienced what she did, both as a female aviator and a naval aviator, found pleasure in reading a fictional story. And I've had a number of people write that say that, this is not their normal kind of book. They're not military aviation readers, but that they found the story, rich and fulfilling, and the characters great, and it took them to a place that they had never expected, and they loved reading it. So that's all great feedback. It's wonderful to hear that as an author. You work alone all the time, so to get feedback like that is very satisfying. I hope Lions of the Sky sounds interesting and intriguing to you, and you decide to pick it up. If you do, go to your local Amazon. It's available in hardback, paperback, Kindle, and audiobook as well. Thank you so much.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. You can turn your cameras up. You've already done it, Megan. You beat me to it. Hi, Peyton.
Hi.
And hey, Jay. How you going, man?
Hi,
Good to see you. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the big one. It's the last session. We've given you guys an extra time because the demand for you people in particular, there were so many Speed and Angels fans that wanted to hear you guys speak, and then we were lucky enough to have Peyton be able to come in and join us at the last minute, which is awesome. So I'm really looking forward to this, and welcome. So for those of you who don't know the story, so Paco came up with the idea for and eventually produced a TV documentary called Speed and Angels, which is basically about two pilots going through training to be the last Tomcat pilots, and Megan and Jay were those two people. And so they've all got really interesting careers. I'm looking forward to hearing their stories. So Paco, do you mind if I start things off?
Yeah, go ahead. Because
what I thought I might do is I thought I might start with, if we take Paco out of the picture for a sec, because he's the one who came up with the idea.
Totally fine.
As usual.
Yeah. I thought I would like to start with you, Peyton, because you were really the one that made this happen as the I guess the director. I'm pretty sure Paco didn't have much movie or TV directing experience. So can you maybe tell us a bit about yourself and how on earth did this all come about?
Well, it actually started with Paco.
Yeah.
We were, and we still are close friends, but we were very good friends. At the time, I lived in the Bay Area. and I was directing, and Paco came to me and said, let's go make the real Top Gun. And I wasn't interested in a military story or fighter jets. And I mean, I feel like Paco for a long time, I was really busy with a bunch of other projects, and I just kept on pushing it off. Yep. And he was relentless. And finally I said, okay, I'll go up and I didn't even know, I mean, I knew nothing. I didn't even know what a squadron was. I knew nothing. And I said, okay, I'll go up to Nevada and meet your guys. Oh, hi, Jay. And there was something about that weekend, and I feel like I spent a good 5 days up at Fallon, and it just clicked in for me. And what clicked in for me was I had never met a group of people who, they all had a very consistent story, which was, I wanted to do this since I was a little kid, and I made this dream come true. And for me, that's a big theme in any story I tell, is to go after your passion and to make your dreams come true. So that's what really got under my skin, is who are these group of people that I didn't know existed who actually, you know, made this dream, which is that for most people in the world seems impossible. And off we went.
Awesome. And I think, look, I agree with you that like, I love I keep wanting to call it a movie, but probably officially it should be a documentary, but we'll call it a movie anyway. I love the movie because of the planes, but the thing that sold me on it was the people and their dreams. So, and that's why Megan and Jay, to me, you guys were the two perfect stars of that movie, because you both had such interesting stories and you seem like such interesting people. And I really love that passion you both obviously had to want to fly in the military. Well, I mean, if you could have done it civilian wise, you might have, but you know, that's what really appealed to me. And I said to you yesterday, Peyton, you know, for me, Top Gun, the movie, huge hit. If you get rid of everything but the flying, I like it. I can't stand Maverick. I know some people might hate me for that, but you know, from my way of thinking, the real Top Gun is Speeding Angels. And that's a credit to you as the director, but also all of you guys, because you all played a big part of it. So,
it's really a credit to these guys. I mean, I was just following them around with the camera, trying to keep up with them. That's it. You know, it's really these guys and Paco, you know, right by my side, because this was a whole new world to me, and really, you know, steering me in the right direction. That's all.
Yeah. And what's your thoughts about the whole world now? Because you said you didn't know anything about it. You didn't know what a squadron was or any of that sort of stuff.
Well, it's funny, just in the past 24 hours, being part of like the text chain and you guys looping me in, I haven't been outside of this world for so long. And I'm like, oh gosh, call signs, right? you know, all of that.
Practically in the Navy for 3 years. She has, how many carrier landings do you have now, Peyton? At least 10.
Which trauma, I'm sure for most of the audience would die to do that. It was traumatizing for me.
I mean, quality time aboard aircraft carriers.
I'm assuming this wasn't in the backseat of a Tomcat.
Yeah, I was for 3 or 4 years. I was always on a base or an aircraft carrier, just, you know, following the story and trying to keep up with these guys.
Yeah, that's a long time to make a movie. That's
it. Well, documentaries, the fun and the hell of making a documentary is that it takes a long time for it to unravel and to discover the story. So discovering the story, as Paco knows, is painful, and then when you find it, it's magic. Yeah. So that's how long a good documentary, I think. And they can take, I mean, sometimes documentaries take you here about 15, 20 years.
Yeah.
You know, life takes a while to happen.
And do you still do people still recognize you, so to speak, because of that documentary? Like, is that kind of a thing that follows you around, if you know what I mean?
Here and there, every once in a while. No, I wouldn't say it's probably bigger for these guys because they were on camera, you know? Yeah, fair enough. So, okay, cool. So, Paco, you want to jump in, and then I'm going to come back and talk to Megan and Jay. I haven't forgotten you guys.
Yeah. Let's see, I had a whole bunch of stuff written up. So Megan and Jay, this documentary is obviously about you guys. And you're both such great representatives of, you know, what Peyton was trying to convey in the film, you know, the passion and pursuit of a dream. You say it in the movie, but I still love hearing it. Tell us how you came to have that passion, how you fell in love with flying the F-14.
Yeah, you want to start?
Yeah, go Megan.
You want me to go? All right.
You go.
Mine's easy, and I like it's fitting. It wasn't intentional, but I saw the movie Top Gun when I was like 10 years old. My parents were watching it. We made a tent in the family room, and they thought I was sleeping, and I was watching the movie. And before I saw Top Gun, I wanted to go to Notre Dame and be an accountant. I was just like, okay, I'll do numbers. I like math.
Thank goodness you didn't do that.
Right. And then I saw Top Gun, and it just, I mean, it was instantaneous, complete love. I was like, I don't know what this is. I've never seen anything like this, but I want to go and do that. I don't really know what that means. And I was completely infatuated with it, which is really poignant because last night because it was, Tomcat Day was this week, or Top Gun Day. So I screened it for my kids last night for the first time, and they know the Tomcat is. But they were like super into it, and they wanted to know all the like what happened with the flat spin, why did Goose die? But my 4-year-old afterwards, she was going to bed, and she said, "Mommy, come here, I gotta tell you a secret." And I kind of leaned in, and she said, "Mommy, you're gonna see me fly a Tomcat someday." And I literally was like, just got chills, and I'm like, yes, I will, babe. I'm not gonna tell her they don't fly Tomcats anymore, but
hey, I can hook you up with a DCS Tomcat for free. They've been offered.
There you go.
2 of them.
Totally. So it was the movie, and I think that's how it is, right? You see something, it's love at first sight. You see something, and for whatever reason, you just have a visceral response and a positive, and it becomes something you're passionate about. So I'm thankful for it. Yeah.
I remember what you said in the show. You said it was something like Maverick was the man. So was it him, or was it just the planes that really?
No, like it wasn't. I was probably too young to really have a crush. Like it wasn't like oh, that's cool. Like I was still like, I couldn't watch the sex scene kind of age, it was the planes. There was something like, it was the flying scenes. It was like every dog fight that he went through, the first opening scene, the end, those were the scenes that like got me where the hair was sticking up at the back of my neck. So it was the flying. And then they obviously make all of it look cool with the volleyball and the motorcycles. And that part seemed fun, and the singing in the bar, but it was the flying. And I didn't come from an aviation family or a military family, so I really had zero exposure to anything related to that before it. And I just was blown away.
Yeah.
Peyton, you wanted to parody that volleyball scene from Top Gun in Speed Angels. You remember that?
Oh, glad we didn't.
We shot it.
Oh,
I did not do a volleyball scene. I did not do.
We did. We shot it in Fallon with a bunch of 40-year-olds running around.
Did we? God, I think I'm in.
Oh yeah, I remember. I think Gino Essa like ruptured his ACL or something.
More the realistic volleyball story.
All right, Jay, tell us how you fell in love with the Top Gun.
Megan nailed it pretty eloquently there. I don't have a whole lot to add, but part of my personal story for it was, my dad was a flyer all his life. He took me flying when I was, 3 days old on the way home from the hospital. So flying, I feel like, was in my blood from the start. And I lost him when I was 2.5. And I specifically remember when that movie came out, and I remember watching it and being enamored with the flying, being enamored with that airplane specifically. The volleyball didn't really get me going. And I just knew that looks like it's the hardest, the best, the tip of the spear. Like that's where I want to be. And maybe there was also like already in 4th grade, a little competition brewing between me and my dad, and I just needed to do more than he did. And I think that's what fired it up.
Yeah, that's cool.
Do you think you wanted to do more than him, or do you think you wanted to do you think he would just love that you were doing something that?
Well, I think there was a lot of layers there, but that's probably a psychology podcast. But I know for sure I wanted to make him proud. Of course, that's number one, right? I mean, that was what I grew up with: make your dad proud. But yeah, fucking A right. I wanted to compete and I wanted to beat him. Like that was part of my jam. That's what I wanted.
We're competitive. That's really weird.
A little bit.
I've never met anybody more competitive than the aviators here. Peyton, what do you think? Are fighter pilots competitive at all?
Oh, don't get me going on the personality of a fighter pilot.
What do you mean? Did you love working with fighter pilots or hate it?
Oh, I definitely didn't hate it by any means.
At the end, I'm sure she was starting to hate it just because it was so long.
No, I didn't hate. No, not at all. I'm just thinking because Jessica, my editor, I mean, we had hours and hours of footage aside from Jay and Megan. So we had, there was a lot of consistent personalities. We would have to, that's things like, Jay, I'm sorry, when you just said tip of the spear, I'm like, oh my God. That phrase I have heard maybe 10,000 times.
The first time I heard it was in the movie Top Gun, remember? Tip and spear, best be sharp.
Best spear.
I just remember the alternate is in the women's ladies room. Those are the quotes I remember.
Oh, that's right. So one of my favorite things, living through this with Peyton, I got to see it from behind the camera, but you guys kind of got ambushed into being in this movie, right? I mean, it's not like you volunteered to be in Speed.
I wouldn't say kinda. I would say ambushed. No, actually, I'll correct. I wasn't ambushed because Peyton was avoiding me and I was avoiding her. Like I didn't want to be token woman and she didn't want a token woman. So we stiff-armed each other for a while, but it was a small group. So inevitably, like we were in the same van together.
You were literally on the same bench in the same van driving from the quarters to the airport, and Peyton turned her camera to you and asked you that question that you've already answered. And that was it, right?
That was it. It's true. And she'd been with us a few days at that point, but we really had been avoiding each other.
Oh, yeah. I know. She's like, I don't want a girl in this. It's just going to be, they're going to think it's just about having a girl in the movie, but no.
Yeah, we were in Key West, and I remember I needed a ride somewhere, and I jumped in the van, and you had a seat next to you, and I always had, obviously I took my camera wherever I was, so I just thought, well, I'll just ask her, why are you, and that was it.
Done.
Serendipity is a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that moment is in the movie. Like that's that's our first introduction to Megan. Like Peyton.
And Jay as well. I think Jay, I'd met you were in the RAG, and I'd met you and all your guys. And then we were in Virginia Beach, and you guys invited me to go water skiing with you. And of course had the camera. And I said, so what's your story? What's up with the call sign? And in the movie, I think that's right when we meet you, is when you tell me why you have your call sign. And that's right when I met you.
That's also one of the first guaranteed laugh moments, because Jay's like, yeah, I'm not going to tell you that now. Wait, you really want to know? It took about 4 nanoseconds for him to share his soul to the director. Yeah, I'm not going to tell you.
But at that point, Peyton, I did not know that the movie was going to be about Megan and I.
I didn't know that.
At that point, it was just some B-roll. We were just skiing, like.
Yeah. No, I didn't know. We were looking for, for a journey, for a story. And that was part of my trying to understand the Navy. I didn't know how anything worked. And then when I came to understand, there are quote unquote kids that are 22, 23 years old who just been handed a fighter jet. Now they have to go learn to do the dogfight, to land on a carrier. I remember thinking, well, now I've got something to follow. So let's follow these guys. But I didn't know either. Neither did Paco.
No, I mean, we started off with, I think you guys were in 2 separate RAG classes, right?
Yeah.
But you were right next to each other, 2 of the last RAG classes. And then we were all in Key West together, because I was down there as a reservist. Mm-hmm. Peyton was there, obviously, with herself, a camera crew of 1. And then you guys were both down there. Megan, you were not.
We were doing a WCS dead or whatever. Yeah, we were like just there because the RAG was so small, they had to bring us.
Right. And then Jay and I actually got to fly against each other, which was super cool. And that's kind of like we started.
That was in the movie, or wasn't it?
I'm sorry, say that again, Aaron?
Was it in the movie, or was it in the dogfighting clip?
So, to create the dogfight sequences in the movie, that's happens later on. But there's a scene where Jay's in his flight gear in the hangar in Key West, talking about having just done his first dogfight against an F5. And he's talking about having fought me. We had just fought that.
Wait, is that the one when you're like, they're debriefing me and they're saying, then you went north, then you went east, and I just know I went left. That's like one of my favorite parts. Yeah. It's so true. You're like, I don't know. I just went over there.
Yeah.
It was really pretty fun. And I got shot.
That was the same time that I come walking in from my jet, and I walk around the corner of the hangar door. I had just gotten my ass slapped around the sky, like completely smoked. Didn't know which way was up. I come around the hangar door covered in sweat, pissed off, and terrified of what this debrief is going to sound like. And Peyton jumps out with a camera and she's like, "Hey, you just got done with your first fight with the Saints. What kind of moves did you use up there?" And I was like, "Fucking moves. I just got my ass kicked." And I was like, "You know what? We're not going to talk about this right now." And that was the first.
But then you did, because that's what you always do. You're like, "No, I'm not going to talk about it." Oh, you really want to know?
I'm a pleaser.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. That was great. But yeah, so that was super cool. And that's, I think, Peyton, we started off with, we were down in Key West with these 2 rad classes, and we're following all kinds of guys. There was Jugs, there was Rocco, Maddie. I can't remember everybody.
Danny O'Hara. Yeah. Basically the 10 pilots that were left.
Yeah, there was like 10 or 12 pilots that we started following, right, Peyton? And then like we'd go in and watch the dailies or whatever, the clips, and we're like, and you said it, because I could recognize everybody, but you're like, I just see the same person every time, but they're saying something different. I can't tell who's who. We got to narrow it down.
Yeah.
And over time, Jay and Megan revealed themselves, and they're phenomenal backstories, right? I mean, it's just, incredible backstories that you didn't know yet, right? You just kept ambushing them gently.
Yeah, it was exactly that. It was phenomenal. It's a combination of phenomenal backstories, which you always want as a storyteller. And then I think the way that you guys spoke with me, or that we spoke with each other, was in a very authentic, real place. So rather than just constantly telling me how you're on the tip of the spear, we got more, we got deeper. You were very open, you were unafraid. And so that allowed me in. And then it was like toilet paper probably was stuck at the bottom of your shoe.
No, it's easier because we liked her. Like, she was fun. I'm like, all right, put the camera down. Let's go out to dinner and have a drink.
Yeah, no, we like each other. And that, I think you can feel that. I mean, some documentarians will make a documentary on someone that they don't like or they don't understand, and it's why they're making it. And that's great. And there's amazing films come out. For the way I'm wired, I have to like the people. It makes me want to really dig in and follow you around. And so I just really like you guys. I mean, I was thinking this morning, because it's been so long since I've really thought about the film. Some of my favorite moments is going home with you guys and meeting your family. I mean, Jay, I loved it when I went home with you, and your mom took me around town, and we met everybody. That was I think just 24 hours, and it was just perfect.
Yeah. One of the things that I learned from you at this juncture, Peyton, was sort of the movie magic, right? Like, it's not just asking somebody a question, it's that relationship, that you created with your subjects, and the mutual trust. And I'm pretty sure we told you guys, and we were genuine about it, but we were like, you could tell us anything you want and then watch it later. And if you don't want it to be in the movie, we're not going to put it in. So there was that trust.
Which was really nice. And I don't think that's always what someone in a documentary gets. It makes you feel much safer about like being vulnerable and maybe saying something out of context and being like, not that one. So that was huge, I think.
Yeah, you weren't afraid of being caught, like accidentally saying something that you didn't want the whole world to know.
Right. And I'm amazed that Jay still lets you keep it was the last bastion of fighter pilotness. I mean, it's just like the best line of the whole movie.
So
I didn't let him keep it. I required him to keep it.
Shockingly,
you weren't drunk at all when you said it.
Shockingly, this is one of those moments that we're all, we thought the filming was done, and we're all, it's me, Jugs, Jay, and Rocco at their house, and maybe a couple other dudes, and Peyton, of course, lurking around with her camera, always on, and we're having a couple cocktails, and Peyton asked Jay that question that elicited that response, and yes, we may have been
2 favorite lines, and that's one of them.
It's a great intro for the Saints.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. I only discovered that Jay had flown for the Saints a couple of days ago when I was doing a bit of research to put together this stuff. So, maybe we'll talk about that a bit later on. So, so Jay and Megan, can you tell me? You guys have been through not only have you gone through Navy training, you become qualified naval aviators, all that kind of stuff. What was it like in terms of being involved in this film? And what has happened afterwards to you that you can kind of link back to that? Like, has it, I said to Peyton, has this followed you around? Not necessarily in a bad way, but what impact has it had on your lives?
You know, like during the filming, what was it like? You know, it wasn't particularly comfortable. I fought Peyton tooth and nail to not be in it. You know, I remember I was on cruise and I deployed immediately after finishing the RAG, and I was about 2 or 3 months in, and she wrote an email, something effective, hey, this is going to happen. And we're going to keep going with it. Oh, by the way, it's about you and Megan now. And I was like, okay, stoked for you in the movie, and then it's going to happen. I think that's great. You know, and good luck with Megan. I'm not particularly interested, but I'm sure you can find somebody else. And that went on for like a month or so.
Really?
I'm not exactly sure what it was that Peyton said that convinced me.
I had to make some promises to you.
She might have made some promises.
No, I did. I made.
That was me, asshole.
But Peyton did.
Not the promises that I made.
Oh, anyway, it happened. They got me, and you know, and the follow-on flow from the movie was so cool. Like, it was one of those deals where I was, you know, a lot of times you go into things that you're hesitant to do, and then you come out the other side and you're stoked that you did it, and this is absolutely one of them. I mean, the coolest experience for me on the post, like after it was filmed, after it was done, was the first film festival I think I went to, which was Newport. And my family came down from Massachusetts, and everyone watched it. And it was also the first time I watched people watch the movie and really actually realized that it was a good movie, because you can just see how they react and just the emotional response. It's just awesome. But most important was that I got down after, and my family's all hugging me and high-fiving. And they're like, man, we knew you flew jets and that's cool, but we didn't know what you did, like when you flew jets, like what you did in the cockpit. Now we feel like we do. And just the fact that exists, like that somebody was able to say that and have that understanding, that it just made it like 100% worthwhile. Just stoked.
Awesome.
Yeah. I think I can mirror a lot of those same sentiments. Obviously, as I already said, I was definitely avoiding participating. I had come through flight school and really not, although I was the only girl, hadn't felt like that. And when I showed up at the F-14 RAG, the first person I met was literally said, who was there, said, women have been blacklisted. What are you doing here? Like, and it was a different environment. And then I immediately had someone filming me. So that was really hard. But there's a lot of personal development that came through that, just from being in that environment without a film crew and then with a film crew. But aside, they were so unintrusive that in a lot of ways, I almost got used to them being there. And it didn't impact me as much because I was able to sort of stow that. Mm-hmm. But I think the aftermath, I totally agree with Jay, has been phenomenal. The two things that I like I'd say the three things. One, I totally agree that it's awesome to be able to go to your family and they get it. So like 100% had the exact same experience with my family, which you can't put some things into words. And this film shows it to you.
I remember you saying in the beginning of the movie that your family didn't get it. You stopped trying to explain what you loved about it. So
right. And I felt like I didn't have to explain when they saw it. Yeah. The second thing that I really love about it is that it's opened up. I do a fair amount of, not a ton, but I probably do like 2 to 3 speaking engagements a year, based off of people who've seen the film. And I've been able to be like a commencement speaker at a high school graduation. And I go and talk to young high school kids and all different types of groups. And I love that. I love being able to tell them, hey, if I can do it, you can do it. There's nothing special about my story. I just wanted it. And I believed in myself and I went after it. And I've been able to do that long enough now that people come up to me and they're like, I saw you speak at this event and I went out and I went to, like, it changed my whole life. And I went and did this or that. And that has been some of the most fulfilling activities I've ever done. Like more so than even flying, being able to have that connection with people has been huge. And then finally, and it goes back to the first thing, but I can't wait to sit down with my girls someday and my son and watch it. And I can't wait to have grandkids who, Grandma, is that you? I'm like, I was cool when I was young, you know, like to have this amazing snapshot of you when you're in the heart of your 20s, living out your biggest dream. Nobody gets that. And so to be able to look back and see this cocky little smile and like, or know the inner turmoil at that point, it's really this amazing journal into your life that you can share with your loved ones. So I think that's really special.
Yeah.
I will say
how old are you? You just said your girls. How old are they?
8, 4, and 3.
Okay.
My youngest is my boy. My oldest is my girls.
Okay.
I will say that almost every aviator, and Peyton, you'll have to back me up on this, but almost every aviator involved in the film, other than myself, did not want to be in the movie at the time, hated the thought of having a camera anywhere near them, distrusted film, media, all of that stuff, was convinced that they would kind of come off, compromised in some way. And then they've all, of course, come to love the fact, for the same reasons that Jay and Megan talk about, that they were involved. Everybody, all my brothers that were in the Saints, man, they were like, why is there a camera here all the time? Now, of course, it's a great part of their lives. And
it's funny, I look back and it's almost out of body that we did it. Jay and Megan, you guys are so brave. I think about that a lot. You were so brave to allow us to follow you because you were so young. And Megan, especially back then, it was a different era. It was hard being one of the only women out there. And there I am following you with a camera, and that's so brave of you. And Jay, because everybody just gave you guys shit for that. And
I think we both got like absurd amount of shit, but it's all leveled out now.
Yeah.
I know, but at the time, wow.
Probably it,
Yeah.
It's hard enough being the new guy, gal in a squadron on your first deployment, being a nugget, having all the intensity and the pressure on you, but then to be, the movie star that's running around the ship with, or the squadron spaces with somebody following you with a camera and having that sort of reputation follow you like, a string with a bunch of empty cans on it. I don't envy that snapshot of your lives that you lived through for whatever it was, 18 months. I know it was hard. I know because I could watch it and I could see, from a higher perspective that what you were going through was not fun. But, I'm glad you did it. And I guess you are too.
And you guys handle it so well. Oh.
Yeah.
Not always. We tried.
Thanks.
We did almost lose our PG-13 rating because of one person on this Zoom call.
Well, it wasn't.
No.
I use the F4 as a placeholder. I can't help it. Sorry.
It wasn't just you. Okay, 2 people.
Yeah, it was, I think, Megan's when she catapulted for the first time. That video, right?
Yeah, that's a classic scene.
I mean, I never hear about that scene.
Or not.
And that's the fun of documentary making, is the way that we found that footage. Is I was over at Megan's apartment, and I was I think, Megan, I was digging through your closet. You're like, I don't know, there's probably stuff in your closet. And there I'm like rifling through her shoe closet, finding tapes in this. And there's one little tape that comes out that says, I forget what jet it was called that we first time you catapult. And I was like, well, what's this? And you're like, I don't know. And I take it home, my editor and I load it in, and there it is. It's like, Megan, that is just gold. But that's why I love the documentary filmmaking. Or Jay, to find the footage. Your poor mom, I said, Janie, please go to the basement and dig up the footage of, when Jay was born and on his way home. And God love her, she went down to the basement and sent me those boxes. And, we had to get that transferred because it was such old film. And we loaded it into our editing system. And there's Jay, the footage of Jay, of his first flight. And that's when it's like, there's something beyond helping with the film. It was incredible.
Well, and that's the first time I saw it too. So it was pretty special.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
And now that I've had 3 kids, I'm really in awe of your mother. Because if someone was like, let's go for a flight, I'd be like, go fuck yourself. Let's go back to my house right now.
I'm pretty sure she said that to Dad, and he was like, fine, you can sit on the ground. And she was like, oh, no, you can double fuck yourself there. Like,
to your point, Peyton, one of my favorite sort of serendipitous moments was when you and I flew out to the boat to meet Jay and film Jay's homecoming from the ship.
Yeah.
And we go into his room, his stateroom, where he, introduces us to Pigpen in the corner and all that kind of stuff. And then he whispers in my ear, he's like, Paco, you got to check out this video. And he shows me that Mosul footage. And like literally the hair on my arm stands up, and I'm like, dude, I need this. I need this. He's like, no, you can't have it. It's top secret. I'm like, I don't care. We got to put this in the movie. And it took him 2 months to kind of roll over and send me a redacted version of that footage, but it's incredible, right? It's such a great anchor and a great climactic scene.
Guys, I want to direct the conversation to the topic of the day, which is the F-14 Tomcat. So,
all right,
that's sexy beast.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. Look, you guys, as far as I'm concerned, you could stay here and talk Speed Angels for 10 hours. I'd happily sit and watch and listen, not a problem. But you guys both trained to fly the plane. You both flew. I think you both flew it in a war zone from memory. Talk to me about your, I don't know, your Tomcat experience, for want of a better way to put it.
Do you want to go first, or do you want me to?
You're up. Your face is there. Go.
You just volunteered.
I think, first of all, it was like, I feel like when you work for something a super long time, you're worried you're going to be let down, right? And so at 10, I was like, I don't know what this thing is. I want to go fly this airplane. I went to the Naval Academy. I couldn't name any aircraft in any service except for the F-14. Like, I knew nothing but F-14s. Yep. And so you kind of are worried it's going to let you down a little bit after 14 years. It did not. Like, it was, I get chills right now. I've been thinking about it. That airplane was a dream. It was fast and sexy and fun, and everything about it, every flight was amazing. And what I think I love the most about it, because Jay and I both had the same experience that we transitioned to the Super Hornet, it was that airplane. Like, when my squadron transitioned to Super Hornets, it was different. It was not the same. There were different rules. There wasn't the same, like, we didn't give a fuck about the rules. We came into the break at 500 knots, full afterburner every fucking time. Like, squawks off, sweet, I'm bringing it every time. The Super Hornet, you're at 350. It's fucking lame. Like, there's something about the Tomcat. Everything we did was just, like, I remember an Air Force guy I went to flight school with, and he'd come to me, we were CQing, and he was drinking with us at the bar, and he's like, you guys are such fucking cowboys. And I thought he was so lame that he said that. I'm like, Air Force guys are such losers. But now that I look back on it, I'm like, no, we really kind of were. Like, that was just, you know, I did a BFM flight when I was in the RAG in Key West. I overstressed in the snapshot drill by a full G. And then we kept doing the flight, and I overstressed 2 more times. I came back in for the 500 knot break. I got an above on the flight. Like, if you overstress in a Super Hornet, you down the flight. So there's something about just the community within the Tomcat that was fun. And it was, I mean, I could tell you stories about the Tomcat forever. It was a really magical experience. And then to be there in the sundown of it was something really special. But I'll let Jay elaborate.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, you nailed it.
I got to tell you, sorry, I've got chills running up and down my body at the moment. And it's not just because it's cold. Thank you, Megan. It was awesome.
You nailed it, Megan. I mean, that's it in a nutshell. So one of the most, like, the fondest memories was the first memory, which was I had a great kind of instructor in the RAG, Burns Hess, and he was my first flight instructor. And the poor guy for the first flight, there's no training Tomcats. So the first time you jump in a Tomcat, you're the guy or gal, and it's on you. And it's one of those don't fuck it up airplanes, which I absolutely love. Like, that's my favorite kind of airplane to fly. And you jump in there. You've done a lot of training to this point, but it's on you. And so, it's pretty anxiety inducing. And they put a poor instructor pilot in the back seat with no flight controls but an ejection handle. And he's there to hopefully talk you through some bad situation or make sure you're doing it the way you're supposed to do it. And so, we go fly. He does it first in the front seat, and then we come back, land. We swap seats. And now I go, and we take off. And I'm just, I'm kind of type A in this environment, and I want to do everything perfectly. And I'm looking at the gauges, and I'm nailing this perfect instrument approach, and everything's dialed in. And he's like, "Hey, man, just take a second. Like, we just took off about 3 minutes ago. Just take a second, take a deep breath, and look in the rearview mirrors. There's these rearview mirrors right here." And he said, "Look what's behind you." And you look back and you see like a tennis court following you in the sky. And the wings were back at this point. And I just remember that. And it makes my little heart pitter patter right now. And every single time I talk about it, like, the most incredible view that I that I always wanted to see was an airplane with the wings back here and a lot of it behind me. And then, you know, we get in the area and go as far as you can forward with the throttle and go as high as it'll go and roll out at 40,000 feet. And you're just like, I can't believe I'm doing this. And it continues. And we could, like Megan said, we could tell stories about the Tomcat. Any Tomcat pilot, or RIO for that matter, could tell stories about Tomcats for as long as you let them. I mean, pull the string and we're off.
Yeah, it's. I think the thing I notice, just in like the guys and girls I've spoken to today, it's a love affair.
Yeah.
I think I get the sense that's what it is. Because I mean, as a civilian on the outside, I've never been in the military unless you count the Air Force cadets as a teenager. Doesn't really count. You know, to fly in a plane like that would be the ultimate fantasy for me, and probably millions of people like me.
And one more point that Megan kind of alluded to with the community in the airplanes, they're very different. You know, a Super Hornet's a weapon system. You're meant to operate the weapon system. Flying the airplane is fairly easy. A Tomcat was a pretty challenging airplane to fly. I mean, maybe I'm just not that good, but I thought it was a pretty hard airplane to fly. And when I came back,
than me, but I thought it was hard. So
I was going to say, what do you reckon, Megan?
So you get back from a flight and you do well. And I mean, if you're not backpatting yourself, like, I don't know where you are, because it provides so much pride. That airplane provided so much pride because it was hard. And you get in the Super Hornet and you're just supposed to do it well. Like, get back, you did your job. Congratulations, I guess. Let's go to the club. Like, the Tomcat was special in that manner, at least for me.
Yeah. No, I always say that. Well, I mean, I'm sure I know you've heard the analogy, Jay, but the best analogy is you get your driver's license at 16 and dad gives you the 1976 Chevelle and it leaks and it doesn't have power locks, it doesn't have power windows, it doesn't have power steering, but it's fucking sexy. And you drive that and you just feel good and you feel like you can conquer the world and you're like winking at the person out, you know, there's just this whole vibe. And then it starts to leak too much and dad says, hey, I'm gonna trade it in. I'm gonna get you a 2020 Audi. And you're like, well, this is cool too, but it's not the same. Like it's got nice lines. It can go fast, but there's no sex. There's something missing there. It doesn't have the same. Yeah. I always wonder if I would have stayed in longer if I was still flying the Tomcat, like if that would have changed my mind, but the community seems so different.
Yeah.
I don't know if it became less fun because I just got older and cynical. And I wanted to run my own life, or if part of it was it legitimately wasn't as fun, you know?
Yeah, well, let's blame Senator Cheney for that one and the Hornet Mafia. In some of my research in this, I ran across this line, which I'm sure you guys have heard, but I only ran across it recently, which I loved, and it was something like, correct me if I'm wrong, Hornets by mandate, Tomcats by choice. Is that right?
Yeah,
yeah,
I've heard that one before.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. So, yeah. So, what are you guys doing nowadays?
Jay's more exciting than me. You go first.
I live in Denver, Colorado. I got out of the Navy. I flew as a reservist with VFC-13, which was kind of full circle, I guess.
Totally completes the cycle.
Yeah, I really did. And it was incredible. It was by far the coolest job in the Navy. And I also decided that I didn't want to fly for a living at that point. So I moved to West Texas and got into the oil business. My Wizzo from Super Hornets grew up in West Texas, Midland, Texas. And we decided that we needed to go back there and learn oil and gas, because I didn't want to fly for a living. I wanted to fly for fun on my terms. And I figured that might support that. So I did that for a while and moved to Denver a couple years ago. I am recently fianced, recently have a dog, and yeah, so life is good. In terms of flying, I got into air racing, hence putting
picture of the back
behind me.
Yeah.
And that was the most incredible flying. I said after the 2017 race that was the closest thing to combat since combat. So that was cool, and I just love older.
What happened in that race?
Oh, we just won. We just won the Reno race.
No biggie.
Basically record air speeds, and in what's probably the coolest
No
racing.
big deal. No big deal.
No big
It
deal.
was the most amazing air race in the history of air racing.
You were
Shocking.
there. You were there. You saw it
I was there. I saw it.
firsthand. You
Yeah.
saw me. You saw me try to burn the airplane down on startup before it even started.
It was dramatic, literally from start to finish.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking to provide entertainment, Paco.
High entertainment value.
And what about you, Megan? I know you've had some children.
Yes. I had my first when I was a RAG instructor, and then I got out and I worked as a defense contractor for a stint. Then I went back on active duty for a few years, and then I've been working for Amazon out in Seattle for the last couple of years. I'm an engineer. I'm a process engineer, so I help design buildings for delivery stations within Amazon Logistics. So I love it. It's a really good fit. Amazon's a very fast-paced company, so it's more my speed. It's been a good balance, and I'm still a reservist. So a couple more years, and then I'll retire, and then I'll start getting gray hair like Paco, and the cycle will continue.
Do you, as a reservist, do you fly at all?
I don't. After I started having kids, well, I think I left the cockpit for 2 years to be an admiral's aide when I was still in active duty. And what I learned from that experience was, if I'm flying, I want to be flying consistently. I don't like flying once every 2 or 3 weeks, especially in those types of aircraft. I just feel like you're always knocking a little bit of rust off. So that's just not something I wanted to do. And then I always joke, like, call me cougar. I got 3 kids. I know enough people that, like, I think at this point we all have friends that have died in airplane crashes, and I don't want to be one of those statistics. So no, I want to do something where I can be home with my family as much as possible. Like, I want to work as little as possible to make as much money as possible to spend as much time with my family as possible. So
that sounds fairly normal for most people.
Yeah. So the best balance for that is just sort of weekend warrior. So and that generally doesn't work out with flying squadrons. So
And do you do any civil aviation flying at all?
I've flown, I think, once with demo, God, like a couple years ago. No, I think I'll get back to it eventually. I just don't have the time or the money.
Yeah.
And I'd love to go with my whole family, but with a family of 5, and my husband's humongous, he's 6'6". So to get a plane that I think he would fit comfortably in, and we could get all the kids to go, maybe when we're older, maybe if I win the lottery. Otherwise, once the kids are through college, I have a feeling my husband and I will get a plane and start touring around the country.
Most people, when they get to that point, think about buying a caravan and touring the country. You're thinking about buying a plane.
No caravan. No fighter pilot can own a fucking caravan. It's just wrong.
No, that's all right. We can let you get away with that one. So, all right. So, Paco, back to you. Sorry, I've dominated this, but I love talking to you.
Yeah, no, it was great. Are there any questions that we can that are queued up? Can we finish off with some?
Let's see. Oh, well, questions. Oh my God, yeah. Well, we're not actually. There's a lot. We actually have. Hang on a sec. We have 12 minutes before question time, so we've got to keep talking. Tell us another Tomcat. Tell us another Tomcat story, guys. Okay. So tell me, each of you, tell me your best BFM experience in the Tomcat. Doesn't matter why you think it's the best. That's just
the Tomcat. Definitely, like, mine's easy. I'll go first. He'll have a better story. Mine was definitely that flight that I overstressed on. Killer Kalari was my flight lead, and do the snapshot drill. We do the G check afterwards, and I'm like, 7.5, like, and I was thinking, oh shit, and he was like, dude, that looks so cool in my HUD. Like, press, let's go. And we do the whole flight. And it was just at that point, I couldn't see how many Gs I was pulling because the G meter was pegged at like a full G over. So there's no way to really know if you're overstressing. And it was so fun. Like, I can't remember anything other than the snapshot drill for the specifics. And I remember the snapshot drill. And for those people who don't know what that is, it's when you basically, your flight lead pretends to take a gunshot on you so you can do a gun defense. And then we came in, like, no exaggeration, we came in for like 550 knot full afterburner brake in Key West, carrier brake. And we land and we look at the HUD tape and they're like, oh, look at that Cobra maneuver. That was sick. And like, I just love that I totally like broke rules that you're not supposed to break. And I hurt the airplane and they were like, that was fucking awesome. Above, go buy a case of beer for the maintainers, tell them you're sorry. So I went and got a case of beer and I dropped it off. And, went drinking at the bars. But to me, like, that was my first BFM flight in the Tomcat. I went full on aggressive. They loved me for it. I loved it. And it embodied the complete like spirit of that airplane.
I know Paco did a little video for me a good couple of months ago. He was telling about the breaking the deck. And you remember that, Paco? And the slam into the deck. He went down to see the maintenance. I think I broke your fucking plane. Sorry, man.
Yeah. My back hurt after that. That's how hard that landing was. My back hurt. The Tomcat didn't care. It was fine. It was ready to go on the next event. Yay?
You know, well, I specifically remember quite early in my Tomcat career having Paco's little white helmet in my Pipper when he was in an F5. That only happened
after I gunned you.
That was after I died 3 or 4 times.
Is that when you were doing an offensive set?
I think I
was on the rendezvous on the way to go back to the base.
I don't have any actual videotape to verify that. No, you know, actually the coolest, the best dogfighting experience, and you guys are going to kill me for saying this one. It was probably the worst.
It was the Hornet. Don't say it was the Hornet.
Worst. It was the worst. It was a Hornet killing me in a Tomcat. But the story is funny. So I was a brand new guy in the wing, right? I show up on the boat, like to my squadron, and they're like, "Hey, you're the newest kid at the air wing. Like, we're going on a cruise. Don't screw this up." Actually, I'm sure the quote was, "Don't fuck this up." And
I'm sure it was.
And like one of the first kind of just training hops we did after we got proficient again was some BFM. And I remember launching for a flight with a Hornet Top Gun, tactics instructor, like a no-shitter. And we take off, we go out there, and I proceed to just get, beat across the sky like the whole time. And there's actually, I remember like turning, and I remember him shooting me and me doing everything I can to stop getting shot, and the airplane just keeps shooting me. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And we get down and we get done, and everybody's like, boo-hoo, like that was a pretty sad performance. I'm like, well, fuck you guys. Like, we got what, 112 hours in this airplane, and this dude's a Top Gun instructor. Like, isn't he supposed to kill me? Like, congratulations, bro. And then everyone started putting it together and watching the video, and they're like, hey, good job, dude. You beat the new guy. Like, congratulations. Because he was showing the video to everybody. And I don't know. I that's my most memorable Tomcat BFM moment. Is getting killed over and over and over and over.
By F5s and Hornets.
I was going to say even worse whether it's a Hornet, but there you go.
Sad story.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's do some questions, guys, because there's a shit ton of them here. I'll just try and cull through them.
Let me finish off by asking Peyton, who has patiently sat here listening to all of her favorite flying stories again and again. It's like a
PTSD.
It's like a post-traumatic childhood memory being brought up. Poor Peyton. Peyton, can you tell us, like, are there any like shining moments from making the film? Just a couple little things that stick out.
God, there's so many, Paco.
There's
so many. Like I said
sort
earlier,
of seed your memory.
Yeah, which probably isn't that exciting for this particular audience. I love going home with Jay and Megan and meeting their families and really understanding who they were. But something that will always stay in my mind is when we shot the aerial footage, the dogfight. And remember when we were in Fallon and we were on top of the mountain? Yep. And the film crew, we were on top of a mountain and there was a valley in front of us. And we had the Black F5 and the Tomcat doing the dogfight. And you were with me on the mountain talking to the pilots. And we had some of the investors in the film there with us as well, like Mike Boych, a few others. That was pretty extraordinary because that was almost like a private air show for us right there. That's something I'll never forget. And for
what about that time you flew on the aircraft carrier, and when I saw you right after cruise, and you were like greenish white, and you had to carry a helmet bag with you the whole time?
Oh,
you remember that?
Not an aircraft carrier. I will say, for just so the audience knows, I got profoundly sick on an aircraft carrier.
And the ship wasn't even moving.
I didn't see her on the aircraft carrier much. She minimized that. She's like, no, I'm going to send someone to set that up.
Oh, well, thank God for Erik Hildebrandt, who I finally found. I was like, Erik, you're out there all the time. Just rig some cameras. These are the shots I need. Oh, it was traumatizing for me to be out there.
I love that the woman who made probably one of the most enduring naval aviation movies ever hated almost everything to do with naval aviation. If she could...
Oh, no, that's not true. I didn't hate everything to do. Not at all. I just physically didn't like being on a carrier.
Naval aviation.
She's like, I didn't like flying onto the ship. I didn't like leaving the ship.
But I think actually Jessica, my editor, she wasn't super enamored with all of that as well. And I think actually that's maybe why it's a pretty decent film, because we were so focused on the story and the human story, right? If we'd been obsessed with just the jets, it would just be eye candy movie, but maybe not such a story, maybe, you know?
Plane porn, we call it.
Fighter porn.
Yeah. I look, you know, for me, the plane porn is awesome, but the story totally made it movie. That, you know, the two characters you guys have got there, you two got there, and that story that you put together, really just love it. I could watch it every day, no problem at all.
That's why I convinced Peyton to be the director, because I knew if it was just me making a movie, it would have just been planes and bar scenes.
What more do you need?
I don't know.
Being on the deck of an aircraft carrier is surreal. I mean, there is not the noise and seeing the jets take off and landing. I mean, there's no way to imagine. That's why we tried our mantra for making the film was put the audience in the cockpit, put them on the aircraft carrier, because that was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right, Q&A time.
Yep. Okay. This has probably been answered, but I'll throw it at you guys anyway. John Spielberger asks, initial impressions of the Super Hornet versus the Cat.
Oh, I think, come on. Megan covered that in, you can't give a better answer than what she did.
I could say something ruder.
I don't know.
Okay, we'll move on. John Spielberger again asks, Peyton, who was your cinematographer? Great work.
Two, I did any documentary scenes, meaning when Jay and Megan and other pilots are talking, that's me. And kind of funny story is that I had basically a document always on me that said, I'm allowed to be on an aircraft carrier, I'm allowed to be on a naval base, that I have permission, as long as I'm with a fighter pilot. So I had
not a SWO or a helicopter pilot, just a fighter pilot.
No, it was. I think it was. And so I had, camera in my backpack, and for, as we were talking about, 3-4 years, I was all over. I was Key West, I was Fallon, I was Virginia Beach, I was on different aircraft carriers. And so when we finally sat down to show it to the big boys in the Navy, to show them the final film, they had no idea that we had making this, and we had the permission, but they just looked at me and they were like, we had no idea. But that's, if I had a whole crew with me, but I could never have gotten all that personal footage that is so important. Even hanging out with you, Megan, in your stateroom on the carrier. So the documentary footage is me. The aerial footage, meaning dogfighting, the aircraft, the catapults, the landing, all of that. That was Norman Bonney, who's an incredible cinematographer. And we did that several different ways. We had the crew on the deck of an aircraft carrier getting those shots. We rigged cameras in the cockpit. Erik Hildebrandt was great help with all of that rigging with the cameras within the cockpit. And then when we did the air-to-air, and Paco, you can probably talk about this more eloquently than I can, but we had a Lear jet that would follow the Tomcat and the F5 as they did their maneuvers, because it's like almost imagine filming two flies in the middle of a room. That's pretty impossible. And one thing that we had looked at, and this was a long time ago when we started the film, is that what all the fighter pilots, and of course with Paco, explained to me, was that no one had really had done the capture maneuvers as well as Top Gun. They had done CG, but no one had caught it live and captured it live as well as Top Gun. And so that was always our goal, was to capture maneuvers that Top Gun hadn't been able to capture, just because we were shooting our movie, 20 years, 30 years later? I don't know. So that was always, and again, Paco, correct me if I'm wrong, but that was always our goal, was how can we bring something to the audience that they haven't seen live, no CG.
Well, that was one of the reasons why it took so long to film the F-14s, was because I had to choreograph every shot, both from Fairview Peak and the Lear, and put it all on kneeboard cards. And then I had to get on the Admiral's schedule, and it took almost a year. And that we were in danger of losing the Tomcat because I couldn't get in front of the 4-star Admiral to brief him on exactly all the maneuvers that we were going to be doing. So it was tenuous times.
And putting that together was probably besides putting the story together, getting that together was one of the more stressful periods, because if we didn't have that, then we didn't have a movie.
Yeah. Hey, quickly, I jotted a note down so I wouldn't forget this. I'm sure you guys have been asked this before. I noticed when I'm watching Speed Angels, every now and then when you're inside the cockpit, it suddenly turns into a bug, a Hornet. What's the story? You ran out of Tomcat footage and you just thought you'd splice something in?
Yeah, I mean, essentially.
So the whole time I was saying no to Peyton, I wasn't taking any footage of me in the cockpit. So the only time we could get footage of me in the cockpit was in a Super Hornet.
Ah, okay. Fair enough. All right. So another question. Okay, Matteo Zanzi. This will be for the pilots. According to Bio's book, approach speed for the F-14 was 134 knots. Would you have a rough power/pitch number to start an approach to a carrier?
Jay, I'll let you answer that.
I mean, I didn't use power and pitch. I just used angle of attack. Right? I mean, that's
Why
all.
are we getting these hard test questions?
I know. We had this angle of attack gauge.
I made the light green and then
amber.
Yeah, that's the one.
Not green, amber.
Red.
The throttles were right about here, and the nose attitude was right about here, and I would do this, and it would just work.
Then I would pray really quick. I hit the DLC a couple times.
Yeah, I know what he's at. I get the question he's asking, right? He's looking for a reference point. Like, if I start with this nose attitude in this power setting, is that a good starting place? I have no recollection.
Well, we had the power carrot. We had like the stuff in the HUD took that away from you. So we had basically a power carrot and a velocity
about
like
how easy it was.
So easy.
Yeah, I don't know. So Eran, to answer that question a little bit and getting back to stuff that Jay and Megan said, flying the Tomcat was so much about the seat of your pants. You kind of knew you were in the zone when it just felt right. And it felt right because you'd done it 100,000 times before. And then there was an angle of attack gauge on the glare shield, which gave you the fine tuning, like within a knot or two to get you on speed. And then you just manipulated the throttles, which again, like Jay said, like you just knew, like your hand was in the right spot. If it was a little too far forward, you felt that. And it was just a very natural, like it's hard to explain to somebody just how much of a part of your actual body flying that plane was. It was really woven into you.
Yeah. Okay. Martin Pring asked, a question for Jay. What aircraft gave you the bigger thrill, the F-14 or the Voodoo Racing P-51?
Well,
Jay.
About to get awkward.
Obviously, F-14. Like that was my dream come true. It was something I wanted to fly since I was in 4th grade. Like the F-14. There's absolutely nothing that compares to it, even a racing Mustang. I did not fly the Voodoo Racing Mustang. I flew the Strega Racing Mustang, which beat the Voodoo Racing Mustang. So in that regard, Voodoo gave me a thrill as well. But no, the Tomcat was the winner.
Good answer. Illy asks, to Peyton, would you make another movie or documentary on a similar topic? Would you go through it all again?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was pure joy making that film, making Speed Angels. Just the magic, like I explained, of those moments of, finding Jay and Megan and the answers and meeting their family and digging through closets and finding the footage and being welcomed into this world that I didn't know about of aviators who, really, I was thinking earlier, Paco, I think you asked me, how did I like, fighter pilots? They 100% across the board, everyone was, who knows what they said to me about me when I left the room. But
they never mentioned you. It was as if you were never there.
This tall, gracious woman who's not in the military, who's walking around an aircraft carrier. No,
sweeping her giant locks back.
To my
Yeah, they
face.
didn't notice, Peyton.
Everyone was so nice. Everyone was so polite. I got to be friends with the wives, with a lot of the guys. They'd have me over for dinner. It changed. I think it changed all of us. And Megan, I love what you said earlier about when you give speeches and people come up to you and they say that you inspired them to go after their dream. I love that, because that's why, for me personally, it's why I made the film. Like I said earlier, it wasn't so much about jets. It was just these group of people who made their dream come true. And that's why we're here. You know, Megan and I chatted on the phone earlier this morning, and we were talking about some people we know about how they don't go after their dreams, and what is that about? And Megan, you said it, like, this life is short. Make it happen. Find joy.
Yeah.
So I love that you are continuing to go out and speak and inspire people to do that. It's what it's about.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Peyton, I'm glad that it was such a joyous, like 100% joy for you, because for me, working on the backside, trying to get permissions for all this stuff, I literally would stare at the wall thinking, how many times can I bang my head against this before I either die or my head goes through the wall? I don't know what's going to work. But somehow it all worked out.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's definitely moments that were just pain. I remember one time showing Mike Homer, who was our main investor, very early on a 20-minute cut, and it was horrible. As that's what happens when you make a documentary, is there's a lot of pain of just shit that you have to go through. Woo! And he didn't want to. That was a horrible experience. So there was a lot of pain, but it was all that's guess what? That's life.
I have a movie suggestion for you, Peyton. Just a little hint. What do you reckon?
Isn't that a good? It's just so good, Paco. That you rocked it. It's such,
Yeah.
and I love the opening. Oh my God, the very first paragraph. I was like, my God, Paco's such a good writer.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
And
Paco gave me an early manuscript, and I read it in one half days.
Fantastic.
Hammered through it. It was so good.
I know. Edge of the seat. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, so let me see how much time we got left. We have 4 minutes, so I'm going to ask one more question for you. So James Sheldon asked, what was the highest G you pulled in the F-14? We all know it's a lot more than 6.5 to 7 G. So be honest, he says.
Mine was 7.5. Mine was that BFM flight.
Okay.
9.1.
Oh.
Yeah, mine was in the 9-ish range too. I was in an awesome squadron. I was in charge of the maintainers, and they kind of told me that until you get over like 9.5, they don't really care. And I knew that our squadron's airplanes were going to be retired pretty soon, so I consequently didn't really care. So
you tried to go over 7.
8 was no problem. I was routinely at 8 Gs in that plane.
What were you doing, Jay?
I was dodging a missile, trying not to die. So, like, I feel good about
Okay, that's a cooler story.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Oh, wow.
That's the flight with demo.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, guys, we, much though I hate to say this, we have run out of time. So we've got 2 minutes left. And you three, lucky you three, you get to give away some prizes. So people get to win a Heatblur Tomcat. Now, do you all have your names there?
I do. Hold on. I gotta find mine. I got it.
Who wants to go
I got
first?
mine. I got mine.
I have mine.
Somebody go first.
All right. Go, Pay.
Okay, Danny Harrison.
Danny Harrison.
Hey, Danny.
Well done, Danny. Excellent. We will be in touch with you. Jay.
Beer Van Aken.
Good name.
A good beer.
Yeah.
Well done, beer. And Megan.
Jerry Evans.
Go, Jerry. Well done. Awesome. Hey, guys, thank you so much for coming on. I could never have believed that when I first contacted Paco and Bio that I would end up on a bloody 7.5-hour live stream talking to you three people in particular. It's been an absolute privilege, and thank you so much for it.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
I'd love to talk again another time about more stuff. So,
Eran, thanks for making this possible. I don't think the four of us have spoken like this in 10 years, probably. I mean, I speak to one of these people all the time. Well, not all the time, but frequently. But to have all four of us on together again was really great. And thanks for making that happen.
Yes.
My pleasure. Absolutely my pleasure. So,
Eran, thank you for making it happen. Paco, you and your Speed and Angels contemporaries, you guys, I love the movie. I saw it. I helped to make original Top Gun. I had no idea what I would find when I watched Speed and Angels, so I watched it skeptically. I was overwhelmed. You made a great movie. Thanks.
Thanks,
congratulations on your success.
Yeah, it's fabulous. All right, guys, we're going to go to a short video, and then Paco Bio and I will wind things up with some last prizes, and then I guess we'll do a wrap up pretty well. So
okay, sounds great. Peyton, Jay, Megan, thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thanks.
Awesome to meet you. Speak to you soon. All right, just bear with me, guys, while I get this little video up and running. All right.
I have always been a writer. I've been writing much longer than I was ever a pilot in the Navy. I started writing creatively in high school. And then my studies at university and college were such that I needed to write a lot of papers. They weren't fictional, but I just was writing constantly. And it had always been kind of a secret ambition of mine to be a novelist. And so finally, a few years after making Speed and Angels, I steeled myself for what I knew was going to be a long and difficult journey and sat down to write Lines of the Sky. So it was the realization really of a lifetime ambition to write a novel, hopefully the first of many novels, a good way through the sequel, which is called The Dragon. And it's just something I really love. I love the creative process. I love the written word, and I love being able to bring the thrill, excitement, and characters of naval aviation to people, in a fictional format. Lines of the Sky took what I would consider to be an embarrassingly long time to write. I had the outline done fairly quickly, and it was a good detailed outline, probably 30, 35 pages. So I knew where I was going with the book, and I had a great sense of all the characters. It just was a matter of finding the time and then really the confidence. My first draft was really bad, which I think is common, but it set me back a little bit after I finished it, and then I took some time off from the book for about 9 months, and then came back to it with a renewed sense of vigor. And then I finished the second draft, and then pretty quickly after that, and jumped into the third and the fourth draft, really fleshing it out and fine-tuning the narrative and the characterizations. And also taking a lot of the really granular detail out because it was just overwhelming. And then I found a phenomenal editor that I worked with for about 6 months, and that's really what took the book from maybe a good book, 90th percentile, to the book it is today, which I think those who read it really enjoy it. So that whole process took about 5 years. I'm hoping to trim that down on the second one to maybe a third of that time, so a little over a year. I was in the Navy a total of 20 years, 10 on active duty and 10 in the reserves. My highlights are not necessarily in order, but the highlights are getting winged. When you're in university and you're in the Navy ROTC program, or I would imagine at the academy, and you aspire to be a naval aviator, getting winged is something that you can barely imagine achieving. It's the odds of getting into the program and succeeding, landing on an aircraft carrier, making it all the way to the finish line are so slim that it's almost embarrassing to wish for it, to aspire to it. So when you finally do succeed and you finish the program and you get your wings, it's a tremendously emotional moment. Second highlight is going on my first deployment. It's a great experience. You're filled with trepidation and excitement. You're very young. I think I was 25 years old on my first deployment. And it's a very real thing. You take something that was very conceptual and sort of romantic, and you go off on a ship with about 5,000 other people and a whole strike group, and you go off to do the mission that you were trained to do and you dreamt of doing for probably 7 or 8 years at this point, if not longer. So that was a huge moment in my career. And then probably the third highlight of flying in the Navy was getting into my reserve squadron and flying F5s and being a bandit for 10 years. That was just the most pure and exciting and fantastic flying that anybody could ever ask for. It was really a joy, and I feel very fortunate that I got to experience that. I hope Lions of the Sky sounds interesting and intriguing to you, and you decide to pick it up. If you do, go to your local Amazon. It's available in hardback, paperback, Kindle, and audiobook as well. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everybody. It is 5:26 a.m. here. Woohoo! We are in daylight almost. No, almost.
Wow.
Hey guys, that was an amazing experience. Thank you both for being willing to come along on the journey. It's without you two, this wouldn't have happened, because you knew all the people and you guys had the experiences. So thank you so much.
Paco, honestly, do you think you and I could have put this on? So I think without Eran, it wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
I mean, Paco, you did make a movie, so.
No, I just came up with the idea and I did what Eran did, basically. Peyton directed the movie. I just did the grunt work.
Yeah. So
Eran, good job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Eran.
you guys. It's been awesome. So let's finish off by giving away the remaining prizes for you guys. So Paco, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. You've got 5 or 6 to give away. So do you want to just go through those, and then I'll get Pi to do the last couple, and we'll go from there.
All right, let's see. Another Kindle version of Lions of the Sky goes to Phil Grandfield. Congratulations, Phil.
Mm-hmm.
DVD, signed DVD of Speed and Angels goes to Bowen Hefner. Another signed DVD of Speed and Angels goes to Joseph Hack. I'm surprised people still have DVD players, but I've got some to give away. I've got an Audible copy of Lions of the Sky, and that goes to Mark Smith. And the last prize is the last Audible copy of Lions of the Sky that goes to Chuck Melman. Chuck Melman, congratulations.
Paco, just quickly, Audible. Remind me again, the guy who did the audio voice.
Yeah.
What was his story? Isn't he related to a famous movie person?
Yep, he is the son of Darth Vader. The voice of Darth Vader, James Earl Jones. The narrator for Lions of the Sky is Flynn Earl Jones, who is the son of James Earl Jones. So there's a Star Wars tie-in there.
But no heavy breathing.
No heavy breathing. Well, maybe during the landing scene. I've listened to it, but I don't remember that being specific.
Awesome. Thanks to those. Okay, Bai, you got a couple more things to give away, so go for it.
Okay, I'm going to unmask Paco, that first guy you named, Phil Grandfield. Yeah. He was a F4 pilot, F14 pilot, F18 pilot, and a CAG.
Oh, no way.
And he went to Georgia Tech and graduated a few years ahead of me. So, Filthy,
that's
congratulations.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, Phil, I'm honored that you even are interested in this, and I hope you enjoy the book. It's kind of new Navy. It's a little different from what you went through, but it's so fun.
He's a good dude. Okay,
call sign Filthy.
Yep, call sign Filthy.
Okay.
Okay, Eran, my first prize is the first one to award is an 8.5 by 11 F14 photo, and it goes to Roman Frankie. And I'll sign that in an appropriate place. And then there's another 8.5 by 11 F14 photo, and that goes to Alvaro Frias. And so Eran, as you said earlier, these people, if they hear their names, they need to contact you and give you their mailing address, right? And then you'll tell us and we'll send the stuff out.
Yeah, so I'll email all of those. If you don't receive an email from me, it's check your spam folder. Otherwise, ping me on Messenger. And for those that are getting physical products, prizes delivered to them, we'll need your address, obviously. And if Paco or Bio are signing stuff, you let them know what you want them to sign it, who to, and what you want said in the signature. So, okay, gentlemen, that's the prizes done. Thank you very much. Also, a big thank you again to Heatblur Simulations for donating all those copies of the Topgun, sorry about that, the F-14 Tomcat. Lots of, I'm going to be very interested to hear how people go with that, especially if they've never done a flight sim before. It's going to be fascinating. So that's it. So final wrap up, guys. Thanks once again for showing up and helping me out. And hi there, HeyJoe, how you going? Good to see you in there. And any last thoughts or any last comments on any of the people we've had on today?
Did you ever get a count on how many people tuned in?
I can't directly see, but I've noticed that the live stream on Facebook had some ridiculous number of comments, like 1,600 or more. No, sorry, 2,100 comments, 253 likes, loves, laughs, all that kind of stuff. So that's amazing. I don't know what the numbers are, though. I'll have to have a look into that later on.
8 million, 12 million, something like that.
Yeah.
Fine.
We broke the internet.
Oh, that'd be good.
Like him.
I'll go first real quickly. Thank you to you, Eran, for putting this all together. This is your baby, your conception. I want to thank my guests that came on. It's no small thing to ask a bunch of people to come on and, spend some time and talk to, however many people it is in the blind about their experiences and, try to be honest and interesting. So it was great. Thank you to the Demo Boys and Erik Hildebrandt and obviously all the Speed Angel crews. And thanks to Bio. What a great partner to have, partner in crime, talking about the Tomcat and our experiences, and a fellow author as well. So super cool. Thanks, Bio.
Oh, thanks, Paco. You are a classy guy. Okay, I'll say thank you to Hooter, to Billy, and to HeyJoe. It was nice spending time with you guys. And as Paco said, thanks for giving up hours of your day preparing and showing up today. Paco, it's been good getting to know you and work with you. And I look forward to your next book, like everybody else does. And I can't wait till my next book comes out. And I'll close out by saying, Eran, you've done a fantastic job. And I'm going to be the first person of, I'm sure, many who say, let us know when the next one is scheduled.
Absolutely. Sounds good. Thank you very much. All right, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else watching in the big internet world, it is time for me to go to bed. I'm going to crash in bed.
Right.
So thank you all. Have a fantastic week, and stay safe, people. Don't go out and kissing anyone with coronavirus or anything strange like that.
Good advice.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.